Hey Satish, can you hear me well?
Hi, Sanjay. Yes, I'm able to hear you. Is
Okay.
everything is okay?
Yes, everything is okay. Let's bring my screen up.
Yeah. Hope.
Let's let me go to the slideshow mode. Okay, we are good to
Okay.
go. Yeah.
Yes. Perfect.
Let me know once
So,
you. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, sure, Sanjay. Hi, everyone. Good morning, and thanks for joining the day two of Azure Conference 2021. Happy to welcome you all back. Hope we enjoyed and learned a lot of new technologies yesterday. I hope the same is going to continue today as well. There are 100 more sessions is going to happen today. I request the audience to maintain the same code of conduct which followed yesterday. Once again, I thank all the speakers, volunteers, organizers, and participants for making this as a big conference. Today, to start the session, we have Sanjay with us. Sanjay is the Global Lead Cloud Architecture and Strategy Initiative at EY. Prior to that, Sanjay was having a vast experience in Microsoft, HP, and a few other companies. He has come up with a question today to start the day. Are you ready to reframe our future? That's what the question which Sanjay is going to discuss about today. So, hi Sanjay, thanks for joining with us, and I hope everything is fine for you, right? Your audio, video, all are clear.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Perfect. Sanjay, thanks for joining us, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Satish. And good morning, everyone. And good afternoon and good evening based on where you are. So I guess you all enjoyed day one. Organizers told me there were close to 5,000 people overall joining the conference yesterday. That is the power of community. Right? Let's kick off today's topic. And before I do that, let me introduce myself. As Satish already did, I'm Sanjay Narang. I work with EY as a global lead for cloud architecture and strategy. I have over 2 decades of experience both in organizations which build technology products such as Microsoft and HP, as well as in organizations which consume technology at a global scale such as EY. Earlier at Microsoft, I was helping customers and large enterprises with their cloud transformation and digital transformation. And now at EY, I'm doing same at a much larger scale. I work with our global CTO group as a strategic builder and thinker, and my prime focus is to maximize the benefit of modern technologies in our products and solutions, and hence building a better working world. Let's start with the topic. Software builders, are you ready to reframe your future? And when I'm saying software builders, I'm referring to everyone who is involved in developing and building a software, whether you are a developer, if you are an architect or a product manager or a SRE engineer or a DevOps engineer or anyone else. This applies to all of us. And let's start with a data point that came from a World Economic Forum report. By this, it seems 85 million jobs will be displaced by 2025. COVID-19 pandemic has changed the job market much other than it was expected. And what also is happening that jobs such as uh, data entry, accounting, or admin support are reducing because demand of automation and digitization is increasing. Organizations by 2025 will equally distribute the work between humans and machines. But the good news is 97 million new jobs will be created by the same time. And majority of these jobs will be technology oriented. Now, we, all of us, the technologists and software builders, will lead this change in fourth industrial revolution. And to make that happen, skill building has to become number one priority in workplaces. As per the same World Economic Forum report, The most competitive businesses will be those that choose to reskill and upskill their current employees. For people to retain their roles in 5 years, it seems 50% of them have to leave. Just give me a second. Okay, Satish, can you just confirm if you still can hear me? Okay, I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, you can still hear me. And then, as per a LinkedIn report, upskilling and reskilling is top priority for learning and development professionals globally. Digital transformation, which was expected to happen in 2030, is happening right now. Two-thirds of technologists are being asked to do activities and tasks which they have never done. And all of this is putting increasing need on all of us to transform ourselves and empower ourselves with new skills and behaviors. And what are those skills? That's what we are going to talk about today. We'll look at latest technology trends which are powering the future of software development. And let's start with cloud. Cloud has been growing for years now, and that is going to continue. In fact, it is getting multiplied through multi-cloud. It's going vertical through industry clouds. It's coming closer to us through edge computing, and it is actually getting inside the enterprise through hybrid computing. Let's look at some data points here. And I would want to mention that many of the data points and the examples that I've taken in this presentation are India specific because majority of the audience is based in India. But all these trends are global. So the first one is India public cloud services are expected to grow at 22% and reach a figure of 9.5 billion in 2025. Similarly, cloud professional services is expected to grow at 26% and reach the size of 2 billion by 2025. And you can actually see these data points reflecting in how the hyperscalers, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google are investing in India data centers. If you look at the graphic at the right side, right, Microsoft Azure was the first one to set up data centers in India in 2015. They set up three together in Mumbai, Chennai, and Pune. And the next year, in 2016, AWS set up their first data center in Mumbai. Next year, Google set up again in Mumbai their first data center. And we all heard this year, Google set up their second data center in Delhi. And AWS has already announced that they will be setting up their second data center next year in Hyderabad. Let's look at some other data points. 79% of organizations are going to have multiple cloud environments by 2023. Hyperscalers are actually looking for growth beyond their own cloud because they are growing in multi-cloud, hybrid cloud, and edge computing. And not to forget industry cloud, which everyone is adopting. And in this world of multi-cloud and hybrid cloud, Kubernetes and Omni cloud management solutions will drive the next set of innovations. And all the hyperscalers have some offerings here. For example, in Microsoft Azure, their main management solution is Azure Arc. And their Azure Stack suite has products for edge as well as hybrid. And Microsoft announced that their application services such as web apps, logic apps are going to run in any cloud in a hybrid with Arc. Google's multi-cloud management solution is Anthos. And they also have offerings such as BigQuery, Looker, and Apigee, which are multi-cloud. Amazon hasn't announced any offering for multi-cloud, but they are doing a lot in hybrid cloud. And they have offerings such as Outpost, Elastic Kubernetes Service, and Elastic Container Service Anywhere for hybrid clouds. Let's look at the next trend, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, and robotics. If you look at all of these technologies, they are augmenting humans by making everything smarter, personalized, and intelligent. Let's look at some trends, what's going on here. Conversational AI. About 80% of businesses will use some form of chatbot by end of this year. And we are already seeing that. If you see the leading banks in India, whether it's HDFC Bank or ICICI Bank, they have WhatsApp based chatbots. In fact, you can do banking services through that. You can check your balance, latest transactions, and even create a fixed deposit. Appliances companies like Samsung offer their bots both online as well as through WhatsApp for their customer service. Coming to predictive analytics, by another report, 95% of customer interactions will be boosted through AI by 2025. And again, we are seeing that in our Indian companies. Food tech companies such as Zomato and Swiggy are using AI to predict the customer demand, to optimize their delivery routes, and also to personalize the food options to the customers in their apps. EdTech companies such as Baiju is investing in AI to gain deeper insights in how students are absorbing and consuming the content. And AI is going to play a much bigger role in cybersecurity going forward. It is expected to grow at 23% and reach a size of 46 billion by 2027. AR and VR is also going to be big. By 2023, we are expected that 70 million devices will be sold, and that is 5 times more than what was sold in 2019, just 4 years back. And we are seeing that Indian companies such as Pepperfry and Urban Ladder are really using that to their best potential. For example, Pepperfry, they have an app and customers can go to the app and pick a piece of furniture and then they can put the AR layer on top of that to see exactly how it will look from all the angles. And then same customer can then walk into their offline store and use a virtual reality headset to experience the whole design of the home with that furniture. Amazing, isn't it? Let's look at the next one, which is no code and low code. And it's making everyone as a developer, and that's why we call us citizen developers. Adoption has been increasing consistently for this. In fact, by a report, by 2024, 70%, 74% of enterprises will use at least 4 different low-code development tools. And many of them today don't even have one. Interesting. Another report from Forbes, by next 3 to 5 years, almost two-thirds of development will be done in-house through the low-code tools. And a lot of that will be supplemented by AI posts. And with the help of low-code, automation will grow even further. Through a data point released by Microsoft, Power Automate takes more than 25 billion automated transactions every month. That's a big number. Okay? And the most interesting part of low code and no code is we do not need professional developers. Majority of people who will adopt this will also come from business background, and many of them will need less than 1 hour, less than 1 month to learn this new technology. EY actually used Power Platform and Power Apps to build an emergency loan processing solution in matter of weeks. And this solution was used by 50,000 small business owners to get their loans processed very fast during the COVID time. Let's move on to the next one, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is continuing to shift left and will become core part of our software development lifecycle. Attack volumes have been increasing as well as the risk because of the breaches. Almost 30,000 websites get hacked daily, and attack volumes have gone up by 50% just in last 12 months. Apps that all of us software builders build every day have become the most vulnerable point for the hackers. Two-thirds of CISOs, by a report from VMware, agree that they now need deeper visibility into applications and data to preempt attacks. The cost for a breach is increasing very steeply. It seems companies are spending more than 4 million per incident, and it has increased by 10% over last year. And there is another problem in this area. There is a huge skill shortage when it comes to cybersecurity. Tech companies are releasing tools which will help developers. As you can see on the right-hand side, this is from GitHub Advanced Security and giving you a lot of insights of your code. But these tools can do only that much. Every developer has to do its own part. Coming to sustainability, it is going to be a big driving force as we advance to net zero future. As we are speaking today, tomorrow, United Nations Climate Change Conference is getting started in United Kingdom. Many countries and organizations are meeting there to check the progress which has been done so far and to plan for the future. And that conference is called COP26. And sustainability is not only global priority right now, it has become a global urgency right now. Both governments as well as industry giants are committing towards net zero carbon targets and giving the targets in terms of dates by when they will be carbon zero. There have been major investments in clean energy, which is generally solar and wind, and in electric vehicles. And there is a lot of research happening to move away from fossil fuels, which are big contributor of carbon emissions. And tech giants are going to play a much significant role. Microsoft, for example, has announced 1 billion climate innovation fund. And they have also announced public preview of Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability just a couple of days back. Google has announced multiple tools to help in sustainability in last few months. They have released Environmental Insight Explorer, which can help cities to track their carbon emission over time. They also released eco-friendly routes in Map. Now you can go to Google Maps and say, show me the route which will take least amount of carbon. And they've also released search in which you can actually find hotels which are eco-certified. And similarly, many other technical companies are releasing such tools. By 2025, carbon footprint will almost become socially unacceptable, much like drunken driving is today. That's huge. Gen Z, which is the people from age of 8 to 23, are demanding companies and will demand much more purposeful actions on climate change and other environmental, social, and governance issues. India has also been doing a lot in this space. In fact, Indian startups are taking a lead on electric vehicles. Flipkart, Zomato, both of them have committed that by 2030, 100% of their fleet, delivery fleet, will run on electrical vehicles. Ola Electric has set up a huge factory which is going to produce 10 million electric scooters per year. I'm really happy to see all this development, but there is much more to happen. Let's track what happens in COP26. And whatever trends I mentioned so far, they are not a comprehensive list. There are a few more which are going to influence the software development of future, such as quantum computing, IoT, and 5G. In fact, with the 5G, IoT will grow much more. Blockchain, progressive web apps, and few more like this. Now, so many new trends and technologies are coming. Who will lead adoption of all of them? We, as software builders and technologists, have to do that. And for that, we have to grow in numbers and scale much wider. As per a data point from IDC, global developer population will increase to 71 million by 2030 from the current size of 44 million. But how is it going to happen? Are we ready for this kind of growth and this kind of scale? Let's discuss that in the next one. And that is the topic of the slide. Are you ready to reframe your future? I'm going to provide you, based on my personal experience, 4 critical behaviors that are going to help navigate and ride this wave of disruptive transformation and revolution. And the first one is work with experience mindset. As per a research by EY, experience is going to be the latest trend how the applications in future will be developed. An experience manifests itself in 2 ways: customer experience and employee experience. But the underlying foundation for both of them is human centered design. You need to personalize the information or the service you're providing as per individuals and personas the way they want to experience and work everything else backwards. And if you see, this is also very much related to customer empathy and employee empathy that Satya Nadella speaks about. Let's look at the next one. Be generalist and a specialist at the same time. Obviously, you will need to develop in-depth skills of the specialization that you are building in any technology area. But at the same time, you need to have high level understanding and knowledge of all the connected technologies and the business functionalities they are supporting. If you look at the technologies that we spoke today, whether it is cloud, artificial intelligence, security, low code, IoT, blockchain, they're all interconnected. So you should develop high level knowledge for all of them to be able to develop in-depth specialization for some of them. Next one is focus on lifelong learning. Technology has been changing at unprecedented speed. Every day new feature is getting released or a new service is getting launched. It has become very difficult to keep up with us. So what will help in that? To be continually curious. Curious about what's coming new. Curious about how can I do something better the way I am doing today. And this curiosity should last for the whole life. And let's look at last but not the least one. Be purpose driven. Purpose driven people do not only bring best in themselves, they also bring best in others. When we focus on our inner selves, which is my purpose, and better me, there will be ripple effect and to our teams, and that will show up in our teams, organization, and the external world. In our lives as well as in our careers, many times we make choices based on where the crowd is going, but later we realize that that was not the best choice. So, purpose can help you to be the guiding principle in such situations. I generally take an example of Maps application. If you use a Bing map or Google map and put a destination in that application, that Maps application will take you to the exact destination that you have put. But what if that destination was wrong? And you will be able to avoid that only when you had sense of direction. And I use this analogy to say if goal gives you the direction, purpose gives you the sense of direction. I'll say that once again. If goal gives you the direction, purpose gives you sense of direction. And I wish all of you have sense of direction always. With that, with that, I will leave you with all these four critical behaviors that we spoke and a final thought that you should reflect on as you go further. Enjoy rest of your day and all the best. Thank you.
Hi, Sanjay.
Hey, Stish.
Hi. Thanks a lot, Sanjay. It was very informative, and it's more detailed, I would call it as, with a lot of data pointers. And we have certain. It is not a kind of questions, but people have started discussing like technologists have to become lifelong learners with a crazy pace of change in the technology. That's one of the discussion point, and like the developer's dependency will go off, whether it will affect the developer community. So all these are all some of the high level discussion points going on the comment section, Sanjay. If you would like to tell few words about that.
See, technologies continue to going to change. So whatever we learn today may not be applicable anymore. But I think if we continue to inculcate the behaviors that we spoke about, being it always curious and lifelong learner, being a journalist as well as specialist, and being a purpose driven, we will be able to ride this. And as I said, the skills that 97 million skills that are going to come, they will leverage the human skills, which is management, decision making, problem solving techniques, the techniques which cannot be robotized, which cannot be automated. I think that's what I
Yeah.
would say for that question.
Mm. Okay. Thanks, Sanjay. And we received a very good comments like it was an excellent session. Thanks a lot. One of our friend who commented like this was a great keynote. Definitely worth to wake up at 5 a.m. today.
Happy to see that people liked it and happy that they will follow this. Thank you, Santish,
Yep.
so much. Bye
Thank
bye.
you, Sanjay. Bye bye. Hi, Janaka.
Hi Satish, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Am I audible? Everything is all good?
Yes, you're. And may I request you to share your screen so that we will test
Yes.
once?
I'm just gonna start sharing. Just in 1 second.
So it's good afternoon for you, right?
Yeah, it's almost end of the day for me.
Oh, okay. Give me a minute. Yes, people are able to see your screen. Yep.
Yep.
So thanks, Janaka, for everything all set for you. Okay.
Yep.
So hi everyone, and for the next 60 minutes, Janaka is going to walk us through Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes from the edge to the cloud. And Janaka works for Dell Australia as a senior principal engineering technologist. And happy to have you here, Janaka. The stage is
Yeah.
all yours.
Thanks, Satish. Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for inviting me to speak in this conference. I see a really great turnaround from all over the world, and yeah, let's get started. So I must first thank our sponsors who made all of this happen. Without them, this conference wouldn't be a reality. And a little bit about myself. I'm a senior principal engineering technologist at Dell, where I focus on everything Microsoft hybrid. So that involves Azure Stack HCI, Azure Stack Hub, and Azure Arc, those technologies. And I'm a 7 times Microsoft MVP, and I'm also a 7 times Microsoft certified trainer. I have published few books around these technologies, and that's pretty much about me. So without a further ado, let's dig into the session and see what's all about Kubernetes at the edge. Now, I'm pretty sure there are many experts who have joined us around the world today who are into Kubernetes and who has a great knowledge and in depth on Kubernetes as well. Now, in today's session, what I'm going to discuss is basically how we can leverage, Azure Arc to manage your Kubernetes workloads regardless of where they live. So we are thinking, or we are talking about, scenarios such as deploying Kubernetes in say, for an example, running workloads in EKS or GKE, and then managing those workloads from Azure Arc. In this session, I'm gonna jump through a few smaller demos, and I'm gonna give you a couple of great resources for you to get started with Azure Arc itself. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, what is Azure Arc? Now, to simply put, Azure Arc is Microsoft's solution for multi-cloud management. Now, when we say multi-cloud management, we're not just thinking about managing virtual machines or managing private data centers or managing physical hosts. So this multi-cloud approach is holistic. So what we mean by holistic is managing any cloud service that is hosted anywhere. Now, to give you an idea on how this would look like is, for today, you have multiple cloud environments in your organizations. For an example, you would be using AWS, or you would be using VMware on-prem, or you would be using Azure, or a combination of all of these together, right? When it comes to manage all of these environments, you would have different portals, different experiences, different tooling as such. Now, how about if you get a requirement to have your workloads, say for an example, a particular workload that you are trying to port into a more like a cloud native microservices based model, running on containers and deploying in Kubernetes. And you have this requirement where the data centers or the locations you have, due to different reasons, maybe compliance, maybe the learning curve, or maybe other local regulations, you would need multiple cloud providers to provide those services. Now, you have your primary application or primary instance in Azure. Then you would have another instance in North America or in South America that should run on VMware, right? And then you would have another instance here in Australia that you would need to run on Amazon. So all these applications would be on Kubernetes, running on Docker containers and running on Kubernetes. Now, the challenge here is how would you manage this application from an orchestration point of view from a single pane of glass? This is where Azure Arc comes into play. Azure Arc offers you a holistic management experience for your multi-cloud workloads, right? And that means you have options to simplify the governance and management of your workloads. And what it provides, it provides all of your resources. So your Amazon or AWS resources or your VMware resources will be projected into Microsoft Azure, specifically Azure Resource Manager, as Azure resources. So for all intentions and purposes, what you would see is an Azure resource in the Azure portal, right? The same way you apply Azure policies, or the same way you would do lifecycle management, tagging, governance, the same capabilities you can apply for these resources, which are not necessarily living in Azure, right? So regardless where they live, you would use your existing capabilities with Azure services, and this would enable you to use your traditional IT ops, right? And you can introduce new DevOps practices to support these cloud native patterns that you're going to use moving forward. All right. So what are capabilities of Azure Arc, right? Now, I mentioned that Azure Arc enables you to provide multiple capabilities across multiple clouds, right? Now, if we look at the three main pillars where Azure Arc is built on, you have an offering called Azure Arc for servers. Then you have an offering called Azure Arc for Kubernetes. And then you have Azure Arc for data services. When we talk about Azure Arc for servers, that would mean, doesn't matter whether your the resource that you're going to manage is a virtual machine or it's a physical server running on VMware, running on any other platform. It really doesn't matter. When you onboard that resource into Azure using Azure Arc, all you would see is an Azure resource. And the governance controls that you're going to apply would apply from the Azure portal. Now, when we move into today's topic, that is Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes, this is basically porting any Kubernetes cluster living on any cloud provider's platform into Azure, right? And the final piece we have is Azure Arc enabled data services. This is basically, allowing you to have more granular control on services like SQL managed instance or PostgreSQL as a platform as a service on any environment. Now, if you have followed the latest news around what are the capabilities of Azure Arc are, you would have noticed that a couple of months ago, Microsoft launched a preview on their PaaS services like Azure Functions or Azure App Service, running them anywhere. So the idea behind running Azure services anywhere is pretty much pretty tight with Azure Arc. So the way it's going to work is, regardless of your platform of choice to deploy your workloads, if you have a Kubernetes cluster, you can deploy Azure PaaS services into it. So that means you can run the same Azure App Service on-prem on a VMware environment running on Kubernetes, right? And this is just this technology is not net new, but it's been here for some time. But the uptake on this technology and the adoption is marvelous, because customers in a real world scenario they can't to be honest, they can't frame their workloads into just one cloud. They will be always workloads that need to run on-prem. It may will have to be run on things like Azure Stack HCI or Hyper-V, a technology like that, right? Or you would run some of your workloads on OpenShift, right? How about that? Now, Microsoft's solution is, to combine everything together. They announced this Azure Arc solution so that you can leverage the same capabilities that you're used to with Azure, public Azure, while keeping your existing cloud investments intact, right? Now, what about Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes? How is that different from the standard managed Kubernetes offering that Microsoft provides? So you know that in Microsoft Azure, you already have capabilities around Kubernetes. So their first party service is called Azure Kubernetes Service, which provides you managed Kubernetes experience, where you would focus on managing your actual container orchestration workloads, right? Now with Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes, Microsoft is trying to provide you the same experience for not in terms of management, but in terms of deployment, in terms of governance, in terms of resource control to your Kubernetes workloads, regardless of their place of deployment. Now, if let's take an example of a global organization. Now, this organization is going through a massive cloud transformation program where their platform of choice to deploy application is they're deploying everything on Docker containers, and the container orchestration platform is Kubernetes, right? So again, this being a global organization, they have sites everywhere. So for an example, if they have a stock control system locally for each location they have, that means this system they're developing on top of Kubernetes has to be deployed everywhere, but all of these environments have their own data center capabilities. Now with Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes, this organization does not have to worry about where their what platform their software or their application is hosted. Rather, if they have a supported version of Kubernetes cluster running, they could deploy the same application everywhere and manage through Azure Arc. Now, this would provide you to connect and organize Kubernetes clusters regardless of the infrastructure they live in. And what about the management? Now, if you're familiar with Azure policies, that you know that you can govern and control who deploys what, who has access to what sort of operations are allowed in a particular resource group or in a particular location. For an example, if I want to stop people deploying virtual machines in Australia Southeast in one of my Azure subscriptions, I would deploy a Azure policy that would just deny that, right? Now that capability can be leveraged to manage your Kubernetes infrastructure regardless of their location. So what will happen is you would onboard these Kubernetes clusters into Azure Arc environment, and then you would deploy Azure policies to govern your entire fleet of Kubernetes environment for configuration and application deployment as well. In fact, in today's demo, I have a small example where we use Azure policies to deploy an application onto a Kubernetes cluster. So basically, it will automatically check whether this application is deployed in this cluster or not. And if it is not, it'll deploy that application from there. So I'm using GitOps integration for that. Now, what about other capabilities like Azure Monitor, right? Now, with Azure Monitor, you know that if you have a cluster running on Azure Kubernetes Service, it's enabled by default, or it's coming with Azure Kubernetes enabled when you deploy an Azure Kubernetes service cluster. Now, what about leveraging same Azure Monitor for your Kubernetes cluster that is running on GM on your VxRail system, right? Or how to use Azure Monitor in your EKS cluster. right? So these are some of the really good capabilities and advantages that you're going to get with Azure Arc. Now, I mentioned Azure Arc is going to provide you a single pane of glass, right? Now, that means it would essentially deploy an agent depending on like if it's a virtual machine, it's a different agent. If it's a Kubernetes cluster, it deploys a container-based agent to the cluster so that you would have the connectivity. Then you would have a question. Okay, you mentioned that you can have this capability on literally on any Kubernetes cluster. So would that mean I could manage Azure Arc? I could manage AKS clusters using Azure Arc. Yes, but since you already have that Azure management and policy-based capabilities in your AKS clusters, there's no need for you to do that. For demo purposes, you can still use it, which I'm gonna exactly what I have done in today's demo. But anything other than AKS, like if you're looking at a production level, is an ideal candidate to manage using Azure Arc enable capabilities. So these Kubernetes clusters that are outside of Azure, right, would have an Azure Resource Manager object ID and a managed identity, right? And these clusters would be attached to standard Azure subscriptions, the subscriptions that you have, right? And it would be located in a resource group, just as you are familiar with any other resource, right? Now, if we look at a little bit about the agent or the agent architecture for this Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes, now you would see in the customer location, you have a customer managed Kubernetes cluster, right? And then here you would have an Arc enabled Kubernetes agents deployed, right? And on top of that, you can still leverage your offline tools like the native Kubernetes tools like kubeadm and other tools that you would use for cluster provisioning, upgrade and management, and the lifecycle management separately. And the Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes agent would talk to the Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes services that is hosted in Azure, right? And Azure Resource Manager would provide identity, RBAC, policy, monitoring, security, and all these capabilities back to the cluster which is running on your customer managed environment. So it doesn't necessarily have to be Azure. And the management interfaces that it provides a number of management interfaces. You can use the same Azure portal. If you're a developer, you can use the Azure SDK, or you can use Azure CLI to interact with your Kubernetes cluster, which is not in Azure. All right. Now let's jump into a demo where we explore on how to apply a GitOps based configuration to an Azure to an Azure Arc enabled cluster, and then we'll explore a little bit more about various components that are there in the Azure Arc connected clusters and what each of those would mean. All right. So I have logged into my Azure environment, and if I go to Kubernetes services, you would see that I have literally you would see as 4 clusters. So here you don't have actually 4 clusters. What you would have here is these 2 clusters are actually AKS clusters, right? Now I have onboarded these AKS clusters into Azure Arc. The one with the platform is actually an Arc enabled cluster, right? Now if I go to Azure Arc, And if I go and check what are the services available here, you see that, the services I explained earlier. I can onboard Kubernetes clusters, and some of these are in addition to that. So you would have, you can add virtual machines, and then you can onboard Azure Stack HCI based clusters, not Kubernetes clusters, Azure Stack HCI clusters, and then you can onboard SQL servers and data services. Now this is where I mentioned data as a service on any environment using Azure Arc. So it provides you capabilities to run SQL managed instances, which is a first party Azure service on any environment, right? And last but not least, running Azure services everywhere. So this is what I described as the end vision of Azure Arc. Now, right now, you have these 5 services, these PaaS services that you can run on any environment. So the idea is this would be deployed as a Kubernetes component into a Kubernetes cluster and would be managed through Azure Arc, right? Now, let's dig into the Kubernetes clusters and explore what we have here. So like I mentioned, I have 2 clusters. These are actually AKS clusters, which I've used for demo purpose. And these 2 clusters would have, the same level of monitoring. So I'm going to switch back to Kubernetes services, and I'm going to pick this cluster. Now, if I go here, I can see what are the namespaces that are in my Kubernetes cluster, and then what are the workloads running there, right? And what are the services, everything, right? And on top of that, I have individual Azure management components like policies. If I go here, what are the policies applied to my Kubernetes cluster, right? And all the monitoring capabilities that I get from Azure, insights up until workbooks, logs, matrices, alerts, so on and so forth, right? Now, what about moving into one of these Arc-enabled clusters, right? As you can see, it provides the same capabilities. I haven't created a service bearer token from my Kubernetes cluster so that it can provide an authentication to access that cluster. But as you can see from the pane, it provides the same capabilities here. Now, what we're going to discuss today is, how to deploy applications using GitOps to an Arc managed cluster. Now, there are 2 ways to do this, right? One way is that you can manually add a GitOps configuration where you would go and provide from where you want to deploy this application from. So if I go and explain some of these components listed here. So from where, if you are getting this from a public or a private repository, and what sort of authentication you would want to use, what sort of SSS key, or what sort of a repository you would use, all this. So if you are using a public GitHub repository versus a private GitHub repository, or your private own repository hosted in somewhere else, that doesn't matter, right? Now, this is one way of doing things where you would provide the GitOps configuration from to each of these clusters manually. Now, how about this? In my example that I've discussed earlier about a multinational company having to have the same application on Kubernetes clusters worldwide. Now, would that admin have time to deploy this application everywhere? For an example, he can make configuration mistakes, right? He might have typed A.B instead of A.C. This can happen. Imagine if you have like more than 100 sites, right? That would mean deploying the same application 100 times over in 100 different environments for the most part. Now, what if I tell you, if we can make sure this whole fiasco, and if we can make this quite simple by using an Azure policy, where we would do a desired state kind of scenario, where we would onboard all the clusters we would need, Kubernetes clusters, into Azure Arc, and then we would deploy an Azure policy which enforces all of those clusters to have that application deployed by default. Now, this is where the power of Azure policies come into play. Now, I'm going to switch to Azure policies and show you what I would mean. Now, if I go to policies and if I go to assignments, right? And if I'm going to assign the policy here, so it will first ask me to scope, to whether I want to apply this for the whole subscription or into an individual resource group. Now, obviously, I have the choice of applying it to individual resource group, or if you have, an environment like the multinational company we just discussed, it could very well be an entire subscription, right? Now, here I'm going to select a policy definition that it calls GitOps. Now, this is a built-in policy where we would use, Azure policy to configure a Kubernetes cluster with a specified GitOps configuration. It will pull all the required artifacts from a Git repository and would deploy into the Kubernetes cluster itself. Now, there are 3 versions of this in the policy definition. So the version that I've used here is, it doesn't require any authentication because I'm just using this for demo purposes. And then you can use HTTPS secrets or any defined SSH secrets to apply the same policy. Now I'm going to go with this one. You can select this. And I'm going to press next. Now here it'll ask for the parameters, right? Now this only shows the parameters that are required by the user to enter. If you want to get all the parameters that is required here, you can just untick this checkbox. You would give the configuration name and an instance name and the namespace of the Kubernetes cluster that you want to deploy this into, and what sort of operator you would use, Flux versus any other, and any operator parameters like read-only or polling interval, things like that. Then here you would provide the URL for the Git repository. If you want to use something like a Helm chart, you would go ahead with selecting Helm to true and which version of Helm and the effect of this Azure policy. So this is actually quite interesting, very important option here in the deploying the Azure policy. Now, it has 3 actions. I can either deploy the missing component, which is non-compliant, if it's not compliant with my policy. So that is called deploy if this resource depicted by the policy doesn't exist. Or I could audit whether that particular policy is enforced in this resource. So for an example, this would be for a accounting and auditing purpose. If you want to make sure that nobody violates the mandate, you would go with deploy if not exist. And then you would have the disabled status for the policy. Okay, now that's that. Next, it will ask you to create a remediation task, which actually evaluates existing, the policy against existing resources, right? Now that would mean any existing resource in that particular scope. So the subscription or the resource group that you selected earlier, if you create new resources, this would always run and check the policy and see, okay, whether these policy can be applied to this, right? What about the existing resources? Most of the times you already have deployed your resources, and there's no way for you to check whether they are compliant. This is where you would create a remediation task. Up until to 500 resources found to be non-compliant will be remediated on an automated basis, right? And then I can select what is the policy that I want to apply for this remediation. Then it'll ask you to create a managed identity, which would provide authentication if required for this. And if there are any non-compliance issues with this particular policy, what would you want to be the output of that, right? You can have a non-standard message saying, a policy violation or something like that. If your auditors would need to, make sure that there's a custom message recorded there. And finally, you can apply the policy as a whole to this environment. Now, I'm not going to apply this policy because it has been already applied in my environment. So what's going to happen is if I go to compliance, right? Now, in the compliance segment, you would see that I have applied this policy separately twice to two different resource groups, right? And one of this is fully compliant. Now, if I go to policy, that means this particular resource group in East US has this policy applied, right? It says it's 100% compliant. And that means the actual application was pulled in from GitHub and was deployed to the existing cluster I had after creation. So this applying a policy for an existing resource usually takes about 15 to 30 minutes of time because it does a periodic check. Now, how can I verify whether this policy is applied or not? Now, this is where I'm going to go back to my Kubernetes cluster. Sorry, Arc enabled cluster. And if I go GitOps, under GitOps, I can see that one GitOps configuration has been deployed. Now, this has been applied because of the policy that I created earlier. So if I drill down to this, right? This says this has all the parameters that I provided during my policy assignment. Okay. Now, if I want to check whether the same is true about the other cluster, you see that there's a failure here. This was a fairly new cluster that I created like 5 minutes ago before the session. And there's a location mismatch I've done accidentally. So my actual Kubernetes cluster is in East US, whereas the Arc enabled cluster has been registered on West US. I assume that's the problem here for its failure. But if I go and check the components of this cluster, so I'm actually going to go and check my clusters that are available. So as you can see, there are 4 clusters. So basically 2 clusters. The ones you see here, there are 2 Arc enabled clusters, right? So I'm sorry, these two are the only active ones. The previous contexts are the ones that I've used for other demo purposes. Now, if I use the EUS cluster, right, where it's for EUS, okay, then I want to list all the resources in this particular namespace called hello arc. Have a mistake? Now, this would list all the resources that is deployed here. Now, ideally, what I should see is I should see a number of pods, a number of replica sets, and another set of ingress controller and couple of application components from my application which I've deployed in the first place once I run this command, right? Now, application itself, I didn't push that application separately. All I did was I created a policy to push that application using GitOps, right? Now, if I go to the failed cluster, this is a long shot. I'm just going to see if there's any workload that is running there. I'm not too sure even the namespace will be created. No, it's created, but the components aren't. Yep. So if I go to this cluster, and the one actually working, you see that couple of components are created here, right? So this is basically the ingress controller, Nginx controller for this particular application ID, right? Okay. Now, there are some failures, obviously, but what's important here, everything that is listed as hello arc, these, right? All of these are from that GitOps integration that we did. Okay, all of these came in with the policy enforcement, right? And this is where I mentioned that fleet management sort of a scenario. Now, I explained earlier that this would be ideal for a company who wants to deploy an application in different locations, but on Kubernetes clusters, the same application over and over again, right? What about compliance or deploying an application for the same spec that you would need or the same version of application? Now, from an architecture perspective, the developers of your application would create a new version and push it to GitHub, and from there your location admin in that company has the ability to work with different versions of that application. Now, what if you don't want to give anybody, or you don't want to have a process, so people would select between different versions of applications to be deployed into their environment, right? Now, this is where you mandate, okay, this is the version, and for your location or for your policy, you mentioned that you are going to grab this from the latest release of that software. So doesn't matter if somebody goes and reboots the cluster, or that person takes it offline and it comes back again, the desired state or the desired version of the cluster you worked on will be available because of the Azure policy enforcement you just did. Okay, now that's about enforcing Azure policies for application deployment with GitOps. Now, what about other capabilities you have around Azure Monitor and all these capabilities, right? Now, with Azure Monitor and all the other capabilities, as long as you would have, log analytics integration, right? You can get the same monitoring values with that. Now, I'll just move here. And I will see whether if I get the same data here. Yes. Now, why I would get the same data from both the Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes environment and the AKS cluster is my AKS clusters are backed by a log analytics environment by default for monitoring purposes. So I can read the same data from here. And even better, if I want to run queries against my telemetry data that I've collected here on this cluster, I can do the same thing. So if I go to logs, right, I could run log analytics queries on these, right? Now, this says that I haven't onboarded this to Azure Monitor containers. So I can just go and configure. So it will ask what's the log analytics workspace that I want to use, right? And there is a workspace. Let me just check whether it's the correct one. If I go to home and resource groups, okay, just hang on a second. No, sorry, I haven't created a log analytics workspace. So this is the default one. Yeah, that's what I want to see. So I go here, then I can go to monitoring, and for logs, I have to provide a log analytics workspace so that I could store that log data, right? So this is default workspace for this subscription. If you have many, you can just select whatever the subscription you need. But remember, you would need connectivity to Azure for this cluster. So that means there are certain outbound to internet that is actually targeted at Azure Monitor and Azure Log Analytics. If you're running this on a on a dedicated environment or a disconnected environment, this not necessarily be the case, right? You might not want to leverage Azure Monitor just because of security concerns or whatever you have on that environment, accessing data egress from that environment, right? Now, what else we can do with this, right? And how would we go about managing other environments? So what are the other capabilities you would have? How can I get started? How can I go from zero to hero on Azure Arc and Azure Arc on Kubernetes? I'm pretty sure that you have all of these questions. Now, I have a really great resource for you to share with you today on that. I'm just gonna switch to a different tab. Yeah. So this is the my go-to resource for anything Azure Arc. Now, this is a project called Azure Arc Jumpstart. You can just Google it. It's provided by Microsoft. A couple of good guys from Microsoft have joined together, and they've identified this situation where customers and everybody who are keen on Azure Arc, but they don't know where to start or where they want to look at things and get started quickly, or even do demos or build on top of a POC, like basically jump starting on Azure Arc. Now, this project is headed by none other than Leo Kamra. And actually, the demo I showcased today is from one of these repositories in this Jumpstart. Now, this provides you many scenarios on Azure Arc, not just Kubernetes, right? You can leverage this repository for Jumpstart scenarios like Azure Arc enabled servers or Azure Arc enabled data services, and even to run scenarios like Azure Arc enabled machine learning on Kubernetes. So how you can run machine learning services on an Azure Arc enabled cluster, right? This is a very active project, and this project is quite active. There's a number of contributors in this project, updated frequently. So if you follow through any of the scenarios in this particular Jumpstart guide, if you have a problem, if you go to the GitHub page for this, for an example, if I go to create an issue, they are quite responsive and on bug fixing in this particular project. Now, this is really great. All of these are individual scenarios you can test. What about having a Swiss Army knife of Azure Arc Jumpstart? Or basically, you want to test everything on Azure that Azure Arc has to offer in one go. This is where Jumpstart ArcBox comes into play. Now, this is a very interesting project. What this provides it actually creates a virtual machine. On top of that, you have a number of other virtual machines running thanks to nested virtualization on Hyper-V, where you would create all those scenarios, almost all of the scenarios that we discussed with Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes, Azure Arc enabled SQL, Azure Arc enabled PostgreSQL, Azure Arc enabled virtual machines, all these scenarios inside a single host that is running on Azure. So this provides you a couple of different options or scenarios. It has a component on SQL managed instance and Postgre, and then you would have Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes cluster, which is running on Rancher, a single node cluster. So you can simulate or experience what this would look like in environment other than AKS. Then you have Azure Arc enabled SQL Server with a SQL virtual machine that is running as a Hyper-V VM, right? And then you would have Azure Arc enabled data services on that as well. And finally, you have that Azure Arc enabled server capabilities on Windows and on Ubuntu, on Linux as well. Now, this is a really great resource for you to get started, and the deployment process is quite straightforward. There's an ARM template that you would deploy, and once you deploy that ARM template, what you would do is that ARM template would deploy the initial virtual machine, and desired state configuration would kick in after deploying the virtual machine and deploy the required components, right? So pretty easy to go get ahead with. Now, one of the prerequisites to deploy this demo would be you need to have 52 virtual CPUs in your Azure subscription. So if you don't have enough CPUs, you can check this by running this ASVM list usage command. And if you need more cores, CPU cores, you could always put in a support request and request more cores on it, right? This particular demo or the Jumpstart is a bit of resource hungry because you're running everything on a single virtual machine. That means you need more cores to run a couple of virtual machines to host this environment. But if anyone from your organizations or if you yourself want to get started with everything Kubernetes, this is the best place I would go. And this is and this particular demo on ArcBox on Jumpstart on ArcBox is the first thing I would go as well, right? Available in a couple of regions. Not every Azure region is supported with this particular set of tools, like running this on the demo environment, right? But like I mentioned, really great tool for you to try on. Everything I showed you was directly from here. And I must really thank Leo Kamrat and his team for providing this great repository for the community. All right. So with that, I must again, I'm actually a little bit ahead of my time, but I must thank all the partners who made today's conference a reality. And we must thank everybody who supported this conference. And special thanks goes to all the communities who got together for today's conference. And it's amazing. We have a lot of people joining from all over the world, and speakers from all over the world as well. And it's one of the biggest conference I've actually presented, to be honest. And yeah, that's it. And I have some time left for Q&A, but if you're not, if you would want to take an offline discussions, you could always ping me on LinkedIn or on Twitter. If you just search for Janaka Rangam, I would be there. Please reach out anytime if you have a question around what we discussed, and if you want to get engaged more with the work Microsoft and us do on the Azure Arc space. And we really appreciate your feedback. And if you can provide feedback on the conference, however good or bad the feedback is, the conference organizers and the speakers would really like to have that. With that, thank you, and I hope you would enjoy the rest of the show. Back to you, Satish.
Hi. Yes, thanks a lot, Janaka. It was really intuitive, and we learned a lot. Even on the chat, on the comments itself, I'm receiving a lot of uh, good feedback already. Some people started showering their feedback, so that's good. And then we have still, considering the timeline, I have only one question. One of the viewer asked, like, is it possible to simulate the whole cloud environment infrastructure or infrastructure on the local systems?
I have two parts to that answer, based on how I understood the question. Right now, when you say simulating the whole cloud environment on local systems, there are two ways to look at this. Right, what we do here today is basically managing anything, like basically any environment from a hyperscaler's cloud platform. Right now, I discussed about managing virtual machines running on VMware from Azure. So that doesn't mean just managing them. If you want to create virtual machines on Hyper-V, initiating that, on VMware, initiating that from Azure Arc, right? So that is from a management aspect. From porting the public cloud into local, from that aspect, there are many solutions, right? For an example, Microsoft's solution for that is Azure Stack Hub. So it's basically running your own Azure environment on the hardware you have on-prem. Amazon has a similar capability called AWS Outposts, which would give you the same capability of AWS you have on your local data center. Google has the same capability with Google Anthos, right? Now, however, the importance here is, regardless of where the workload is, like where you want to host the workloads, we should have unified management, or basically not just simulation from a perspective. We should have unified governance and management capabilities in enterprises, right? Industry is moving towards a lot of effort to drive this Kubernetes momentum. If you talk to a customer, first thing they would ask is, we are going, we are coming from a traditional 3-tier architecture, and we are looking at a Kubernetes-based model for this application, and we have these existing legacy systems we can't really get rid of. What would be the mix of tech, or what's the direction we should look at? This is where a technology like Azure Arc comes into play. Like I mentioned, It can be anywhere. It can be literally anywhere, as long as doesn't matter what the environment is. As long as you have a Kubernetes cluster, you can deploy those Azure services I showed you earlier, right? It's just a little like 5 or 6 services that you've seen in the portal that I've showcased. But Microsoft's direction is to grow each and Azure service to be Kubernetes compliant, or basically deploy as Kubernetes components managed by Azure Arc.
Perfect. Perfect, Janaka. So thanks a lot for sharing and for your patience in explaining the questions.
Yep. Thank you. And thanks a lot for having me.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Danny.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's too early for you from Italy?
I don't know. This time is quite night because it's 7:30 in the morning. So this is poor law to be here the Saturday morning and presenting. I love so much to join your very, very interesting community.
Great, Danny. So in the interest of time, we'll wait for a couple of minutes so that we'll set everything ready. We'll start in another 3 minutes.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, can you share your screen so that we can ensure that?
Sure. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Perfect. Okay, Danny, give me 2 minutes. We will start.
Sure. I wait.
Sorry?
I will wait your green light to start.
Yes. Hi everyone. Hope I'm audible. Hi, Danny.
Hi.
Yep. So hi everyone. The next session is going to be handled by Danny, who's from Italy, and he's going to share his knowledge about learning ASP.NET Core best practices and building an open source headless CMS. Danny works as a CTO specialized in digital innovation and cloud transformation, particularly interested in agile developing and open source projects. So we are so happy to host you here, Danny. Thanks a lot, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Satish. Hello, everybody. I will try to describe myself in 3 pictures. Of course, it's a funny joke that I do every time I start a presentation. So, and I say that when I'm not tracking and I'm not working on open source project, the rest of the time I'm working as a CTO in Central Digital Business. And what I love so much is to share my experience on open source and contribute to the community for giving back something, because we take a lot from communities, especially from open source communities. So I think it's ethical, and we have to give something back. Of course, I'm sharing my connection, so you can connect to me on LinkedIn, Twitter, or follow my article on Medium and keep in touch please feel free to reach out about any question about this presentation or everything else. I will be happy to respond to you and to start a conversation. I will like your feedback, and I think we can start very great discussions. Just jump into the presentation. The presentation is quite easy. It's structured in 3 parts. The first part is about why we should contribute to open source and how we can open our mind thinking to open source. The second part is talking about the gym, because I created an open source headless CMS in 2080 when ASP.NET Core was as the beginning, and this experience teach me a lot of things, and these things I learned from this experience was then reproduced on my business project, the project that I follow in the companies and for the customers. So I think that this case can be an example for learning more about ASP.NET Core best practice and more for convince ourselves that playing with open source is a very good driver for improving our knowledge and learning new things. The first part, of course, is the best practice that we can have on ASP.NET Core. So let's go on the first step of the presentation. It was the 2006. I think that for a lot of the people that are following this presentation, 2006 was very old period, old time. It's the middle edge of informatics science, probably. And in 2006, open source was classified as an unsuccessful business model because think that you was producing something and nobody will pay for that. So it was something very strange at the moment. Because this was because most of people didn't know about open source, didn't know that there is the possibility to get money from it. Is a good driver for getting knowledge and for building community. Is something that give you back a lot of things, and also that can be translated on economical part. And most of people talk that open source is for loser. So I had my first experience on open source. I created an IDE for CSS, this make loud, because nowadays every tool has the support for CSS. But in 2006, not all IDE had that support. So I created that visual IDE that helped people to learn CSS. This was a very challenging experience. This was very rewarding. I didn't get any error from the 100,000 of downloads I had, but I learned a lot of things. I make very interesting experiment on the market, so it was very good for me. It was a driver, it was an accelerator for my career, and it was very ethical. It's very ethical. After that, I never stopped. So we are now to the 2080 when I understood that there was a very huge driver on the market. The driver was called headless CMS. So creating a low-code platform that can accelerate the development. So that's very interesting. And I jumped into this thread and I created an open source CMS. That was my gym. And this gym is called raw CMS. Was called raw CMS because it basically manage plain data. I just want to show you what it is, just to give you an idea about the complexity and the elements that we have. This is the interface, probably exactly. I'm logged out, but I can log in again. Of course, this project is open source, and you can go to GitHub and play the demo by yourself, and you can, of course, test the code and so on. Let's try to put the right password here. Okay, we are in. Of course, we have a dashboard that is the less interesting part of this application. And what we can do in this application, of course, we can manage entities. So we can go here and create a new entity and call it a name. This can be the student, and then we can add fields for the student, like name, and okay, what kind of field is name? Name is probably a string. Okay, so we just text. Okay, and we can add it. We can add some requirement and some validation settings. And of course, this is another CMS. Of course, most of you already played with some of them, so we can define the data model of your application. Just to be clear, I already done an example, a book example. So we create a book entity with title, author, category, description, the ISBN code, and the preview URL. A characteristic of Rails CMS is that that is not only a data management platform, but it also has the possibility to add code, add some logic. So we can just go here and set some action. Like in this example, on pre-save action. So before the data is saved, I can go here and set some custom field. In this case, I call an external API for getting the URL of the book basing on the ISBN code. So what we can do more, of course, all this data model is available by GraphQL API and Raw API, Raw REST API. Then we can also have an interface for managing these entities. So I can go here, just take an example. We can take Fight Club, if you like the book from Chuck Palahniuk, and I will try to remove the URL. And because of the code I added from the browser, I added code from the browser, of course, the data is saved and the preview URL is calculated. So this let you manage APIs without having a lot of time wasted on creating data model and things like that. And we can also create Lambda. Or for the same example for the book lookup can be an endpoint that I can call externally just by implementing JavaScript code here and getting parameters from the request. So we can also create custom endpoints here, and we can also expose data using GraphQL, and we can have background jobs, and basically this become a low-code platform. Right. This is just to tell that for implementing that, we faced on a lot of constraints and some limits on ASP.NET Core, and this teach us how to solve them. So the interesting part of this presentation is to get back this feedback from this great experience. So coming back to the presentation, just following the last and more interesting part of the presentation is that about best practice. Okay, I created a roadmap because as you imagine from a bigger project, we have a lot of things to discuss. And the first one is about plugin. Plugin is a quite unusual need for a web application, but was fundamental for PaaS application like Raw CMS. So what is a plugin? The plugin pattern is everybody of us faced in the time with the plugin pattern. Just think to WordPress that has plugin, just think to Word that can be extended by plugin. Every software, every on-premise software has the opportunity to be extended by plugin. We want to make the same with Raw CMS. So what we needed a system where we can have a standalone application and a marketplace, in our case, NuGet, where we can deploy packages and we can integrate it on our application at runtime. And this is the interesting element on .NET, because .NET, as you know, is compiled, so it's not so easy to integrate feature at runtime. Why we should need this feature in our time in the microservice era? Of course, microservice is the best way in that moment, if well implemented, to scale our application. But we can face with old code base, and we may have some background job in a background job server. We will talk about this later. We may have tightly coupled business logic, so we are not able to separate in microservice or macroservice the application, so we have to face the monolith. Otherwise, we have many small application domain or on-premise product, like our case. So basically, the basics of the plugin is that one. So we have to host multiple plugins in the application. Each plugin has a part of library that is shared to the whole architecture, and each plugin can take the classes from the host application. So that way is secure, because each application define which classes can be shared with the container and which not. And this is probably the best way to implement that on ASP.NET Core, of course. And you can find some example on the repository of the overall CMS. And if you want to learn more, just reaching me out, and I will give you the detail for the library we use it, and so on. Well, the second point is another strange point for ASP.NET developer and C# developer in general. What is AUP? AUP is a paradigm with a complex definition on Wikipedia. I tried to copy and paste here, just throw it away and start with a simpler one, okay? Because I had complex definition and I want to make things simple. In simple words, IOP is the ability of make things happen without writing code. Okay, so it's something like describing how the code should work instead of writing the code itself. Let's jump in a practical example. This is the logging example. So the code on the left is a piece of code that simply save data well, and we want to log the time that this saving takes, and we want to log the result and some diagnostic information. Only it is in debug mode, the application. Well, using AUP, all the code on the left is equivalent to the code on the right, because that we can intercept all method of service classes. We can define the scope, and for all that methods we can impose our behavior. In this case, logging and tracing what up. Well, it's very interesting. But we can push to the next level. We can make things more harder, and we can also describe the functional part of application by annotation, in Latin in this case. Just look to the code on the left. Okay, we have a repository. In this repository, we use a common repository, so just class that fetch data, and we write a lot of code just to make a select. Well, the same on the left can be done by the code on the right. So just adding one annotation that describe in the interface that method will need an implementation done in some way, and this is done. If you want, of course, in your repository implementation, you can override the method, get the result, manipulate the data, or just override the whole method. And this is very interesting. probably for who didn't have any experience with AOP before, this seems like magic or something like that. How it's possible? It's possible thanks to the proxies function, that is a native class of the framework. So everything can do. Of course, there are some library like Post, Sharp, and Foodie for do that, but can be done also manually. Okay. In this presentation, I will show how you can do it manually, just to understand what is the basic of this principle. But then, of course, on the real world, it's better to use some ready-to-go libraries. And the funny thing is that all of that system stand on 34 lines of code. 34 lines of code, of course. And it is quite simple. Also for this, there is an example on GitHub. I will show you this code working, because we need just to take a break from the presentation and see live coding for a while. Well, I will pick the example. As I told, everything I am presenting is available on GitHub, so you can test it later. Okay, this is the application, of course. What you have done here, first of all, I think is a good zoom level, so I think you can read it maybe a little bit more, just to be sure. Well, okay, we have the standard dependency injection. So we can service for iFruit repository. We can invoke the initialization database, and then we get fruits. Okay, we want to have all fruits of kind citrus, and we can print data. Well, this is quite easy. The funny part is that our data model is like that. We have the fruit repository when we just have the get citrus method or the get fruit method, where we explain what is the query to execute on database. So this makes things very funny. Okay, no more code is required. The only things that I implement is the init database method in the implementation. As you see, of course, the implementation cannot inherit from the interface, because, of course, if I will do that, I will also have to implement this part. So I don't do that. I don't inherit here. I just implement the method I miss. Well, this work. How it's work? It's work because of the proxy. So the annotation is the IOP annotation that has a execute method inside. So the proxy factory, that is the core, the famous 34 line of code I mentioned before, just override the invocation of the method. And if the method exists in the class, it executes the method that exists in the class. But if the method is missing, you see if there is an attribute of on the interface that is related by naming convention to the interface, and that make that you execute that method, the execute method inside the annotation, instead of finding the method on the class and so on. So what happened here is that if I run this code, and we can see it working, if I run this code, when I ask for iFruit repository, I get the implementation. I get a proxied implementation. So I get not this class, not the fruit repository implementation, but another virtual implementation regenerated at runtime that has all the other method inside. So all this is possible thanks to this 34 line of code. Okay, just come back to the presentation itself. When this makes sense, is okay for logging and measuring, because most of the container like Autofac support it natively. If you want to use it as, like in the second example, that's probably it's just better to switch to other framework like Spring and Java that are built on this concept, and because C# let you use different pattern, different way to approach the problem than IOP probably, and is more closer to its nature. So the best solution is to don't do that in .NET, and if you want to use a heavy usage of IOP or basic on REST on PostSharp or Foodie for getting some library from the market. Well, second point is about background jobs. How many times we use it on a website, we click on a button and we just see starting a progress bar, and we have to wait. Well, all these are done using asynchronous operations. Asynchronous operation in nowadays are a really standard solution. The user need to be informed about the progress. We don't want to look the user seeing a gear on the screen. So each web application have to have some background worker that do things in the background. Even if you have microservice application and you invoke some APIs, because you could think to have a background job outside the microservices, outside the application, but of course, how do that? You still have to invoke the start of the background jobs using APIs. So each web application, even the background job service is a web application that have to be fired to trigger it from the outside. So the problem is to add the background job capabilities to a web application. This is the problem. How to solve it? We have three scenarios. The monolith scenario is easy. Everything is inside the monolith, so you have to put the background job engine inside it. Then we have microservices. Microservices are like microservices, but with bigger scope. And in that case, it's logic to have also one background job for each microservices related to the jobs that are inside the domain application. The other application is into microservices when we have to keep everything smaller as possible. And in that case, we can have a single background job service. Inside this single background job service, we can include, like using maybe the plugin model I described at the beginning, many jobs, so that you can just deploy the job and the job is loaded automatically inside the background job server. So what are the possible choices? We have two candidates. The first one is the native solution, because using service definition, you can create services in ASP.NET Core just using process runners. This is easy, but it doesn't have any interface. It cannot be manually triggered. It doesn't have possibility to check the progress of the job and so on. So the alternative that is quite better, quite more complete, not better, but completer, is Angfire. There's a library that's based on fluent code definition and has a lot of features that are very interesting and we need on each scenario, because these data are persistent, so you can just save on database the job status, the job result, so you see what happened. You have a graphic interface. You can balance the workload on more than one server, so you can scale. You have a dashboard. You can authenticate the user for seeing what happened on the system, and you also can rerun or process manually the jobs. That is very important when your customer call and tell that the nightly job doesn't run or was in error, how to run it manually. We want to go to the server and just run things manually. We can just go open the browser, prompt our password, click the button and restart the job again. So what else? I think it is a very complete solution. We can see it with 1 minute demo just to see how easy it is. Is that one? Of course. The configuration is very, very easy. we can just have to add the file. In that example, we use the memory storage, so all jobs are stored in memory. We can also store it to the database to more stable and safer approach. And we had the dashboard. We had the dashboard, so we can explore the job on the web interface, and we can queue jobs. This is a do and forget job, so this job will be added to the queue, executed, and then it will die. We can also create recurrent jobs, so using Chronospecial, the job is scheduled each time, like every morning at 8 o'clock or so on. And we can also chaining job and do other complexer things, but we just want to focus on this sample example. Just start with background service and see what happened. Okay. As you see, now it's time to configure the application. We will add to the queue the job, right? Okay, I will share just a minute. HTTP dashboard. Okay, perfect. Okay, so as you see in my browser, you can see real time what happened in your system. You can see the history. You can see how many servers are active. In this case, only my PC. You can see the jobs that there was done or failed. In this case, we have one succeeded job. Exactly. This job do just a console write line. This is the code that was executed my job, and you can see the duration. And if you want, you can add to the queue, replicate the execution. So we can do it more than one, just to be sure that the interface was reloaded. And okay, it should be 2. Probably is using queued. Okay. I requeued the job, but I didn't see it. Okay, see, yes, we have 4 of that. The interface had to be reloaded, but as we see, the job has executed more than one. So even in this case, we have a simple solution for manage this complex problem. So just be back to the presentation and start the next question. Next question is about identity. Another things that we cannot miss in 2021 is to understand who is connecting to our application. And there are some behavior that the user is not more able to accept. An example, the user doesn't want to insert the password more than one time, because he thinks that maybe it's not safe. Maybe he doesn't trust each endpoint where the login is, and because it's boring. What about having also different username, different password for each system? This is very, very messy. This is something we cannot accept in 2021. And we cannot accept the fact that our application has a service account that operates on behalf of the user. So if we have a front-end application that call some APIs, and this API call another service in the company, what we want to happen is that our user is propagated to the whole chain until the last item in the chain, and that there isn't any case when there is a super user or a service account user that can read all of data, because each time you have this, if you forget some where clauses or some parameter on the API call, you may fall in situation when the end user can download all data, and this is basically is not safe. The other things that we cannot do in 2021 is to approach this problem by implementing something by ourselves. So there are so many solutions that we cannot do that. So I will try to explain how to manage this situation with a transition scenario. The first example on the left is the more complete, is what we should have. So having an identity service provider like IDFS, Keycloak, or Out0, so something that supports Out2, and this is a standalone application, something that you can install in your network and even local, and just are set. Moreover, you can integrate that with or old or legacy data provider like IDF, Active Directory, or a database, or your IRP, everything you want here. So every user will be able to log in your company, your organization. Then you have many result servers that are integrated with that, and the application, front-end application, just have to log in once using introspection, maybe that doesn't allow you to put password outside the identity service provider. Then since that, every application know who you are, and your identity is distributed to all the company solution. Of course, this is not the best scenario is not easy to implement because has some architectural implication. Well, so if you are called to create a new application on an organization that's not ready for this, what you can do? Well, you can start for a simple scenario when you using maybe identity service from ASP.NET. You can embed in your application the API part, of course, and the identity service part, so that you can be able to emit tokens, so you can let user authenticate with your identity server. Then in future, if you want, you can remove this part, use an external identity service provider for this, like DFS or Keycloak or Out0, then federate this API server as a result server. So the good things is that you can do that. You can start with this configuration where everything is embedded in your application. Then when the customer, the organization will be ready for switching, you can evolve later without any friction, without changing too much things. Also for this, to prove that this shift can be effortless, there is the two solution compared. Okay, the solution on the right, the longer one, the one that has 10 rows of code more, is the standalone. So it's configured for providing authentication and also checking authentication. So this will be the initial configuration if your company is not ready for having some identity service provider internal. So you can start that way. When you will be ready, you can just drop this line of code and just left the second part that use the external authority and use the API for login. Well, even in this case, we can manage easily that solution. Now we are quite to the end, because we have left the three most important point of this presentation. The first one is about multiple databases. And if you read this payoff of this section, when I tell keeping same data in multiple places is something that sounds very, very strange, because it's the opposite that every architect tell, because we think of data. Okay, we think of data and we think the source of truth, and we hope to have data in only one place, only one source of truth. So asking someone to keep in data in multiple places, to replicate that in multiple places, is something unusual. But why we should do that? Because not all the database solutions are the same, and we want to pick the best from each tool. So probably we want to, just making an example, just maybe we want to use Elasticsearch for having the best experience on full text search. Maybe we want to use Mongo databases for our application because we want performances. But maybe we want to use a MySQL database for making report. Okay, so what we face off is that into 2021, probably traditional databases are not enough. So if we have fitting again, thanks, we don't need Swiss Army, we need the army. So we have to have many allied. All the database solution I mentioned are okay for getting the best of each tool. But what is the problem? The problem now is about how to synchronize, to keep data synchronized, because we doesn't want to have nightly flow that move data from a database to another. How we can solve that? Basically, there are two solutions. One solution is to manage that part automatically inside the source code. The second solution is to create some service bus, some system that keep things aligned using an example event-driven application. The solution that I will present today is the easier one to implement, because it's based on the capabilities of your framework. So if you are playing in .NET and you are using Hibernate, or you are using Entity Framework, or you are using Hibernate in Java, all of that solution, all that URM solution has the opportunity, give you the opportunity of intercepting the event of saving or updating or deleting data. So if you are able to intercept this event, you can also schedule some background activity for moving data. So when you insert a data on the main database, you can replicate it to all the other solution. This implementation is quite easy to do, and it is automatic, so you don't have to care about managing flow and so on. Can be asynchronous, so it doesn't impact on performance. And in code words, I hope this slide is quite. I fear this slide is has a small font, so I hope you will be able to see the code. But basically, we have the implementation we have made in Raw CMS, where we have an hook, and this hook is called each time a record is updated. And when the record is updated, we just use the full text service, that is service that write on Elasticsearch, and we just replicate data from the main database to the full text index. So it's a very simple implementation that allowed us to have very, very performant search, textual search. Well, we missed just the last 2 points, and then we are ready for getting a conclusion. Multi-tenancy. This is another topic that is interesting, because of course all the web agency, all the companies that work maybe with more customer, and maybe want to create product for their customer, and maybe we want to create a SIS application for their customers. So maybe want to have all instance of the application that can serve more than one customer, and maybe want to customize the behavior customer by customer. Okay, One solution, of course, will be to replicate all the infrastructure, but it is expensive and hard to maintain for for deliver update and so on. So we have found a solution for managing more than one customer in a single application without any limitation. What is the opportunity? Of course, data isolation can be done theoretically in many levels. We can just add a column on each table that just tell me which row belongs to which customer. We can have one table for the same entity for each customer, but probably the easier way for a customer is to have different databases for each customer. This is GDPR compliance. This is easy to maintain, and you avoid the situation where you have to specify the where filter on each part of the application, because of course, if not today, probably tomorrow you will forget one time, and you will have customer that will see mixed data, and this will very, very mess. So why we need multi-tenancy, I already talked about that. How to implement that? As usual, dependency injection is our friend. So I will show you a solution that has a 5-minute setup, no more probably, that will let you have a situation when you have web application that can be invoked by many customer, many tenant, and if you have a new tenant, a new database is created for the user, and data seed is generated, and so basically just changing the URL, you can have how many customer you want. Of course, this is an example. In real world, you can base this information on the user claims, so on the authentication token, or you can do something more complex. But just to tell what is the situation. Okay, I will show you the code not on the slide, but directly on the code, because I think it's more readable. Okay, as you see, this is another ASP.NET Core application. The trick is that one. I will zoom more for letting it is more readable. Well, this is the trick. I had the Mongo database not as a singleton, but as a scoped resource. So each time I have a request, I will generate an instance of Mongo database. Well, how I generate this? I get from the HTTP request the host. Okay, so different URL points to different databases, and because Mongo database is dynamic, so if you write data on a database that doesn't exist, the database is created, you have a dynamic system. That's perfect. Of course, here you can do things more complex, like using the user inside the request and get the claims related to the user and make things more secure. But basically, what we have here is that I just run the application. Just give me a minute. Oh, perfect. So HTTP. Okay. So this is the Mongo databases without databases so far. So I will open the local host. So I have a link, a ready link to use here. So I will try to do that. Perfect. So I just launched this URL. So in my case, the host name is localhost. So I expect that one database localhost is created and initialized using that data. So if I go here, I refresh the code. I have a database created. I have a collection created inside. I have a winner collection inside this. There are data. Perfect. So if I supposed to be not this customer but another customer, okay, just okay, I can move to the next mode. Okay, client one, this URL is mapped on my local DNS, of course. It's private, don't worry. Okay, the same code is executed, and automatically I will have a new database for the second customer, and that one same collection, of course different data because are randomly generated, of course. Well, that's easy. So just looking back for a while, just added this piece of code here that can be improved and make more safe and implement complex logic. Of course, we have different database connection for different user, and that's good. Everything is automated. In the same way, we can have different instances of services, maybe for customer. Of course, writing the code here like that way works, but if you think that you have thousands of customers and thousands of services, probably is hard to maintain. So there is probably a better solution that is to use a framework like Autofac. Just come back to the presentation. So we do not have to reinvent the wheel, and we just have to implement two classes on Autofac for supporting multi-tenancy. So there is this class that just tell the name of the tenant, and then based on the name of the tenant, Autofac will insert one service or another. Then you can add some configuration that is specific for your tenant. So you can tell which service are injected in which tenant. So this is a more readable configuration, a more stable configuration. And once you have done that, you have the opportunity of having one single deployment that simply divide database on the customer or on the tenant that is logging in. So this is a very, very interesting solution that comes quite for free because it doesn't require changes on the code, but just on the configuration. The last point is about microservices. Microservices is a very trending topic, is the buzzword, and we all know why this is important, and we all are conscious that there is no way for managing complex application than implementing microservice architecture, probably. But what is microservices and what is the problem? This is an artwork from my country in Arezzo, where, as you see, we have a mythological animal that is composed by three animal, lion and goat and snake, that are beating together. And microservices is something like that, because you want to have microservices, but your requirements are not so clean. So you want to keep the microservice as micro as possible, but your customer asks you for changes, and you probably doesn't have time to refactor or to follow the architecture. Or maybe you have the application domain that is not so easy to split in microservices. So microservice as a chimera. Of course, the artwork is about a chimera. Just look on Wikipedia for discover these mythological animals of the Etrurian culture. The problem is that what our application do depends on business logic. Business logic can be complex. It can be changed in the time. So maybe it's not always possible to keep the software architecture aligned to the business architecture. And sometimes the business architecture is made in a way that you cannot have so small applications. And the other part is about reusing. So if you think to have a library that is shared to 1,000 microservices and you want to change it, you still have to deploy all the microservices again. So if you are in that situation where there are a lot of dependency between microservices, of course, you will fall in the situation where you often have to deploy everything if you change something. And this is not a microservice architecture. This is a distributed monolith that often has the same problem of monolith and the same problem of microservices. So you have to start always with a good analysis. Use container always, because that allows you to switch to microservices easy. And if you follow what the guideline I told so far, how to with an external identity server, if you use job server external from the application, of course, all that best practice, of course, make microservices easier and possible. What to tell more? We are just to the conclusion. What we can take home from the first part of the application, we understand that open source is not for loser, but is a very real ally for becoming better programming, because give us the opportunity to make experiment and make experience and share our knowledge. And moreover, working on a challenging project like raw CMS is another driver that make you a better programmer, because push you to your limits and ask you to break it. And probably in raw CMS we follow also until the limit of ASP.NET Core itself. The .NET ecosystem, the ASP.NET Core ecosystem, give all of stuff, and most of parts are included, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Never. I will left you some links. Of course, if you want, I can also share in the chat reference to the code, reference to the Rosturo CMS, and of course, thank you. I just want to thank you for listening to me. And moreover, I want to thank you, for the organizer, for inviting me. I'm very happy to contribute to such great community, and I'm here available for any question.
Thanks a lot, Danny. It was excellent. And I have a question for you, Danny. One of our audience asked, is RAS CMS still being developed, or all the functionalities you spoke of already present in the current code base?
At the moment, we abandoned the development of raw CMS because we wasn't able to. We have a quite big community, but the problem was that wasn't so huge for supporting the development itself. So it was very hard to continue the project as a side project. Meanwhile, a lot of similar product made by companies was growing, so we basically abandoned the development of the application.
Okay. So thanks a lot, Danny, for your time, and thanks for accepting our invitation to speak in this conference.
Thank you for inviting me, and it was a very. I'm very proud to being here. Thank you, Satish.
Yep. Bye. Have a great day.
Bye.
Hi, Arvind.
Hi, hello, and thank you, Satish, and everyone for organizing this on a 3-day conference. Really happy that I'm here and we are talking about it.
Yes, Arvind. So, how are you today? How's Bangalore?
Yeah, it's good. I'm not in Bangalore though. I'm in my hometown, Vizag.
Okay,
Yeah, but
okay.
but yeah, Bangalore is cool as well. I heard it's cool.
That's good. So hi everyone. Today we have Arvind for the next 60 minutes, and Arvind works for Elastic as a senior developer advocate. And today a special topic called collecting logs, metrics, traces from Azure Cloud Platform. That's what we're going to hear from Arvind. Thanks, Arvind, once again for being part of our conference, and the stage is yours.
Cool. Let me share the screen and then
Yeah.
we could right away get started. So, can you see the screen, Satish?
Yes, Arvind. So
Okay.
I hope it's clear for the audience as well, the
Yep.
audio and video. Yep.
If you
So
have any problems, please let us mention us in the comments, and like myself or Satish could definitely help you on top of it. Yep. You were saying something. Yes.
no worries. That's what I was about to say. Exactly the same thing, Arvind. Thanks for yours.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm dropping off, Arvind. The stage is yours. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you. So, what I want to do in this session is take it slow and explain it clearly about whatever I am going to talk about. At the same point of time, I also want you to put your comments, and we have good amount of time. And then even if you want to see the session later, I am going to give most of the attention to Azure, collecting logs, metrics, why, and a lot of these details, and I'm going to take time to do all of that. So no hurry. And that being said, I also don't want to make it boring, so I will keep my presentation shorter and show you something more on the cloud, etc. Now that being said, at this point of time, it is October 2021, and the version of Elasticsearch that we are using is 7.15. See, why I meant to say is because both Azure and Elasticsearch and all of these technologies are growing at a massive or a very quick speed, and I really recollect my last two sessions at Azure conferences, and I can't really compare that with today any other demo that I'm doing today. So that's why I want you to be cautious and sure. So that being said, let us get into the topic for today. It is collecting logs, metrics, traces from Azure. So specifically, before all of that, I would want to give my introduction as well. I'm Arvind. I work as a developer advocate at Elastic for India and Southeast Asia, and I look after the English speaking developer communities, work with them, take the feedback back to the product team, also like kind of work along with other affinity groups like Docker, CNCF, and then Azure or any other cloud platform. So that's my role. I spend most of my time working on the problems that each developer is facing. Now I mean, my DMs are open on Twitter. You can probably DM me if you have problems in session, or follow me to get more information about sessions. I write a newsletter about open source, cloud, and interesting topics and developer conferences like Azure. I have promoted the Azure as well on DevShots. DevShots is my newsletter. So if you want to subscribe to it, please go for it. DevShots.in. Now that being said, uh, the session today is focused on Elastic Stack and Azure, but you can ask me questions related to anything when it comes to observability and Azure. So I'll try to explain them. I'll try to, probably it's a good learning experience for me as well. Now, if you all know Elk Stack, or people in DevOps and operational system engineering areas, people lovingly call it as Elk Stack, Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana. But also nowadays it's more, because there are more components. It's called as Elastic Stack, Elasticsearch, Kibana, Logstash, and Beats. If you don't know all of these components, don't worry. I'm going to explain in a bit. Like Elasticsearch is a distributed NoSQL data store come search engine. Kibana is a UI on top of Elasticsearch, which lets you query these Elasticsearch data that is stored. And then Logstash and Beats are ingestion technologies that lets you to put data into Elasticsearch. Now, I don't want to go again deeper, and if you have more questions on it, happy to answer them as well. Now, there are three specific use cases that Elastic Stack is used for, beside all of the use cases that I am seeing nowadays, like last past few years. Is one, basically three use cases are search engines, building search related experiences, collecting any sort of data like PDFs, Excels, to putting a search bar on your website. Right? That is what Elasticsearch is. Elastic Enterprise Search does. Don't go with Enterprise. It doesn't have any, it's not like enterprises only. It's for anything, and it's also free. So you could also go and use that. And Elastic Observability is the one that we are going to talk about. Spend time with, where you could collect logs, metrics, and traces and everything. And then you have Elastic Security, which is the the SIEM, EDR, threat hunting tool, where you collect security events happening in your cloud platform, and you do the cloud security postures. You check the workload security. You check the vulnerabilities. You could monitor, track, and probably protect your workloads. So all of that comes into Elastic Security. Again, Elastic Security is free. You get a free anti-malware agent that you could deploy, and then you could start collecting. All of that is there. So all of that is done by the stack that we spoke just a slide before, which is Elastic Stack. And these experiences are powered by the single common stack. So Elastic Stack, when I say use cases, people still have like, who uses it? These use cases are great, but who uses it? Could be a developer, it could be a DevOps person, it could be a product owner who is like, say this page should load in 8 milliseconds. Probably he or she might be using then might be using an APM, application performance management system, like from Elastic. And then security admins, like people who wants to see attackers or threat hunters, or people who are constantly looking for ransomware attacks or supply chain attacks. People are security or SecOps personalities. So those are the people that generally Elastic Stack is popular for and used by. So that includes most of the tech folks, like, as I could see. So yeah, that's the thing. Now Elasticsearch is platform agnostic. You could deploy in your custom data center or also on Azure, obviously on Kubernetes, because Kubernetes is platform of platforms. And then now Elasticsearch can also be deployed on Kubernetes in an operator fashion. I would still prefer, for all various use cases, you should use a managed service on Azure that we have for Elasticsearch. But then if you are very much keen and having great experience running applications, general purpose applications on Kubernetes, you should go for it. So yeah, I think that brings me to the main session today, right? As you could see, I have a Microsoft Azure a portal page, where I'm just scrolling down all the services. When I started this session, I thought like, okay, I'll just collect all the data sources and show that in the demo, in a 30-minute demo, not delayed so much, and then simply walk away by with the feeling that I have shown something. But actually, what I felt is Azure is so huge and so big, and you can't really show a lot of things in an hour. You might need to do a course itself. So what I did here is, like, I have shown all the apps, I mean services, VM related services, the regular compute services. So there are many things in Azure. So what I'm gonna do is probably grazing the surface, but I'm gonna give you a good overview on everything, so that you can go and implement this particular session by yourself. Now, when you see Microsoft Azure platform, there are some fundamental things that you observe, right? You have an account, like when you start creating an account with your email ID or your organization's ID, you start getting an account. Uh, and then account is associated with, again, like a subscription or not. Like some people might not have subscription, or some people might be shared or attached to a subscription. A subscription is a key thing, because that contains the billing component. And then you have the resource groups, wherein you could create the resources everything and anything in Azure platform is a resource. So even you create anything is a resource. So resource group is something that binds everything, all the resources together in a common group. You can have multiple resource groups, and again you can have permissions on top of resource groups, roles, responsibilities, etc. And then you obviously have, like when we were talking about roles and responsibilities, identity and access management play a vital role. Like I was just debugging important thing while coming to the demo, which relates to an IAM problem that I could only find in a specific UI, and I couldn't recognize it naturally. So the account contains these basic things, and you need to be mindful of all of this, because this is what is fundamentally, when you're trying to collect data from Azure, you need to know a deeper understanding of all of this. Plus, not all APIs are free, obviously. Like you can't export everything out of Azure for free. There are certain set of roles that are obviously free, like the audit logs, sign-in logs, etc. But there are special related services that give you a range of like 2 million API calls or something like that, and after which you will be charged. I guess like for a large enterprise where you have a support contract, even that can be discounted or something. I have no idea. But then like 2 million is still more for like trying out and learning things on Azure. And then for Microsoft Azure, I mean, in terms of like what resources that you have, I'm talking specifically about the resources that I mentioned here. There are many compute resources like VMs and Azure virtual machine services. And then you have network related resources like private link services. And then you have the storage like Azure Cloud Storage, databases, data services like Databricks, third party services, and a lot of these services. Like everything generate data, right? It stores the data, it contains some meta information, that you can monitor and use that at Azure. So these are the services that you have. So if you have any questions, please feel free to drop it in between. So don't hesitate to the end. Maybe the question you may forget, so please feel free to drop it in the between, and then I'm happy to take that while we were there. So I would just simply mention logs, metrics, traces, why it's so important, and then what you could use to pull data from. What are the alternatives? I'll also come to that as well. So specifically, logging has been there to kind of like understand what your application has been doing. It's a specific way to measure, understand, and how things are operating in the large scheme of things. Especially now we have smaller microservices as well in the applications. So what happens with the logs is like every resource, especially on the cloud, generates logs, and then that logs could be collected and then like stored and then pushed out of those or put into a specific service for analytics, so that like understand how many times a specific code has been called, or there are many things that you could do with logs itself, like understanding what's happening when a specific use case or user flow has been triggered. So logs play a fundamental role in everything. And on top of it, metrics, obviously, like you measure these resources at certain amount of periods, and like you can sample them as well, like 10 seconds, 5 seconds, or 20 seconds. And then you can collect those metrics and then store it in, so that you could understand how the hardware is performing, how a specific system that you want to, like say database, how many queries are happening per second, and at peak times how is my cursor or specific queue that is put in the database is performing. You could do all of that, like SQL Server auditing, etc. You could do all of that. So metrics is one way to, again, another dimension, I would say, to look at it. And then on top of everything, then you have traces, like more in the context of microservices, obviously monolith application development as well. So you have this application traces, wherein you could collect the data of your transactions, and then like say you are having like 20 APIs, and each user is calling uh, 5 APIs mostly, like the search, the list API, etc., and then the retrieve API, etc. Or like probably a specific user is only going to a payment, or you want to debug what flow led to that particular scenario, while 90% of your payments are succeeding, only 10% is failing. How do you find that specific 10% use cases? So your traces serve as a very vital and important part in finding out that specific information. So your traces play a great role in trying to do that murder mystery investigation, and also figuring out, like, where that the time your application is spending, where you could optimize it more in case of like your Java based application. So that is one another thing that you could look in for all these three areas. Like many people, or like I used to say, even like, these are three pillars of observability, correlating these and forming a common base. That's where you could extract. While it is really really true, the important thing that you need to understand is you need to collect first of all, and then also like you need to be able to make it in or index or put that in a place where you could correlate all of them easily. So that is where the logs, metrics, and traces unity, or like that triangulation of the things will come in. And then that is where you start to see more and more use from the data. So having logs simply might not help, having metrics really might not help. You might only observe a specific trend, but having traces plus logs plus metrics will do a greater help for you in debugging and improving your developer productivity in an organization. And there are, if you are also a service oriented company, if you are from a developer, I think learning these will benefit greater in a way than learning simply some monitoring tool or something. These are the concepts that help you to learn any tool actually. So not just Elastic, but any tool. These are the bigger concepts. Now I spent quite a bit of amount of time. If you have questions, please feel free to ask me, and I'm happy to help. So I'm not saying that there are no alternatives for each one of them. Like, I need to only use Elastic beats or something else to kind of like collect all this data. Not definitely. Like obviously there are so many other companies which do the same thing. Elastic again is open source, and it has free and open background. And then most of the things that I'm telling, not most, like everything that I'm telling here is free, and you could simply go and try it on your own trial account as well, Azure, etc. Now, as you could see, there are different ways in the industry, other open source projects that you could use to collect this information. Like you have Open Telemetry, which is a popular application tracing open source project. Also like Agar or Zipkin, etc., which can collect trace. And Elastic also integrates with Open Telemetry. If you are using Prometheus from the cloud native world, like say every Kubernetes might have a Prometheus instance running, you could still export that metrics, because metrics in a single siloed way might not really help, but then like together it might give a greater advantage for you to look into things. So while I keep mentioning this greater advantage, that advantage is nothing but like you'll be able to correlate all of this. Like I'll try to show you in the inventory page when I open the Kibana and show all of that. That's why I'm quickly moving on between the slides. I don't have many slides. We'll talk about that now. It is not like Azure doesn't have anything in store for all of these use cases. Azure have something specific also, like services like App Insights, Azure Monitor, but also they are again somewhat siloed, or like it has some specific area. They have some specific goals it is designed for. It is not designed for the holistic or like the everything approach. So you might also want to have something that can do ingest all types of logs and like all types of metrics and all types of traces. So Elastic specifically is a close partner with Azure as an open source partner, and then we help you to do a lot of these things. I mean, if you are on Azure, if not, you could also download and run this by yourself. Now, apart from these stores, like what you specifically need to send data to Elastic, and again, this is not specific to Elastic, but you could also need to learn Event Hub and storage account terminologies, etc., to kind of understand how you store data, how you retrieve data, and how you kind of can push data to a different place. Like Azure Event Hub is like a Kafka machine, wherein you could push all the data to the Event Hub, and there can be consumers and who could consume from that Event Hub, Event Hub namespace, and then you could pull the data out of the Event Hub, and then you could push it to wherever you want. Like your agent or your client can connect to the consumer and pull the data. On the same place, you also have the blob storage accounts, like the Azure storage, that can help you to store all the different types of files, and later you could use like something like a file beat input to pull data from that particular area. Now, what services do you need to export the data? Like the same services, these are available as services, and you could use that as well. So now that being said, I want to demo something without any delay. So there are different ways to send data to Elastic. Like obviously you have beats, file beat, metric beat, etc. to ship data directly. Pull up a Azure VM, put the beats, and then start shipping data. Now another way is to via Elastic agent to Elastic Cloud. You could deploy an Elastic agent to an Elastic and ship the data from Elastic Agent to Elastic Cloud in a very normal fashion. Your agent will be deployed on these VMs. Okay. Now there is a new way that has come up, which is like Elastic on Azure as a native service. Now let me show it to you, and then we can start talking about more things. So this is a Microsoft Azure portal that you could see, and it says create a Azure subscriptions, Azure Active Directory, etc., etc. So if you go to the subscriptions, there is a subscription under my organization called /root, and then you have pay as you go subscription and everything. Now this subscription has a bunch of resources, and I also have a resource group that I want to show you because that is a key to everything. So let us show you resource groups. And as you could see, I have many resource group, but /root dev is a developer resource group where I have some bunch of resources in that. I also have a virtual machine running in my machine, in my cloud account, which is AZ Dev Vim. AZ means Azure Developers Virtual Machine. So that's what I'm running in the Southeast Asia. Okay, so this is basic infrastructure that I have. I also have I could also have the event hubs created, so that I could create store all the data and do everything that is needed for the data to be pushed out. So I could create an event hub and then attach a storage account, etc., etc. So that is also there. So these are the resources that I have. But if you see, how do you collect this data from this particular place? So Elastic has partnered with Azure to bring up this service, which native service on Elasticsearch service on Azure, which is called Elasticsearch native service on Azure. So that's why I'm trying to tell that. So you could create a service as simple as it, you go here, click on this and create a service. So it is directly linked with your marketplace account, and billing and everything is linked. If you have a committed spend for your Azure, it will also accrue in that, and then get discounted in that. So I'll select the resource group. I'll enter the name test prod az dev, some name that I just made it up. And then you have different services. Of course, there are more than 40 regions in Elastic Cloud right now. Here you only see some because this service has been GA'd recently, and we look forward to improve the the region availability soon. So it's going to happen very soon. Now I click on next, logs and metrics. Just see, you don't need to run beat, you don't need to deploy an agent, you don't need to go Kibana, anything. It's just as native as it could get. You just select send a subscription activity logs and Azure resource logs, and it will send all the resource logs, activity logs, everything, and review and create. Simply creates. So in the interest of time, I'm just not going to create it again. I'm just going to show you the one that is already there. So this is the AZ Dev account that I have, and once that I have created, and in the Northern Europe, and then I have these information that you could see already. So it has activity log, access control, regular settings, but it's an important thing like Elastic deployment configuration, which we'll come to. And then you could also raise support requests directly from here, which is again as native as it is. So now if you could see the changes, major changes like different resizing or different stuff that you could do is from also available from the Elastic Cloud console. That means you are created, say for with this ID, you are created an Elastic Cloud account behind the scenes via the APIs between the partnership. As I spoke, it's a partnership, and then but you get all the native experience, and also it is deployed, and Elasticsearch's deployment is here, and then Kibana is deployed. So if you click on this Kibana, it will automatically log in with your Azure SSO. So if you are a user, and then if you want to log in, you could also if you have AD, you could also log in. It's just that you need to give the permission. So that is quite useful for you to look at. So this is how the overview page would look like, and you could also ingest metrics from services, add more data sources. We'll get to that in a minute. But then before, like I said, let us go and look at what logs and metrics are. So this is the page where I could set more or disable them if I don't want to send the subscription activity or audit logs or sign in logs, etc. I could also include a specific tag. Say if I have a tag and then log delivery, and then tag, I could tag specific things, and then start collecting that data. So all the resources which are tagged with a specific tag and value, I could pull them out and start collecting logs or supported metrics, etc. And also I have monitored resource, something that is very cool to know, what resources are monitored, what are applicable, what resources can be monitored, what cannot be monitored, what resources are sending data. So these are a really cool. Like you see, I have a bunch of things which are sending. I have a bunch of things which are not applicable because they are not supported as of now, or they are not generating anything that I specifically look for. So that is very important. And then I also have virtual machines. This is a cooler thing. Like if you have a bunch of virtual machines like Windows and Linux, what happens is you could simply click on the resource and then click on install extension, or you can simply click bunch of them and then click install extension. What happens is it installs Elastic Agent automatically, and then you would start seeing the logs and metrics directly into the machine. So let me show you from here to there in a minute. And then there is obviously the configuration stuff, like you could resize, monitor the deployment. Like I said, you could also set up a private traffic filter if you want, so that you only access from your corporate network and not everyone can take a look at the resources. So that is the thing. But all of this again is Elastic Cloud, used in Elastic Cloud, so there is nothing drastically different. So if I go and click on this logs, so let me show you a real live thing. So if I go and click on this logs, I see that it simply opens a Kibana page and directly puts me into the logs of that specific machine. It asks me the Azure account, and then I simply select it, and it logs me via the regular OAuth SAML or SSO flow. So if you have questions, feel free to write them in, and I will take the questions in a few minutes while I end the session, and then I'll talk more about it. So we are just still covering the logs and metrics part. I'm not still coming up to the traces part. I'll also have something to show for that as well. So you would collect all the system and OAuth. So let us go to the metrics. Like logs, it's bulky and it can get very tricky. I'll show you the infrastructure view as well. So as you could see, I have a VM that you would see, and then I have the metrics coming in here, and the log rate as well, like how many logs are coming per second or per minute in the last hour. I have that rate. And then I could also go and see logs from that machine, processes running, and the metadata, like the which availability zone, which region, which OS it is, what version of kernel it is running, etc. And then I could go and look at anomalies if I configure machine learning jobs, etc. If I also have an app running, like a Java app or something, I could go and click on the APM and then see traces. So let us not go into traces right now. We'll just start the machine, and then we will probably see it again. So now, as you could see, these are the details that are being collected just by installing this extension, and then I could see this metrics, traces, everything. Now you might ask me, this is great, but I also want to know what's happening in the Azure cloud, what resource groups are there. I want to get an observability or a view into Azure itself. I want to collect more information. So using the same methodology or agent, like how we were doing, you could also go and do that. Just go to the search and then cloud overview. If you type and there's a Azure cloud overview, while we collect all the subscription logs and etc. Like you could see, there are many information. So let me put it up for last 24 hours, and then you might see more information, 10 resources, because I have created, deleted, and did a lot of things. So that's why you see a lot of data. And then the subscription ID here, and all of this, like users, which user is accessing this information more, top colors, and what are the different resource types, and what is their share, which country I'm logging in, and if I want to block them, or which user email, etc. So all of this can be monitored. This is the subscription logs that we have ticked in. Of course, I'm not a big organization, so I'm a very small organization, so you might see less data, but you could also see more and more information about it as the time comes by, like as you have more and more data. So that is a interesting thing here with respect to logs. I also want to show one more thing with respect to logs metrics. We have covered a bit. You could also see that VM specific metrics, how you can do that. So let me go to the same page here, the observability metrics, and then I'll open that page and then open as a page. And you could see in this app that how that host is performing in a more detailed fashion, etc. And you could also go to its response respectful, the dashboard as well. You could also do that, and to see that information. So the regular dashboards are also there, and you could also the data is available as a dashboard, so that you could wrangle around with the data by creating your own custom visualizations. If not, you could also use these apps to do all of that, because these apps are really cool. And then you could literally, like, do all of that, like say do by availability zone. You could group it by multiple things, like cloud provider, because the meta information allows us to do all of this by a specific area. So if I say outbound traffic and 135, I could see how the traffic is growing on. And then I could also see what do you call memory usage. Excuse me. So as you could see how the memory usage is there, and you could also see anomaly detected. If there is an anomaly, there will be a line here that shows all of this, and you could also change the scheme of this particular, how it is visible, etc., etc., etc. So all of this is really cool. And then in a way that I really could quickly get a notion of how my Azure cloud is put up. Now this is not it. You could go as deeper as you could do. There are multiple metric sets that we have. So like for example, there's a billing metric set. You could go and see how the billing is happening. Unfortunately, I have some permission issue. This is not a full account. I have created a separate AD to do that. But you could also go and check billing related information, which is really cool when it comes to Azure again. So this data will get populated. Okay, sorry, this is a visualization. I'll open the dashboard so that you could see what billing means. So you would see the resource type, subscriptions, and everything from the billing point of view here. Like I'll try to show if there is an alternative one that you could take a look at. So you could find that information in the docs in the Azure billing. Just go and type Azure module, and then you will find all these metric sets. Like there are a bunch of metric sets that we have support, like say app insights, app state, billing, compute VM, scale set, container registry, etc., etc., etc. So that is one way. Similarly, you could also go and look at the FileBeat Azure module, which will give you the log related information. So it can collect AD logs, etc. So like FileBeat, I'm just doing Azure module. Let me open up here, and then probably I could type Azure. I know it might be really not in a moment you might not really understand everything, but if you go through this documentation, etc., you will be able to do. See, you could collect activity logs, which we are trying to do it. I have shown in the subscription activity logs, platform logs, sign-in logs, and then audit logs, which helps you to do all of this. And all that you need to do is like configure the event hub and do that. This, if you are using Beats, if what I am saying, if you try to do that, like using the install extension, you don't need to configure all of this. We do the heavy lifting and all. So it's quite easy for you to know about Azure as well. So that being said, I also mentioned traces, right? So here I have a specific app. Let me show that app to you. Let me share my screen. I guess I'm not able to share my screen. Let me put my screen window fully, like I have. Yeah, let me. Okay. Satish, could you please share my screen fully? Like again, add my screen. Yeah, great. So as you could see, I have the same AZ dev VM that you saw, and I have a Spring Boot app that is put up on this particular Azure VM. It is not so common nowadays to run applications in VMs. Everyone is trying to containerize it and put it on Kubernetes, but then you could very well do that if you want to, you could obviously do that. But I'm just showing an example here how you could run an app and start tracing. So I have this application here. It's in the GitHub also. I'll share that link. So this is a simple application. What it does is it has a Java service and a Python service, and I'm just starting the Java service here, and then I have connected the APM agent so that it can trace automatically. So let me show you the Spring Boot application. So I have single line Elastic APM attacher dot attach, and it will start tracing everything that is there in the application. I have the bunch of APIs, product related APIs, products, product IDs, etc. So it is available on an like running as a web server, and then I simply put it, and then could start doing all of that. And then you also have the APM properties, which contains the information to where the data is being pushed out, a specific location, the secret token for the traces to happen, and what package that I'm tracing and to collecting the traces, and what is the service name. And I have also some experimental instrumentation, so I'm just turning that down. So that being said, let me quickly show you the Gradle EW boot run. So if I run this, the application will kick start, and then it simply starts showing the traces there. So as you could see, it's already there. I'm not sure if, yeah, it should throw an error because the data in for this application, like the data store, is also run with an Elasticsearch instance. Application is backed by a database which is Elasticsearch, so that's why you might see that error, but now not so much. Let me come back. Oh, sorry, the page isn't visible. So Satish, could you please add my screen? Yeah, okay, sorry if you haven't seen. So what I'm trying to showcase here is you could make me full screen, Satish, like so that people can see. I just ran this application which is there. So I just have shown this particular the code that I have, wherein I have the Spring Boot agent, Elastic Java APM agent installed in the Spring Boot app, and then I have a product controller where I have a bunch of APIs that will be traced by this particular agent that we are installing. And then I also have the Elastic APM properties, which you have here, which contains this APM server link, so that the traces need to flow somewhere, right? So that's what. So I have started the app, as you could see here, and then I could go back now to the Azure console, and then see whether the traces are coming or not. So you could directly go to the APM part and see if the traces are coming. Like I said, the correlation is very important. You would go to the metrics again, start looking at the traces from that metric. See, for example, if you find out, hey, why the CPU is spiking up, what's happening with the app, and I click on APM, and then it will immediately take me to this APM app and show me what's happening in this host, and what is the service that is running, and what is the latency, what are the traces per minute. And if I want to have a greater or detailed understanding of what's happening much deeper, so I could also go and look at the Spring Boot service. It shows me the average latency, etc. So let me put this up a 24 hours window, so that if there is anything, so there is nothing much because it's a simple sample app. So that's why there's nothing. But then you have all the products that are running. Say if I want to kind of run a curl command, if I say curl localhost 8080, okay, 8080, and then it gives me the HTML that API is returning, and then curl in products product 123. So I have a product that is there, and 133. So I don't have a product 143. I have something that I have done. So if you see, I've invoked this particular API over curl that is running in my VM, and then now you could see the data that is happening here on this particular machine, and then you could also see the traces that are happening, and to retrieve that specific product. And you could also see the trace. Now, not just that, you could go and investigate what's happening in the tab. Go click on host logs, and it will start showing. If it is integrated, it will start showing what's happening in this particular machine and what sort of logs. I have not added the I have not probably added the specific logs. I am not using the specific log, but then like you would also see the logs here, and you could start correlating, create rules, etc. So that is what I think in crux that you could do with Azure, and like from the first to end. I still have a lot of time. I could also show you another workflow, like how could use metric beat, etc. But I just want to stop here and then like take some questions if you have, and then probably like show some resources in the end. So yeah, thanks Satish, you could remove the
Yes, it was excellent, Arvind. And Arvind, since because we have some time, can we wait for a few minutes for the audience to post any questions? So far, I haven't received any questions till now. So,
no problem, no problem. Yeah, definitely we can do that. I'm happy to wait.
yeah,
So if you could post onto the site, onto the like this live stream, YouTube live stream, please post these resources that I'm sharing. ela.st/slack. We have a Slack community where you could ask more questions, and we do meetups in coordination with the many affinity groups, including Azure Developer Community in India. So you could go into the community.elastic.co. On top of it, like like I said, I am always available for you to DM me and ask questions. I have several folks who have who have seen the last year's Azure session and asking me questions about it still. So I'm really glad. And then this session probably would also help you to do all of that. So please share, Satish, these questions, and then like it would be great. These resources
definitely,
that I put.
definitely. So glad to hear that. And let's wait for a minute, Arvind.
Sure, definitely.
I was just giving all your handles to the comments. You're on mute, Arvind.
Thank you so much. I just usual
Mhm.
habit nowadays to kind of mute commonly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Arvind, I have one question posted by Shiva. And is it possible to trace app services, function app logs in Elastic?
Yeah, definitely you could do that. So if you if it is serverless, then the approach is different. You probably can't do it right away, because serverless follow a different thing. Even tracing probably really not help because it doesn't have a runtime information. So that is not something that I would recommend you to do. But in general, if you have a simple app service deployment, and then you want to collect some metrics, apps, and like some information, if it has APIs and all, you could obviously do that. I have a app service related information that you could do. What you could go is like, you could go to the app service, and then you could go to the diagnostic settings in the left side, and then you can add a diagnostic setting, and put all the, so diagnostic settings contains, maybe we won't see all of this, or we won't go through all of this in the Azure console, but Azure console is like so extensive, and it has a lot of settings and knobs that you could play with. So you could go to the diagnostic settings, and then like check all the logs and metrics and everything, and then you could stream it to the native service that I showed here. Alternatively, you could obviously use the agent. If the agent supports that specific area, you could also use that. By default, I have shown a Spring Boot app, Spring Boot reactive app, but you could also use any other language as well, like Golang, Python, everything. That's also supported.
Perfect, perfect, Arvind. I think that's all the questions which we have so far, and I have given all your handles to the audience, and definitely they will be reaching out to you, Arvind, for further information.
Thank you, Satish, Ilyas, and everyone in the organization team for Azure Developer Conference. It's been really great. Looking forward that I see you in person next year.
Yes, Arvind. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot being part of this conference. Bye
Thank you so
bye.
much.
Hi, Pete.
Hey Satish, good afternoon for you and good morning
Hi.
for most of us here in Europe. How are you?
Yes, Peter. I'm doing good. Thanks. How are you?
Yeah, doing fine. Always ready
How?
to present, so it's my joy
Uh,
moment.
yes, Pete. By looking at the profile, I see that you are more interested in teaching the people. So, how's Belgium today?
As usual, pretty cloudy and rainy, and it's getting pretty
Okay.
cold as well. So it's like 10 degrees, so
Oh
not
my
that
God.
nice anymore, I would say. But it is what it is, right?
Yes. So, hi everyone. We have Pete here for the next 60 minutes to discuss about demystifying Azure service principles and managed identities. Let me give a quick intro about Peter. So, Peter has 20 years of professional expertise in Microsoft infrastructure segment with a main focus on Microsoft cloud technologies. Out of his community passion, he got rewarded as a Microsoft MVP for last 6 years. First time on the Windows IT Pro and for the next 5 years on the Azure. After running a successful business on Microsoft consulting, architecting, and training, he currently holds a role as my Azure technical trainer, EMEA region, like at Microsoft. Peter is a sought after speaker at international conferences. He authored many books and courseware creators. And so I was so impressed about one of the tagline on his profile, like give me an audience, I'll give them Azure knowledge and expertise in return. So it was very impressive, Peter.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's really
just
what I love
please.
doing. So
Yes, so we are so glad to have you here in our conference, and thanks again for accepting our invitation. And the stage is all yours.
cool. Well, I would say thank you for having me, first of all. Yeah, I remember last year was pretty fun. So whenever I saw that invite coming, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll definitely gonna do that again. So if all works fine, my
Yep.
screen should be up.
Yes.
Cool, that's good. And getting
Okay.
this little pop-up out of the way, and I think with that we could officially start. So I would say once more to the audience, um, good afternoon. I guess most of you are joining from the India time zone, but based on social media traffic last couple of days, which by itself was already pretty impressive, I think you got a pretty global audience. So I would say good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever in the world you're connecting. Thank you for being here. And as you heard from Satish, I do enjoy spreading my knowledge on Azure in a lot of different ways. Initially started as an MVP, as you could hear, um, but in meantime, as an Azure technical trainer within Microsoft, a bit more than 2 years already. And besides that, as you can see, I'm still pretty connected to the community, because even for myself, I would say, although I've been around in the industry quite long, 25 years to be complete, most of my experience, my knowledge was actually coming from attending conferences, attending events, not really virtual like 25 years ago. It was still mainly in person at that time. But nevertheless, I learned a lot from the community, and the only thing I could do is obviously giving something back. So I think, like any other conference, and you've probably heard this because it's the second day already, but any conference, virtual, in person, doesn't really matter how you organize it, it's not possible without sponsors. So what I would say is, first takeaway, try to recognize them, reach out to them on social media, and just thank them for organizing this, or at least helping to organize this, right? Because again, without them, it would not be possible. Now, I only have an hour to talk about one of my passionate domains, and at the same time, one of the I would say more challenging domains in the whole Azure world, which by itself could already be pretty challenging, but it's covering like demystifying service principal, managed identities, and I had to limit myself to only those 4 or 5 words because I couldn't provide a super long title. But in total, it should be demystifying Azure Identity for users and groups, service principals, managed identities, enterprise apps, and app registrations. Now, why is that a super long title? Because in the end, it's all coming back to the same. Whenever you're going to touch the platform, you deploy something on Azure, you're going to run something on Azure, you want an admin like myself connecting to Azure, you need to authenticate. So authentication is really the core of the session, I would say. And slightly zooming in, starting from users, moving over to the application part of the platform. And that's where I would say mainly the confusion is coming in with a lot of different terminologies that's slightly doing the same, but not exactly. You can see that I do have some demos prepared, although it's listed as number 4. I'm going to try to keep it a bit digestible and not waiting till the last 30 minutes of the session to go through demos, but already mixing them in. And as you can see, the weather is also blocking my voice a little bit, but nothing to worry about. Now, what's important in the topic, I would say, is like, where can I use this? And that's where, again, the main confusion is coming in. So I'm just going to like tease you a little bit, like what I'm going to cover in the next 45, 50 minutes. Oh, by the way, I didn't have a placeholder for Q&A, but if you do have a question, you don't have to wait till the end. I do have about 10 minutes blocked for Q&A all the way at the end. But if you do have questions already during the session, like, oh, I don't really get this demo, or can you repeat something? Or I don't know, there's just a question coming up. Just send it to Satish and he's totally fine in interrupting. I'm typically used to getting questions from my students every single week, so nothing wrong with that. So what's a recognizable scenario? The first one already mentioned, you're gonna authenticate to Azure and you want to deploy something. Think of Terraform deployments, think of Azure template deployments, bicep deployments, if anyone's already looking into that. If not, I would definitely encourage you to do so. Or maybe running some pipeline engine where you need to authenticate. Typical deployments, if you drive your deployments yourself, you're going to run them in your own name. Maybe developers are also touching the platform and they need specific permissions, but maybe you don't want to give them all the permissions that you might give to an admin. Or worst case, you're going to share credentials, and that's totally out of the question, right? Or out of DevOps, where first of all, you're going to run some pipelines where, again, you need to authenticate against the platform, but you also need some instruments to maybe avoid sharing credentials out of your source code. So storing confidential information, credentials like connection strings, secrets, basically anything that you have in a web config file, which by itself, again, would not be that okay. Or touching in other scenarios like working with containers, deploying Kubernetes, where again, authentication is quite important, and basically any other third-party tool where you want to build up some integration with Azure. So that's mainly what I'm going to talk about. Now, you already heard quite a lot about myself. I don't think there's anything else that Satish didn't mention yet about myself. He mentioned I was an MVP, totally cool, that I'm working for Microsoft, pretty obvious in the meantime. And he talked about some of the books. I would say just post something on Twitter. I like interaction. So post something on Twitter, and because it's a 3-day conference, I guess I'm going to give away 3 ebooks for anyone who's interacting. So not just about my session, obviously, but just a little giveaway for myself to the Azure community in India. 3 books, and anyone can choose which book from the 7 or 8 ones that I published over the years. So that's a little giveaway already. If you want to stay in touch, again, feel free to do so. It's PDTIT on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, basically all over the place, or 007FFFlearning.com if you want to follow along my tech blog. So back to the session. So the first part is a little recap on Azure Identity, like what does it mean to authenticate in the platform and what's the service behind it. Now, Azure AD by itself, I'm pretty sure that a lot of you already heard about Azure AD. Hopefully you're using it every single day to authenticate to the Azure platform, to Office 365. Maybe even your Outlook account could somehow be seen as a Azure AD account, right? So by itself, Azure AD is what we describe as a trusted identity object store. Most important here is trusted. That's getting covered in another session. One of my good friends actually saw it this morning in the schedule that Tiago is the next session where he's going to talk about governance. So pretty sure that he's going to focus a lot more on the trusted part of it, where I'm obviously talking about the identity object. Now, what is an identity object in Azure AD? It can be a user like Peter at Microsoft.com, or a group, Azure admins at company.com, or network admins, or compute admins, or developers, or basically any functional user group you could think of. But it could also be applications, where for now we describe them as enterprise apps. Three different identity objects where you can mix and match the use case a little bit. Now, whenever you're going to use an identity object, obviously it's all coming back to permissions. What's important about permissions? You're going to rely on the built-in Azure AD-based role-based access control, or RBAC. What is it? Sorry, what does it mean is, and I'll show you in an upcoming demo, but what it means is, instead of just trusting anyone that's connecting to your Azure environment, like your DevOps team, your developers, your operations teams, you basically don't going to trust them. And you might have heard like a terminology, zero trust. And what it means is that literally you cannot trust anyone. It's not like, oh, I'm going to trust Peter, my admin, to not deploy anything in Azure just because we tell him to not deploy it. It doesn't work like that anymore, right? So that's where we're going to rely on the tooling, the technology, role-based access. And again, think back that it's reflecting all different identity objects. You can use RBAC against a user, you can use RBAC against a group, and later on, I'll show you how to do that for applications as well. Once you have RBAC in place, you're going to allocate it to the actual technical backend resource, which by itself could be any resource in the platform, a virtual machine, a network interface card, an application service, functions, monitoring tool. You think of it and you could allocate it to that specific resource. Like Peter, you can manage virtual machines, but you cannot touch the network layer because we do have a network team to do that, for example. Or you could link it to a resource group, a management group, a whole subscription, and if you want, the whole tenant, but that would be like a super user, not really recommending. Next to that, you have about 70 predefined roles, but nothing blocks you to come up with custom role definitions. And I would say the limitations are actually unlimited. So you could probably come up with maybe more than like 10,000 different combinations. So that's a little bit on setting the scene out of like a admin slash developer perspective. I'm connecting to the platform. I'm going to authenticate myself and I'm going to do something, right? So let me switch to my portal. Where's my portal? Over there. There we go. So I'm in my Azure AD environment. If you have no idea where to find it in the portal, you can use this little search up here and search for Azure Active Directory, and it's typically one of the first ones coming up. So that's always nice. So from there, you can manage your users. Interesting here is that you can have users from your on-prem environment using AD Connect as a synchronization tool and migrating them into your cloud-based environment. So your existing admins who are managing your traditional data center today and slightly preparing themselves to move to the Azure world, you can actually reuse those user accounts. So from here, you can see that some users are directory synced and some other users, like my user Jack Problem, it's always a little bit annoying when that admin is doing something because he's typically messing up quite a lot. And he's not synchronized, which means he couldn't really touch my on-prem environment. He's just an Azure traditional Azure cloud admin account. From there, I could go one step back and.
Hi, Peter.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. I got a question. So can
Okay.
I?
Yeah, sure.
Great. Does trusted implies to CIA or confidentiality, integrity, and availability? If yes, can you please explain the correlation? It's a question from Prasoon.
And that correlation between, there were a couple of different scenarios there. So he pointed at 2 or 3 different topics. So maybe clarifying that a little bit.
Okay, even we can take this up at the end of the session.
Mm-hmm.
Will it? Okay.
Yeah, totally fine.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no
Yeah.
worries. Cool. So I showed you a couple of my users, and from there you got your groups, and same scenario. A couple of them are synchronized from my on-prem environment, and a lot of other ones are typically from my cloud-only environment. I imagine that we want to manage our Azure environment as a developer, as an admin, network admin, doesn't really matter. You probably have your resource group, and from there, I'm going to create my resources, right? Now, I'm the full admin in my subscription, which means that I can basically create anything. And from here, I could select web apps, servers. I mean, you probably already seen this for the ones who never did anything with Azure, and specifically on governance. Again, I would say, not going to spoil Tiago's session, but I can imagine that out of governance, he's going to zoom in on this a lot more. Now, why is this important? Because in the end, you're going to allocate permissions using access control. Now, keep that in mind because later on, you're going to see that back, but from an application perspective. So basically, Azure AD, we create a user object to manage the platform. We create a group object to manage the platform for multiple users. And from there, we're going to allocate who can do what in the platform. That's basically Azure Identity. My session is not about Azure Identity, but if you don't have that baseline concept, then everything else is obviously the more confusing part. So let's move on and talk a little bit about this service principal concept. Our official statement, like what is a service principal? It's totally the same thing that I talked about before, but not from an admin user perspective anymore. It refers to an application where we're going to use tokens, and the token, like an authentication key, can be used to authenticate and grant access to Azure resources. Basically, what I showed you from a user perspective, an app perspective, a service perspective, or any automation tool. So, whatever you could think of, and again, remember some of the scenarios I talked about, what you can do is now moving it into an application instead of relying on the Peter admin account. Like we're bypassing the human factor a little bit, I would say. And again, it's because we cannot always trust those human beings anymore. Or sometimes we're just granting like too high privileged permissions, and you don't really need to do that anymore. So in short, a service principal, it's just like any other identity object, but it's not reflecting a user or a group. And it's typically useful to replace the creation what I describe as fake service accounts. Now, what is a fake service account, right? If you think back about your traditional on-prem environment where maybe you deployed a SQL server, you had to create a SQL service account that allowed you to run that SQL software on that virtual machine. And the same for Oracle, the same for SharePoint, the same for Exchange Server, and the same for example, the backup software. So you would typically create like a backup admin account, linking that to the backup software services. And it meant that whenever that application was starting up, was running, taking the backup or running the backup, that you would provide specific privileges to that backup service account. So the concept is still the same. It's been around for about 25 years, maybe longer. And now we're slightly moving it into our cloud scenario. Already talked about RBAC. So the good news is that service principal permissions can be locked down using RBAC as well. Next to that, what is the use case for a service principal? Maybe even more important, right? Think of Terraform deployments. It's one of the demos I'll show you in a second. Azure DevOps, or again, any other pipeline automation tool. And if you want, basically any other third-party application where you need to authenticate. That's what a service principal is about. Now I'll walk you through again a couple of demos. First of all, showing you like what it takes to create a service principal using the portal, but also using command line just to show you how easy it can be and how convenient, but also how you could automate it a little bit. And from there, just throwing in a couple of third-party scenarios, pretty popular in an Azure environment where that service principal is coming back. So we go back in our Azure environment. Got to make sure I'm in the correct one. There we go. So I go to Azure AD, and I'm not creating a user. So I'm not up here. I'm not up here. But I can't really find service principal. So, am I in the wrong console? Not at all. It's just because we give it a different name. So what we need to do here is moving to an app registration. And we're going to create a new one where this could be the AZ. Oh, my keyboard switched. We can fix that. So let's do Azure Conference India service principal, where now I can already define where can this service account be used. By default, it's probably within your own tenant, like multiple subscriptions, but all going back to the same Azure tenant. There might be a use case where you want to reuse this service principal, user/service alike account across different tenants. Maybe like an e-commerce environment or any application where you need to authenticate against different environments, you would go for that second option. Or you could integrate with your Azure AD tenant and integrating with the traditional personal or /Microsoft accounts for like Xbox, Hotmail, Outlook-like scenarios. And again, that's where it's pointing a bit more to the application development. That's basically it. So from there, out of that descriptive name and basically confirming, you get some information back. It's almost like we created a Peter admin account, but again, this time we're creating this Azure Conference India service principal. Now what we get back is some human-friendly display name for this object, but technically Azure and everything that we're going to do with Azure is using that application or client ID. There's a technical object ID, like a unique GUID for that user /service principal object, and the tenant where we can use it. That's basically it. I could do the same from Cloud Shell or Azure PowerShell from your local machine if you want, or even from the Cloud Shell, why not? Let's see what it's gonna do. So the command we would use here is AZ to interact with Azure, pretty obvious. AD to interact with Azure AD. And from here it's SP service principal create for RBAC. So that already amplifies the fact that we're gonna define some roles, right? Next to that, we could add some useful name. So let's do command name azconf India 2. I think that's about it. So what happens here is actually pretty tricky, and it's not that tricky, but in real life, this could actually be pretty tricky. Because what happens here is that in the back, it's doing the exact same thing as what happened before in the portal, and it's providing me my friendly name, Azure Conference India 2. That's the use case for my service principal. And next to that, it's providing all the details together with some interesting password. On top of that, it's going to tell me like, oh, wait a minute. In the future, this command will not create a contributor role anymore, which means that right now it's using contributor permissions. And I know this is all getting recorded and such. So what I'm going to do is refreshing where my India SP and so on is there. Cool. And hopefully nobody's going to use this anymore. Right now, we do have this service principal. Now, the next step is where can we use this, right? So imagine I have my application where I need to interact with Azure. I want to read out information. I want to run a pipeline or anything like that. So let's say I want to build my application that reads out information from Azure, or why not taking it one step further, reading out information from Microsoft Graph. So I have a little app here. It's a little Blazor app. And what it allows me to do is reading out, allowing user to authenticate, and from there reading out email and reading out the user profile. Now what we're going to do is allowing the user or forcing the user to authenticate, but reading out that information from Azure or from Azure AD is handed over to the application itself. So we're providing consent to the application where we're going to run some kind of like user impersonation that the app itself, which now runs on my local machine here in Visual Studio, but this could be a web app, this could be a Linux machine with Apache, this could be, why not a function call, why not? Or basically running all over the place. And what we're going to do is providing permissions to the app to interact with the Azure backend. So what we need to do is providing some information to our application where I created my service principal. And the only thing I need to do here is literally copy pasting the tenant ID, the client secret, and my app is going to work. And to speed it up a little bit and hopefully avoiding authentication, let's see what happens. Come on. Come on, app, you can do this. There we go. So I'm authenticated. No rocket science there. It's because I'm already authenticated in the same browser session, and I'm authenticated as my user Peter. From there, I'm going to read out some information, and that's not working. Interesting. Is it browser related? Let's give it another try. And this account. Maybe it didn't like my cached credentials. I have no idea. And just like that, it works again, right? So what happens here is I'm authenticated. So I'm identifying myself to the app. And from there, I'm allowing my app to connect to my Exchange online in this case. Or I could pull up some information like the profile picture, maybe reading out your manager and basically any other information from Azure AD. So how does this work? From within your Azure session that I have here, I go into my app registration and I can define additional API permissions. So what I did here is allocating an interaction with Microsoft Graph, telling that again, my application, my Blazor app, not the Peter account logging on, but literally the app, is now granted permissions up here to read out information from my tenant. And I allocated mail information just to show you a basic example, user profile information, but you can interact with so many other things. So the most popular one I would say is probably Microsoft Graph, but from here you can interact with a lot of other scenarios. So Azure DevOps, why not, is another example. How can you use your credentials over here? So this is my Azure DevOps environment. You create an Azure DevOps project, and within you're going to run pipelines. That's the whole idea about using DevOps in the first place. Now, whenever you're going to run a pipeline, like literally deploying something in some Azure subscription, it needs permissions to do that. So what we need to allocate is a service principal, right? And just going to quickly show you how that works. So this is a pipeline. It would deploy like some Azure artifacts, DevOps artifacts, like a web application, publishing it to an Azure web app. If I run this pipeline, although I'm authenticated as Peter in the DevOps environment, the deployment itself, creating that app service and publishing the web app, is not running in the Peter mode. So that's where we're going to create and rely on an Azure subscription. I already have one, obviously, just because I'm already using my environment. But what we need to do here is going into our project settings, service connections, and creating a new one. Out of out of Azure DevOps, you can target basically any platform that you want to target. Where now we're using Azure Resource Manager, and it's going to ask me for service principal. So that's how those two worlds are nicely integrating. Where now we have two different options, service principal automatic and service principal manual. Service principal automatic is, I would say, the easiest way, but it's also the most tricky way. Why? Because in order to use that automatic option, it means that now my Peter DevOps admin account needs to have the correct permissions in Azure AD to actually create a service principal. In my demo environment here, I showed you I already created two service principals. I could easily go next, finish, and done, where in the back, it's the Peter admin account talking to Azure AD, creating a service principal, and getting some feedback. But that's never happening in a real life scenario. You're never going to give your IT admins, you're never going to give your developers, your DevOps team overall, permissions to just create service principals whenever they want, right? So that's where we need to go back to the manual option. And out of that manual option, guess what? We need to provide details. Subscription ID, the subscription name, service principal ID, and a service principal key. The exact same 4 parameters that we already saw in the service principal creation out of the portal or out of Cloud Shell. So those 4 pieces of information are coming back. Third party, because now you go like, okay, I get it. It's Azure. You used Azure Cloud Shell. That's Azure based. You used the Azure portal. That's Azure based. You used Azure DevOps. That's partly Azure based. But how does this work if it's a non-Azure world, right? So there's another tool, no marketing at all, though it's actually a pretty cool scenario. You might have heard about Puppet. They've been around for years, and they're pretty good and pretty popular in configuration management. Now, out of the fact that a lot of environments are slightly shifting away from virtual machines, it means that they're also losing ground a little bit in virtual machine configuration management. So what I did is moving to like a multi-cloud platform management tool, allowing you to run some cloud automation tasks. The first thing we need to do here is connecting to our cloud backend. So again, they're multi-platform ready. And if I want to target my Azure environment, I need to create a connection. And you could already figure this out. You need to provide subscription ID, the client ID, the tenant ID, and the secret. So it's always based on those 4 scenarios or the 4 parameters. I could show you so many other third-party tools, but I hope at least that you get the idea from here. Oh, I forgot one last one. Terraform deployments, you're going to use the exact same thing. In your Terraform environment, you have your Terraform deploy. This would be just creating a resource group. And if I want to make sure that the deployment is running in a service principal mode instead of the Peter admin account mode, I could provide my credentials to Terraform. If you want to share them across multiple deployments, instead of hard coding them in your Terraform deploy file, you could store them in a Terraform variable file. And the same with other third-party tools. All good. Quick check on time. I think we're doing good. Cool. That's service principles. So we're going to create some Azure AD object. It's a trusted object, and we get some feedback. The challenge with service principles, although from a security perspective, it is actually super powerful, but there's also some challenges. First of all, someone needs to create the service principal object, which means you need to have one and preferably multiple admins in your environment where you're going to grant them permissions to create service principals. Next to that, as I showed you, the client ID, the secret, is getting exposed to the creator of the service principal. That's step 1. On top of that, and that's where it becomes even more challenging, the client ID, the secret, is also getting exposed to the consumer of the service principal. Because if I'm the admin, I'm going to create my service principal. I could share those credentials in an email, maybe storing them in my Visual Studio, maybe storing them in my Visual Studio Code, Terraform files and whatnot. And it means that anyone having access to the source code can basically read out that information. And it's not because I would create a Terraform service principal that it's only going to be used by Terraform, right? Because there's no intelligence or no correlation between the fact that I call it a Terraform service principal or an Azure DevOps principal or whatever principle you could think of. Once you have the service principal information, you can use it all over the place and somehow maybe also misusing it a little bit. And another challenge, but that's been updated in the meantime, is that the object validity by design was 1 or 2 years. But in the meantime, you can lock it down to 6 months or some custom time frame as well. To maybe locking down the use case where you could use it for like a dev and test environment for like 3 months, and after 3 months, the service principal will be revoked. Now, there wouldn't be a challenge without a solution to that challenge, right? And that's where managed identities are coming in. So what is a managed identity? It's 100% what I told you. It's everything from service principals and linked to Azure resources. So instead of linking it to a user account, to an admin, to a DevOps, to a human being or a software, an application, whatever, you're going to link it to an Azure resource. Now, what is an Azure resource? A virtual machine connecting to a storage account. That's one demo I'll show you. It could be a web application connecting to Azure Key Vault, where we're going to store all those secrets. It could be an Azure function running connecting to a Cosmos database, and so many other scenarios where now we trust our Azure resource to connect to another Azure resource. And in between, they need to establish some trusted connection. And that's what we achieve by using a managed identity. A little bit more on the demystifying part, it's sometimes also described as a managed service identity or an MSI in some older documentation. Now, what's the good news with managed identity? It's 100% automatically created, managed for you, totally transparent, totally invisible, which means we're not going to expose any secrets anymore. What's the step? I'll show you in a demo. You select an Azure resource, you deploy, let's say, my virtual machine, and you're going to turn it into a managed identity. The managed identity itself exists in 2 different flavors. There's a system assigned, basically meaning a one-on-one relationship. You create a managed identity, and in the back, once you enable the identity setting, it's creating a managed identity / service principal object linked to that one single Azure resource. The user assigned, and the confusing part here is the user assigned because there's no user at all in place, but it's a one managed identity, one / service principal connecting to multiple Azure resources. Imagine the use case where you have a web app connecting to, or a virtual machine, what I'll show you later on, a virtual machine connecting to Azure storage. That would be a system assigned one. But if you have 20 VMs, like a farm of file servers, maybe farm of web servers, and all 20 of them need to connect to the same Azure storage account backend, it could be beneficial to maybe create one user assigned managed identity that you're going to link to all those 20 virtual machines. Or sometimes even looking at it from a even more broader perspective, if you have a managed identity where the role-based access for that managed identity means connect to Azure storage and read information, where now you can share that user assigned managed identity, linking it to your 20 virtual machines and your 50, 200, whatever number, not important, Azure functions, Azure web apps, because the only thing it needs is having some trusted identity integration, allowing that individual Azure resource, the 20 VMs, the 50 web apps, the 200 functions, to connect to storage and read information. That's what we do with managed identity. Some details, all interesting for you to maybe go back to the recorded session and checking all the details. Obviously, it's just a quick table that I copied from our official Azure Docs. That's going to show you some of the core differences. But in short, it allows you to connect from one Azure resource to any other Azure target resource. And that's what I'm going to show you. So I do have a virtual machine that's connecting, or that I at least want to have connecting to a storage account. So what's the process? That's because I signed out. And now my browser is getting confused. I love cached credentials. But this should fix it. There we go. So I have my virtual machine. From within my virtual machine, I called it a storage virtual machine. I want to turn this into a managed identity to connect to an Azure storage account, but again, this could connect to any other Azure service. From the VM, reading out Key Vault, from the VM, connecting to a function, from a function, connecting to Event Grid, from Event Grid, connecting to Cosmos database, and again, so many other interactions between Azure services. Where now you're not going to rely on sharing secrets anymore. You're not manually creating service principals anymore, but you literally going to trust one Azure resource, turn it into a managed identity, and from there allocating permissions. So what you need to do is creating that managed identity. So you go into your storage virtual machine, you go into identity. You could obviously automate this with PowerShell, CLI, and here you're going to enable it. So if it's a one-on-one, one storage VM connecting to a storage account, but it's one single VM, you can use that system assigned 4 clicks, and that's all it takes. If you want to use the user assigned, having that managed identity trusted Azure AD object, linking it to multiple, you would go for the user assigned. From here, what happened? It's creating this unique object ID. In the back, it's creating a service principal, but we don't know, we don't see, and more important, we don't have those credentials anymore. Next to that, you go into your target, where in my target, it's a storage account. And let me first maybe upload some data. There's no point in using a storage account if you don't have any data in it, right? And that's an older one, so let's make sure we have the latest data. And override just to be sure. There we go. So now I want to make sure that my virtual machine can connect to my storage account. So what we're going to do here is go into access control. Remember, one of my first demos, we have a user and we're going to allocate permissions. And from there, we're going to dive into roles. So I told you we got about 70 different roles. And by using customization, you could come up with maybe tens of thousands of different scenarios. From here, I can use my pre-configured roles like a storage blob, contributor, an owner, or a reader. It's the exact same user concept from before, where now I'm trusting my virtual machine to connect to my storage and to read information, which means that the read permission would be good enough. And that should be about it. So we allocate the identity, managed identity, step 1 for the source Azure resource. Next to that, we define role-based access to the target object. The last step, and that's where I'm going to connect to my virtual machine. And showing you what it looks like from within the virtual machine itself. Now I'm going to do this pretty manual, but obviously in real life, you would create like some PowerShell script to do that. And first, let me SSH to my VM. Let's grab this. So now I'm just authenticating with a local admin to my virtual machine. And from there, we're going to connect to a managed identity metadata, like a Azure management URL. So it's 169.254, 169.254. That's an only internal reachable IP address, where we're going to use Azure AD identity, OAuth, and connecting to the storage. That's what we're doing. And this is generating a token. Now, the only thing I need next is connecting with that token to my target environment. And it might be that the token expired, but yeah, it's still working. Way cool. That's it. From within my VM that's running as an Azure resource, connecting to my blob information. Integrating the managed identity, turning my virtual machine into an identity object, and from there, passing on permissions, integrating role-based access, authenticating, that's what I just did here in the PowerShell window, and from there, connecting to that file. That's basically it. So with that, we're perfectly on time for some Q&A. So a little recap for now. Service principal managed identities are the one and only way, I would say, to integrate application optimization and connecting with Azure resources and making sure that security is key. Use your service principles for applications. Think of Terraform, think of DevOps, think of any other pipeline scenario, or why not creating your own custom applications and extending with that Microsoft Graph integration. Use managed identities, the second part, for interconnectivity between Azure resources, from a virtual machine to a storage account, from a function to a Cosmos DB, from a function web app to event grid, and again, so many other scenarios where you have that one-on-one system assigned to one-on-one, one resource, multiple targets, user assigned, a little bit demystifying again, one managed identity that can be shared across multiple Azure resources. So with that, I'm almost done. So I started with Azure Identity. There's some construction going on, apparently, in my neighborhood. So sorry for some background noise. Next to that, we talked about service principles, managed identities, and super excited, quite a lot of demos, and for now at least, all of them worked. I started with thanking some partners at the beginning. I'm going to close with thanking some other partners here all the way at the end. Again, reach out on social media, thank them for co-sponsoring the community conference. And none of this would be possible without obviously the support of the community themselves. So quite a lot of them all joined forces to organize this 3-day conference where I was super excited to be here. I enjoyed presenting, and I'm going to open my promised 10-15 minutes for any Q&A.
Hi, Peter. It was an excellent session, Peter, and I
Thank
was
you.
so glad that the demo worked without any problem on the first time itself.
That's why we do it, right? Demos,
Yeah.
they need to work. They need to work.
Usually it will work for the till the day before it will work, and on the during the session many times I face the same problem. So it's good. Thanks a lot, Peter. And so as we discussed, we have only one question. So trusted implies to CIA, that is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. If yes, can you please explain correlation? So what I'll do is let me bring that, bring that on the screen. Hope so. It's been asked by Prasoon.
Let me
If in case I'm not, yeah.
stop my screen share. There we go. Okay. Trusted implies. Okay, I guess it, because it was all the way at the beginning. It came from that one slide where I had like Azure AD is the trusted identity database. So yeah, I would say, and I hope in meantime that it is actually partly answering that question. So that the confidentiality is probably there because you can create different Azure accounts, user accounts, group accounts, and application objects, and use them for like storing, keeping that confidentiality out of your application. If you want, like if you think back about my little Blazor app in Visual Studio, you could use that. Like I'm going to create a service principal connecting to Azure, connecting to the Microsoft Graph and reading out information. That's what I showed you. Where now you could create multiple service principals and giving them different permissions, where in one part of the app, it's going to use service principal 1 to read out email from that user. And in a second scenario in that same application, you could create a second service principal that's having more or less limited permissions. So that would be a good mapping, I guess. Then the availability part, yeah, Azure AD is a global service. and it's replicating across regions. So there is compliance obviously in place that if you want your or you don't want your Azure AD information to synchronize all over the world to cover high availability, it's still going to replicate across different Azure AD services within your geography. So we said your Azure AD users from, in my case, Europe, would never replicate outside of the European geography. So I would say for the person, Prasoon, who asked the question, you might look into Azure Trust Center or Microsoft Trust Center. It's a public website that provides a lot of detailed information on specifically those three scenarios you were asking for. Cool question. I think you're muted. I don't hear you.
I'm extremely sorry.
That's
It
like
happens
the
frequently.
phrase of the last 18 months, right? You're muted.
Yes. So I have the hope that answers your question, Prism. And the next one I have is from Ajmal. It's on the screen.
So you have thousands of key vault secrets per microservice. During startup of each service, I want to cache all secrets using managed identity. What are the limits? Honestly, I have no idea, at least not by heart. So I would say send me an email, petender@microsoft.com, and more than happy to look into the formal details for you. Or why not post a question on Twitter, PDTIT, that's my handle. And from there, more than happy to answer publicly so everybody knows about it. It's hard to remember limits and maximum numbers of connections and such. So,
Yes, Peter.
but I'm
I
pretty sure
absolutely
that
agree.
we do have it documented somewhere. So I just need a little bit of time to check on that.
Yep. And we'll move on to the next question. It's from Neet Pillai. We had a situation where a user who had been deactivated or removed from the Azure Resource Access, when they were activated again, used email addresses for this. I think it is partially typed. The question is not complete, or?
Looks like not.
Yeah.
So user got deactivated, removed, and then activated again.
They could not be activated, it seems like.
Okay. Yeah, depending a bit on when the activation happened again, but I could imagine there's some like a soft delete option where the deactivation it's obviously happening immediately, and that's gonna hang around for I think 60 days before you can activate that again.
Okay. And Peter, can you spell the mail ID again? Or could you please
Tender.
type it on the private chat so that I can take it up
yeah,
from
sure.
there?
petender@microsoft.com or PDTIT on Twitter.
Yes.
That's a bit shorter.
I gave the Twitter handle, but Prashun specifically wants your mail ID.
Okay. No, totally fine.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we are good with the questions, and thanks a lot,
Nice.
Peter. It was a great session.
Thank you.
And many enjoyed, and I could see a lot of good comments on the comment section itself, not even on the feedback URL.
Nice. That's why we do it for.
Yeah. Great, Peter. So thank you.
Thank you as well. And I would say to the audience, enjoy the rest of the today and tomorrow. There's another day coming up. So hopefully see you all again next year. Maybe in person. I want to fly to India again.
Definitely, we are happy to host you.
We'll see how it goes, right? If not, I'll definitely be here again next year in whatever modality, virtual or in person. I'm not going to say no to any questions to present again. So thanks for that, and enjoy the rest of your days and weekends. See you all soon, and take care of yourself.
Thanks, Pete. Cheers.
Hello. Yes. I think your audio. Can you just put the microphone down? Yeah. There you go. Better.
Yes, it happens.
No worries, no worries. I was like trying to demure the sound. I was like, wow, what's wrong with my sound? No worries, no worries.
Yes, Diego. So happy to be here. And hi, everyone. Tiago will be discussing about the Azure governance and how the lack of governance is disturbing us. And he is a senior cloud architect and advisor and a Microsoft certified trainer. And he delivers training in Microsoft Azure fundamentals, administration, developer, security, DevOps, and solution architect. So hope the rest of the 60 minutes it's going to be loads of fun. And Tiago, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it's a big pleasure to be here today and be able to speak again to my friends all over the world, and with a very special place in my heart to all my Indian friends. So I would just like to talk about, yes, why I find that the lack of Azure governance, it is super disturbing. Because, well, if you don't have something like this today in your Azure infrastructure, sorry for being this straight and honest, you're doing it wrong. Okay, so you basically just need to start working with this. So basically, first of all, I would just like to thank all the sponsors that help us build this kind of event, because we all know without the sponsors, basically the organization couldn't put in place free events like this one so that everyone can attend for free. So like they were doing my presentation, my name is Tiago. I work as a cloud architect and advisor. So I help companies moving to the cloud. I help them creating cloud native workloads with a very big special place now on the governance part. But before I even do my presentation, I just want to leave something here. If coffee in the morning, okay, and for me it's just not that morning anymore. It's already 9:30 where I am. But if coffee in the morning doesn't wake you up, so if this one here just doesn't work for you, well, try to do this. Try to delete a production resource group, because if this one here doesn't wake you up, I honestly don't have anything more for you, because I honestly don't know what can wake you up. And this is something that after this session, you'll not be able, okay, to do, because, well, things will be configured in a way that, yeah, you should not be able to delete stuff that is in production. So what we have here, Tiago, cloud architect, trainer, author, speaker. I'm a Microsoft MVP, MCT. I'm also a regional lead, and you have all my contacts in here. So you have my Twitter handle, Tiago Costa PT. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, please do. I usually share tons of stuff around Azure and around Azure certifications. That's the only two topics that I tweet about. And then sometimes from time to time you can see me traveling around the world, so I usually just also post and about that, but that's a little bit more rare, especially nowadays, even though I'm back to traveling and back to flying, which is one of my big passions. So what is going to be the agenda for today? What is the cloud today? Okay, what is the status of the cloud today? Then we're going to talk about Azure subscriptions, management groups, okay, Azure policy, Azure Arc, and then a little bit about cost management. Unfortunately, to be totally honest with you, we don't have like loads of times to go deep into the cost management, but it's a great topic. So what is the cloud today? Complex. Okay. We have companies, we have customers that they run millions of cloud resources. Let's just say most of them, they run thousands of them at least. And they work in a multi-cloud environment. So it's not just Azure, it's not just AWS, it's just not GCP. and others like Alibaba, Oracle Cloud, IBM Cloud. I just wanted to put here a huge crowd of logos in here. Okay, but that's normal. Companies will have multi-cloud environments, and that adds, as you can imagine, to the complexity of all of this. And then Azure today, look, it's no longer just focused on that business unit that was using because they are super innovator, etc. But then we have another business unit in the company that, they have a little bit more legacy workloads due to the nature of that BU. And so they are not moving into the cloud. Well, that's wrong nowadays. It's like usually the whole company is trying to push, is trying to go to Azure, even those more, let's just say, legacy business units that have legacy workloads. So it's not just one, it's everything. It's the whole company. Again, more resources, more complexity, because even if it's the same company, the business unit is managed slightly different. Compliance might be slightly different for that business unit. Let me just give you an example. A marketing department and then a financial department. As you can imagine, it's majorly different, the compliance from one to the other. So what do we have here? Cloud management capabilities. We need to think about all of this when we think about cloud. Security, protection, like doing backups, because the cloud is not full of unicorns and you don't need to backup anymore. No, you have to, So this is, let's see, how can we do that? We need to check how we'll monitor the infrastructure and the applications that I'm running on the cloud. We need to think about configuration. We need to think about governance, and this is the part that we're going to talk today. So it's not configuration management like scripting and all of that, which is a great topic. I also do usually a talk on that, where we create like some ARM and Bicep templates, also a little bit of Terraform, scripting, etc. And we put all that together with a little bit of DevOps on the top. That's important for sure, but not the topic today. The topic today is governance. Policy management and cost management are the two big things that we have here. So let's go deep on that. So policy-based management. So we need to check what are the governance standards that our company has. And look, those could be different from company to company. Well, they are usually different from company to company. So it's really hard for Azure or even another cloud provider to create like, oh, this is a subset of stuff for you, customer, and for that vertical. No, because every company is different. So what we have is a framework of Azure policies that, there are like some Azure policies that you're going to see that they are pretty much generic, and then we can assign them, we can apply them. But it's not going to have all the work there. There's loads of things that you're going to need to do yourself, and create policies. But we have that service there, that Azure policy that will help you managing this. Then we have cost management. We need to monitor the costs. That's a very important part when it comes to cloud. Stuff runs on the cloud. We put a VM, 2 VMs, 10 VMs, some app services, some databases, Databricks. All that costs money. And we need to see if we're going to take benefits of the money that we're spending. And if there is one thing that I love in cloud computing is that I can have a very, very precise value for how much money my service is running, is costing me to run. You don't get, usually, you don't get that precision when we're talking about on-prem. On-prem, there's always, costs that are not reflected into the into the accounting. Like for example, one of my customers, they have electricity, and like all the company pays electricity, so they just got like a way to calculate how much money the IT needs to pay, which is barely not even close to what they are consuming. And when they moved to the cloud, they were like, oh no, it's super expensive because we pay this. So, no, you business unit, yeah, you pay that, but the whole company is paying on your behalf. So it's hard, that part. But here, no, we have the exact number, which is awesome. I love that. We also need to look our resources, and this seems to be like that's easy. You just go to the portal, Tiago, and you just find them there. Well, yeah, when you have a development environment, it's easy. My environment here, I only have like 200, I think, resources. It's my demo environment. But in a real world environment of a customer, we're talking about thousands of resources. So finding them, organizing them, it's important. And then doing subscription governance. So we need to pre-create some templates so that DevOps teams, they can just say, hey, if you want to deploy this, you just need to do it like this with this template. And they just deploy that, and they don't need to work out how they're going to deploy it. So again, subscription governance also something very, very important. How do we start? So there are what I call the basics of this. You need to document your governance approach. And everyone asks me, oh, Tiago, do you have a template of that? Well, Tiago has a template of that, of course. I'm not going to lie. It's a template that usually I use in my customers based on years of working, but I never implement it as it is. It's always different from customer to customer. I have customers that, for them, there's one part that's like super important. For others, they're not doing that because their business doesn't require them to govern some part of Azure, so they just don't do it. So it's always different. So just find what works for you, to be totally honest. But create a document that has stuff like naming conventions for resources. Create some forms so that when you have a new subscription, people need to fill in a form. They need to explain why they need a new subscription. And you know what? Most of the times you're not going to approve that. That's what happens to me in some of my customers. I have always like, oh, we need a new subscription. Sure. Why? And then they justify why. And I look at that and I say, hey, just use this subscription. We're going to create like a resource group for you. And we're just going to give you, through role-based access control, permissions for that. I don't need to create a new subscription for you. Okay. Sometimes no. Sometimes okay. Yes, we are going to need to create a subscription, but at least it gets documented, and we have a justification why we created a new subscription. Also document all your Azure policy approach. This is the policies that I'm building. This is the policies that I created from scratch. This is the assignments. This policy assigns in that scope, stuff like this. Okay. In a real world, don't try to do this manually. Okay. Try to automate the creation of this kind of stuff, because this could be a lot of admin work if you're trying to do this manually. Okay. So they're like PowerShell scripts that you can use to get that data. There is even third-party tools, okay, that do this for you. So try to do that. And then stuff like create like incident response plans. That's just another one. Because to be totally honest with you, stuff will fail. Okay. That's obvious. Eventually, someday, there's going to be a problem. What I want to understand is, when that happens, what's your plan? Do you have a plan for that? Okay. If something fails, that workload there, that layer fails. Okay. What's your approach? And then sometimes people just say, we'll see when it happens. No, you have to be prepared. Because when it happens, you just need, okay, this is what I need to do. And you're already trained on that. and you already know what to do in order to fix that. Okay, and then usually I use something called chaos engineering, which is kind of a concept, like, of course, in development and other environments that are not production. That the idea is, let me just turn this off here, and kind of, you take the power plug of that, kind of, and then let's just see what happens. So you're introducing chaos, okay, into your infrastructure. And then let's just see, and then you find out that, oh, if I turn this off, this doesn't work. So you know what is the impact of a service not working. So that's the kind of stuff that we need, and we need to create plans to respond to this kind of incidents. So let's get started. Let's get started with the year by the part of the subscription. So what is and even before a subscription, let's talk about what is a region in Azure. Because lots of people, they talk about, region, but what is a region? It's a set of data centers. It's not just one data center, okay? It's a set of data centers that they are deployed in a latency defined perimeter. And this is like super important. Sometimes we have workloads that they need, like microservices approaches, for example. They need to be talking with each other, and we're trying to find the low latency possible. Because this is a set of data centers that are, and some regions are super huge nowadays. If you create 10 instances of something, like virtual machines, let's just talk about VMs, you might not have the VMs latency-wise super close to each other. They might be far. This is why we have stuff like proximity groups that bring those virtual machines closer to each other, okay? Because you might need that. So you need to think about this kind of stuff, okay? But there's one thing that Azure and Microsoft guarantees, is that even though this is a set of data centers, all those will be limited to a single country. Again, for data residency compliance and stuff like this is majorly important. Because if I have, imagine, this is in country A, you might need to have a compliance that says, hey, you can run whatever you want in the cloud, we don't care, as long as you guarantee data doesn't leave, let's just say, India. Okay, if you need to guarantee, so if you put this in one of the Indian regions, you're good to go. So you don't need to worry about that, because all the data centers will be within that country. We have a bunch of Azure regions. That number, I don't even keep updating that number, to be honest. I just put a plus, and it's auto updated now, because it's incredible. And the next week it's going to be Microsoft Ignite, and I guarantee you that I don't know anything about it. Okay, I have like zero knowledge on this, but for sure there's always going to be announcements on new stuff in the Azure infrastructure. They always do it. Okay, so maybe, yeah, some more regions will be announced. I don't know. Okay, but I will not be surprised if they do, even though don't know where they can build more, but there are like some space in the map. You will see the map next. And then also important is that some services are not region bounded, like Traffic Manager, Azure CDN, stuff like this. They are what we call global services. But some other services, yes, they are region bounded, and maybe they're not available everywhere. So you need to be careful with that, especially the less used services, because we always have what we call Azure core services that for a region to be GA, they need to be there. But then we also have stuff like this. Virtual machines. Sure, it's available everywhere, as you can imagine. But what about all the sizes that are available everywhere? No. There are sizes that are not available in certain regions. So for that, just search on Google, Bing, whatever, like stuff like Azure products by region. You get to a website where they kind of map all of that, so you don't need to worry on that. This is just a map so that you guys can see this. It's everywhere. Okay, we have the US very well covered, Europe very well covered, Asia. Okay, it could be better to be in my point of view, but it's already a nice coverage. We have South America with Chile and Brazil, Africa with South Africa, okay? And so, yeah, there are some spaces here that I would love to have some bullets and some pinpoints here, but we still don't have them. But we already start to have a very nice coverage, okay? So what is an Azure subscription in all of this? It's a logical unit where I'm going to group my resources. You can use it as a billing and also as a security boundary. So that means it can be a scope for you to analyze billing. And it's an easy scope. You just create a subscription, just start to create resources on that subscription. Then in the end of the period, so at the end of the month, for example, you just go there and see, oh, that subscription cost me $10,000. Oh, great. That's super easy. If that business unit, if we have like a business unit like marketing, that's their subscription, yeah, marketing this month, hosting your workloads cost $10,000. So it's really easy to do this. Is this the best way to do it? Tiago doesn't agree, to be totally honest. There's huge discussions around this, but I think we can do it better. Because bringing new subscriptions also brings stuff like, imagine we're talking about networking. A virtual network needs to be can only be in the single region, in a single subscription. So that means, imagine I have West Europe. That's the region that I'm using. And I'm only using one region. And I have 3 subscriptions. If I want to run virtual machines in every single subscription, I need 3 virtual networks. And then the virtual networks, they don't communicate with each other natively. They are independent. So if I have a VM in the dev subscription, wanting to connect to a VM in the dev subscription, that just doesn't work. So how do you put it to work? Of course you can, but you need to peer them. But peer them comes with a cost. Got it? And is a cost that you really need to have just because you want to have an easy billing layer? There are other ways with tags, for example, to grab the costs. It's not that straightforward. You need to implement some stuff, etc. But you get the idea, okay? All those task subscriptions, dev subscription, production subscription that you see here in the picture, they are all connected, okay, with that Azure account that we have there on the top, okay? So, sure, that means all the Azure AD stuff, all the authentication, etc., comes from that Azure AD that we have there. Then we have a bunch of types of subscriptions, okay? I'm not going to bother you guys with this, but there's Azure Passes, sponsorships, and then there's the cloud solution provider ones and the enterprise agreement. That's usually what my customers have, but you can have others. So like I said, we have subscriptions. And then in the large enterprise, it's normal for us to have tons of subscriptions, super normal. So we need to find a way to group them together and manage them together. So that's called management groups. It's a level above, okay, the subscriptions. And so we can create a hierarchy like you see here. And then we have that management and that my claims, okay, subscriptions that you can see there. And then they have some resource groups on those subscriptions, okay? So something like this. Then this could be what? Can also be management group, can be also target for a scope for role-based access control and for cost management. So I can just see, I want to see the cost management of, okay, ES platform. Okay, so basically I just want to see basically just this bit here. Okay, and everything that's under this, which in our case is just one subscription. Let's imagine it was more. It comes with that. Same thing if I just give permissions here in a certain level. Yeah, everything in all the subscriptions, all the resources above that, they're going to be under that part. Okay, so that's basically what we have here. Some of the benefits that we have with this: logical representation of the organization, applying policies at the management group. Let's go back here. Imagine that I tell you, I want to do a policy for a naming convention for resource, I don't know, virtual networks. Sure. Where do you think we should apply that? In just one VNet, or just one subscription, or in the whole organization? It's a naming convention. So maybe it's applied in the whole organization. So what you have to do literally is just apply that here, and every subscription, everything that is under this will be applied, okay, on that. So it's a pretty cool, okay, it's a pretty cool feature. So let's just do a demo now. That's the most cool stuff that we do here, to be honest. So there you go. We don't need this. And I think I already have the Azure portal ready here. So now let's do here basically a demo where I'm just going to show you, okay, management groups. So if I just go here, hey, management groups, you can see, oh, I have this AZ Contoso root. By the way, AZ Contoso is my demo company here. And you can see that I have here, so this is the root group, and then I have 3 other management groups that are under that. And if I go branches, you see, oh, see, basically we have Asia, Europe, North America, South America. This one here, South America, doesn't have any subscriptions. It's kind of a new region that we're setting up. And then we have Europe and North America. So if I open, for example, Europe, you can see, oh, we have 4 subscriptions under this. Okay, and by the names, you see, oh, this is a subscription specific for roles and workloads for Germany, Netherlands, Portugal, and for the UK. So this is what I can have here. And then I have another one, Corp, and you can see here, oh, I have a dev subscription and a production subscription. Okay. Look, I don't have that many subscriptions in here. I think I only have like 15 or so, but in a real company, oh my God, this is going to be huge, okay? But you just need to build this. How do you build management groups? So you just need to be in the management group where you want to create another management group under it. Let's imagine, hey, I want to create under branches, I have Asia, Europe, North America. So imagine that I wanted to create Africa, for example. So now I'm in the branches management group. You can check it here, okay? So I just need to click create, okay? That's it. And then, of course, then just filling in this, click submit, bam, you have one branch over there. Just put here some management group ID, some display name. The display name is what you can see here. Click submit, done. I'm not going to do this because I don't want to create this one yet, but there you go. Okay, so we can just do that. If I can also click here to add subscriptions over this. Like, let's imagine South America. South America, we don't have any subscriptions. We created a subscription. Now I can just say, hey, add a subscription. And you can see here what is from all my subscriptions that I have, what is the subscription that I want to put under this. Imagine this pay as you go dev and test. So I could just say this one, save, which again, I'm not going to do this, okay? But then that subscription will just show up in here. Then how do you do role-based access control to this? Again, let's go for branches. Imagine I have a user in my company that I want to give them permission for the branches part. Sure. So I'm in the branches management group. I go, like we always do, our role-based access control is no different. Access control, identity access management. And I just do an assignment here. Add a role assignment. Just say, let's imagine I want to say this contributor, and then select members. And now I just need to find here my user. Let's just say this is the user, AZ training at AZ Contoso. You just click select, and you just do the assignment like this. That's it. Okay, no more. Okay, no more. You can even say here, hey, selected members. Okay, or sorry, you can even select managed identities. And if you're watching Peter's session before, so you can even click here and also attribute this, okay, to a managed, okay, to a managed identity. You just needed to have one, which I don't. Okay, I don't have here. But that's it. That's like management groups, kind of in a nutshell. Okay. Next, what we have Azure policies. And look, I'm a huge fan of Azure policies. It's like so cool. And I have like a workshop on governance that's like a 2-day workshop, and we go super deep on policies, and this is like super rich. But let me just try to resume this like in 5 minutes. I can use existing built-in policies, okay? And then I can assign them. So if you create a policy, it just doesn't do anything. It's just some data, some stuff that you created and you host it on Azure. The assignment process is that, yes, because I'm going to assign is, that policy definition on that scope. What can be the scope? Well, the scope can be a resource group, a subscription, or a management group. And then I can run evaluations. I can scan for non-compliant resources. Advantages of this: enforcement and compliance, apply policies at scale, and even do remediation, because there are some that we can do an append and we can do remediation. Like, for example, let's just check some use cases. Allowed locations. So allowed locations allows me to say that, hey, look, in this scope, let's imagine a subscription. Let's imagine that the AZ Contoso UK subscription. There's like, imagine some regulation that says that all the resources that they need to create needs to be in one of the UK regions, and they cannot be in others. So I created that, and I put it a deny in the effect of the policy. So when you're trying to create something, that's it's just not going to be possible. That policy is already in place. So let me try to do that. Let me go to storage accounts. I'm just saying storage account, just an example. It could be literally any other resource. And I choose here, I want to create this in the AZ Contoso UK region. Doesn't matter which resource group it is. Let me just put here some name that it's going to be for sure unique. And you're already seeing this new UI already shows you this in here. It's already failing. Already saying that, there's a policy validation error. You can't create this in here. So I know what it is. I just need to choose. So if you filter here UK, you see there's like 2 regions in the UK, UK South, UK West. I just choose UK South, and the arrow goes away. And now look, if I move forward, believe me, this will create. How can we see this? So if you go to policy, and if you go here to assignments, you can see there's a policy that I have here, which is this one here, allowed locations UK. Okay, this is the name of the assignment that I give. You can give whatever name you want. Let me click on this. Then you see here that, hey, look, there's this parameter that has those values. So those are the 2 regions that I allow you to create. And you can click on the top, view definition, so that you can view the definition of this policy. This is the policy definition that you have here. And let's just look at the policy rule. So the policy rule, what I'm saying is that if the field location is not in one of the values of the parameter, okay, I will deny this. Then there's like some exceptions here, okay, if it's global or if it is a business to consumer directory, but let's just ignore that for now, okay. This is the part here. You have the effect of deny. This is why it doesn't allow you to create. Are there other effects? Sure. Audit. Audit will allow me to create. But then if I go to policies, okay, and you go here to compliance, for example, you can see this. And you see that my score is horrible. This is a demo environment, so, okay, bear with me on this. I have only 50% compliance. So that means here, see all those assignments here, they are non-compliant. So if this was a real subscription, I needed to go one by one and check why this is not compliant and make it compliant, or at least make the best that I could. Got it? Like, for example, append a tag and its values to resources. If I click on this one, if I go view the definition, you see that this one here, scroll down here, this one here has an effect of append. So this tries to kind of remediate this, which is if you don't say anything, it will just add a tag and a value, which, okay, if we go back here, there is, okay, if we can delete the assignment here, we can view the definition, you can edit the assignment. And if you edit the assignment and you go to parameters, you see that I'm putting this, a variable a tag called environment with a value called training. So that if I don't put it, it will put it for me. And then I have this assigned to this scope here. This is a subscription called AZ Contoso Training. So when I'm doing workshops and things like that, I need to understand how much money that costs to me. And I do that with a tag. But to be totally honest, most of the times I'm demoing something. I don't want to be able to, oh, now I need to put the tag environment training, because let's be honest, I will forget. I'm not going to do that for sure. So this does it for me. Got it? But this is being, I just put this in a subscription that already had some resources. So I have here some, okay, some resources that they do not have tags, and they don't have any tag at all. And they are complaining here that this is not compliant. So I needed to go to them and fix them, which in this case is kind of, let's just say, not optimal thing, because they don't support tags. Okay. So this is why they are being here, showing up here. Okay, so because that it's very rare for a resource not to support tags. Usually it's this kind of a resource that's like the IDEN resources, but it still exists. Okay, so they are less today, but they're still out there. Cool. So let's do a policy assignment. So let's create a resource group in my training subscription. Okay, let's get here, azconfdev, and let's just put this here near me, West Europe. So now I have something there. And now what I want to say is that I want a policy. So I'll just go here to assignments, and I'll just say I want to assign a policy. And the scope, so you see here, oh, it could be a management group, can be a subscription, or I can even go to the detail of, okay, a resource group. So I'm going to choose the azconfdev resource group. Now I need to select here what is the policy definition, and then what is the name of the assignment. So let's just take care of the policy definition first. And what are we going to do? Just let's play around with the locations, okay? So I just search here locations. I need to look for allowed locations, and you need to be careful because there are two built-in ones that are very similar in terms of the name. This is for resources. This is for resource groups. Sure, it's the first one in my case. And now, what's the assignment name? Okay, and I'll just say here azconfdev allowed locations. Okay, assigned by Tiago. Sure. But now let's go for parameters. Okay, and I can just say here, look, I can just say specific one of the regions that I have in India, or I can just go say the geography. So whatever it is, India, yeah, we should be good to go. If not, we're not going to allow this. Got it? And now look at this note. This note is magic because they didn't show this for many years. So people got hugely confused about this. Is that this was successful? Please note that the assignment takes around 30 minutes to take effect. That's massively important, because if I try to create here like a storage account, and I say I want this in this azconf, okay, this is already working. Sometimes it's not. Okay, so sometimes it takes a little bit of time. But today it was really, really quick. And look, I'll just say, hey, Central India, for example, and okay, the validation should go away. Yeah, it's not going away today. Let's move on. And then if you move on, review and create, can this create or not? Well, it should allow us to create. There you go. See, it was just that part over there that wasn't allow us to do that. I don't know if I can create stuff in India with this subscription, but that's another issue. But it failed. Yeah, it failed because I don't have this in the yeah, I can't create stuff in India, I think. Okay, I know, was this allowed by the policy? Well, I needed to check what the problem is, but you can do this. It's like super easy, okay, to change. You could just come here. Let me just do something here because I think I did this right. As you conf, you can always edit the assignment. So let me just go to parameters, and instead of choosing that, I never did that to India, to be totally honest with you. Let me just go and say those three over there. There you go. Let me just take this because I don't like demos when demos fail, to be honest. That should not be the case, especially of this one here. Oops, training, easy conf. It's not it's complaining. Great. So let me filter this. India. Let's just do Central India. Let's try now. Yeah, this should work. Because if it doesn't work, maybe I have another policy on this subscription. I needed to check that because I don't feel I have, if I remember. Because when I do demos, I try always to do the demos on the resource script so that I don't have any issues later on when I'm doing another demo. Yeah, now I think now it's working. Okay, so there you go. So this is like, it's not hard to implement. There you go. It was created. I will show you here under policies, other example that I love, which is this one here, NSG demo. So this one here, if you view the definition of this, so what I'm doing here is in the rules of this, I'm saying that, so this is the rules, and then it's a deny, okay? But what I'm saying here is if you're talking about a security rule, okay, with a direction of allow and a security rule that will allow some stuff, and the inbound is the direction, sorry. If you're doing this in a port that is in that parameter, this will not be able, you're not be able to do this. So I do this, and if you see my assignment here, I'm in the parameters, I have port 3389. So what I'm saying is you could put 3389 and like 22, like management ports. You're just saying that, no, you can't allow communications on that at a scope, a certain scope. So that's a pretty cool feature to protect from having management ports open on your infrastructure. So yeah, super cool, the stuff that we can do with this. Okay. Then we talk about role-based access control. Okay, so changing gears here a little bit. So role-based access control allows you to just segment and segregate the duties of your team, because it's not that you have, it's an administrator and then a regular user. No, I have a networking team. They just want to touch on networking stuff in a certain scope. So that's what I'm going to do. So we have, like, imagine a subscription for networking stuff. Just go there and you have contributor access on that subscription. And then on another subscription, I have a resource group with the networking stuff. Sure, you can also go there and again contributor access, but this time not on the subscription level, just on that specific resource group. So we can do things like this. And of course, the idea is to grant only the amount of permissions you need to do your job. No more. This just follows the principle of the least privilege, okay? So to do that, we have 3 concepts in here that then we're going to join them all together into an assignment, which is what's the object that's going to have the permissions. And we can have this by a user, a group, a managed identity, a service principal like an app registration, etc. What's the role? You can have owner, contributor, reader. They are like common roles for all the resources. Then we have more specific roles like network administrator, just networking stuff. Or if none of them fulfills your needs, guess what? You can create a custom role that goes very specifically just having permissions in the things that you want people to have. And then we have the scope. The scope could be the management group, subscription, resource group, or even an individual resource. Well, doing this by individual resource, to be honest with you, good luck with that. It's going to be hard to manage this. But now, I just want to call out something, which is this. We are talking about RBAC roles. RBAC roles are not Azure AD roles. And we know permission roles, but they are totally different. They have nothing to do with each other, okay? So on Azure AD, you have your own roles to manage Azure AD. This is the roles to manage the resources on the Azure subscription. So something different. Then we go for cost management, okay? Just to see if we can have like some minutes here for questions. So we have the obvious tools to manage cost manage that I'm not going to cover. Pricing calculator, Azure Migrate. You just say, hey, I want to migrate this as an assessment appliance, just like assesses your on-prem environment and just tells, to migrate this, you will spend X. Sure, okay, great. And then some of the migration assistance that I have. This is the obvious tools. But when we consider costs, we need to consider costs, and we need to look costs with a perspective that an IT executive, a financial team, or a project team will see cost management in a different way. So if we're talking about basically an IT executive, well, the IT executive, they are going to see this as they need to look at it in a very big way, very far away. And they just need to see like 2 big numbers here usually. Okay, that's what they want to see, which is how much I budget for this, how much are we paying for this? And then if that there's within that, they are usually okay with that. Of course, they always try to, hey, can we do something to, save some money here and there, etc. But as long as you're not over the budget, okay, usually it's okay. Because let's be honest, at a financial team, for example, I have the huge respect for their work, to be honest. Predict how much money you're going to earn in the company and how much money we're going to need to pay to suppliers and when, and have the money in the account to pay all the expenses. My God, respect, right? It's not an easy job, to be honest, right? And we all do this in our own lives, okay? We know, get a salary, then I need to pay electricity, etc. But this is just a small scale, right? Imagine this in a very large scale and in a business that tomorrow something might happen and you don't have customers, right? And just managing all of that, it's not easy. But well, this is usually what they want. A project team, they have a different view. They need to say, okay, with this budget, how much more I can deliver in terms of what? To my users, to my businesses. That's the value that they want to deliver, okay? So there's some conflict here in their division because a financial team wants to pay the least amount that they can, okay? But a project team says, no, we want to deliver something to our users. So resource tags is something that I love, to be honest, on this. It's just a name value key pair. And it's amazing because I can just say cost center 1, 2, 3, cost center 2, 4, 5, and things like that. And then we can grab that data in just a CSV file. Okay, just go there and grab, and this is like super detailed. Okay, like super detailed by day, by hour, things like this. And you can even connect cost management tools like the cost management in the Azure portal and analyze the data. You can have the billing API, so you can connect your own system to this. You can use Power BI. So if you go to Power BI, get data, and then you select Azure as the category, there's one there. I think it's called cost management, the name there. So you connect to that API directly through Power BI. And then I'm not going to put here because I never do promotion to third-party products, okay? Because if I do to one, I didn't need to the other, and it's just, so I don't do it. But there are amazing third-party products out there that you can use. Just check them out, see one that you can afford, and you can say, yeah, it brings value to me, and use them because they're pretty good. But to be totally honest, you really need them. Check out the Azure native tools there because you might not need them, to be honest. And a little bit of Power BI, scripting here and there, you might get what you need from those products. Not saying that they don't have value because they have immense value, but usually for more specific cases, okay? Cost savings, how can you save money? This is like usually the best slide that everyone loves it. So we can do Azure reservations. You can pay as much as low as like 60% discounts with this, like in virtual machines for certain sizes and doing a reservation for like 3 years. We also have hybrid benefits. If you have already licenses on-prem and you want to move them, check them out. You can have, it's the here is kind of not a saving directly. You're just not overpaying because you already have the license. So you're just kind of moving the license from on-prem to Azure, okay? Then regions. There are regions that are much more expensive than others. One of my customers is in Switzerland. And the other day they just said, oh, you know, Tiago, we need to run everything in Switzerland instead of West Europe. And I was like, wow, really? But legally? No, it's just closer to home. Like, yeah, but West Europe is not that far, you know, latency-wise, there's no problem. And yeah, by the way, do you know that Switzerland costs like 50, 60% more than West Europe? And they were like, what? I was like, yeah, it's really the big deal. Oh, someone said it's just a little bit more. I was like, well, 50% for me is not just a little bit more, but okay. So they saw that and they were like, oh, so now they are rethinking, you know, moving just some parts because they have a legal requirement. And we're just trying to figure it out how we can do that, but definitely not put everything there. So sure, check them out. Azure policies. Azure policies can have a huge, great deal in saving money. You know why? We can create an Azure policy just to say allow resource types. And you're only going to allow certain resource types. Stuff like virtual machine SKUs, the sizes of the VMs. Let's be honest. Do you think that everyone needs those very large machines that have terabytes of RAM, hundreds of CPUs? Let's be honest, almost no customer, and even most of the customers, the great majority of the virtual machines, they don't use those. They use regular sizes. So block them with policies. With policies, you can just say, no, in this subscription, you cannot create those very large ones because you don't need to create those over there. So just block them just in case of someone. Sometimes I have customers that, we have like a huge bill here to pay because, you know, one of our engineers just remembered to create a very large virtual machine just to see how it is. And then he forgot to turn it off or to delete it. I was like, really? But this kind of stuff happens, okay? And then budget and control the budget. I think that's a kind of a obvious one. So some optimizations that you can do, monitor the virtual machines, the compute. You really need that size. Okay? I have customers that they have like 16 cores, and then we just check the monitor of that. It's barely used. check development environments that are running and no one is using them anymore. This one is not here. But I need to add that one. Consider reserve instances and also spot instances. Consider running workloads in different regions and use dev and test subscriptions. We have dev and test subscriptions where you don't pay the license. So, and you can use them for dev and test. So if you're doing a dev and test, check that out. Don't pay the license that you don't need. That's it. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. Don't forget our partners, okay, that we have here. Don't forget all our communities that put this together. It's a great thank you for all these communities. They do an amazing work. And that's it. So if we have some questions now, I'll be happy to answer. And don't forget the feedback. And basically, just to close up, my name is Thiago, and this is how you can govern, okay, Microsoft Azure, but I'm available for questions.
Perfect, Thiago. Like, so far I haven't got any of question kind of stuff on the comments, but I have some feedbacks like it was like good tips regarding the tags, building tanks, and many smaller comments.
Mhm.
And just now I got one more question. What the role of blueprint in the context?
Okay, yeah, blueprints. I don't like to speak about blueprints, okay, because there is a huge discussion around blueprints, and I usually prefer to do stuff with DevOps, okay, to be totally honest. But blueprints, you can kind of put together policies, deploying a template, creating resource groups, and do role-based access control just in kind of a pack. And then you create versions of that. And then if you update a version because you just tweaked something, that could be deployed to all the deployments that you did based on that blueprint. But to be totally honest with you, there's always stuff when I'm putting in kind of in the lab. This is great, to be totally honest. But in the real world, do I really want to have my templates there? I wanted to have like in a Git repo, you know. I want to have my scripts in Git repositories and things like that. And so I prefer just to do that with Azure DevOps or another DevOps tool, because you can do the kind of not exactly the same thing, but you can do much more that your customers will require you to do. So I'll prefer to use that approach.
Okay. And one thing I just wanted to tell is I myself personally turned on some of the VMs and for the 3 months without using that.
Yeah.
Like
It happens. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, why do I think I have that tag there? You know, because I have a process now that I don't need to delete anything that I created. So in that subscription that I have, the Easy Training, there's a process that detects stuff that was created there and just deletes it automatically in the end of the day. So because I kind of learned that that's an important thing to have in a demo environment, okay? And I learned it the wrong way too.
Likely that was like whatever I spent, it is on the Microsoft's credit for the MVP. They gave the credit.
Well,
right.
I
lost it in 2 months.
Yeah, in my case wasn't. And it was you know, when they launched those the GS virtual machines, the Godzilla ones. So it was, I was showing that to a customer, and one of my colleagues should have deleted the VM, but we were running to the airport and he forgot to delete it. And I thought it was deleted, and it was the weekend. And basically, yeah, only Monday is that I realized, oops, this is here. So it wasn't that bad, to be totally honest, but it was one of the biggest ones. So I think it was like 500, 600 euros. Okay, still, which, yeah, it's not that bad in the end, but still, yeah, it wasn't that good.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Thiago. We reached the time, and special thanks for you to explain all the things and share your personal experiences as well. So,
yeah, always a pleasure to be here, and I hope that next time we can do this and I can travel to India. Okay, so that
Definitely,
it can
we
be
will be happy
like,
to host you here.
yeah, in 3D instead of this damn 2D thing. Okay. Okay, see you guys. It was a pleasure to be here.
Thanks, Diego.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Hi, Vinodini.
Hi Satish, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks. How are you?
I'm good.
Good, Vinodini. So, all set. Can I have your screen presented so that we will confirm whether it's visible to the audience?
Yes, and do you also see my co-presenter in the waiting room?
Uh, yes, Gayatri, but but it says that device not connected. Let me check with that. Give me a minute.
She may not be on the video, but she'll just join with her audio.
Okay.
Do you see
Um,
my screen?
still I couldn't make her. She joined. I could see her name, but it says that device is not connected. So, Vinodri, in the interest of time, I request you to start the session. In the meanwhile, I will get sorted this out for you.
Absolutely. So I hope you're able
Yep.
to see my screen, right?
Yes, I am able to. And hi everyone. So we have Vinodini, and Vinodini will be walking us through some of the fast approaches to building and managing cloud native workloads on using Azure Kubernetes service. And Vinodini is a CEO at GoPaddle, that is nothing but a no-code platform for cloud native workloads. And she is an entrepreneur, cloud evangelist, and a business leader with around 17 years in enterprise IT and cloud solutions. So, hi Vinodini. Thanks for accepting our invitation, and the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction, Satish, and I'm really excited to be here in this conference today. So, the objective of this talk would be to speed up the modernization process, and I'm going to be sharing some of the best practices and my learnings, and how you could use some of the solutions out there to speed up your modernization journey. And before we get started, I would like to thank all the sponsors and the community leads who have put together such an amazing conference. And I look forward to sharing my thoughts on how to modernize the applications moving forward. In this session, I'll be joined by my colleague Gayatri as well, who will be doing a part of the demo in this session. So from months to minutes. So like the modernization journey itself can take a lot of time because of the various moving parts that are involved in this journey. So I'm going to be sharing some of the best approaches in reducing the time and automating this whole modernization process. So I'm going to keep it very simple. There are three different areas that you need to look at when you are doing this transformation or modernization. So one is your environment where your applications get deployed. So then moving on, we look at the application modernization where you take multiple applications, you modernize them, and then you deploy them on these environments. And last one is about how do you automate this whole transformation. So this automation differs based on what kind of the phase of your modernization. If you're using your traditional monolith apps, then your automation is different compared to your modern applications. So even your automation has to be kind of fitting your application and your environments. So, as I said, environment is the foundation where you start provisioning your environments for your applications, and this depends upon depends upon the type of the cloud provider that you bring in. So, in our case, it's going to be AKS, and before we provision and use these environments, we need a set of resources to be managed as well. For example, the resource groups, the AKS clusters, and how you set your scaling attributes. How do you set your access capabilities, like how do you access your applications once these applications are deployed? How do you manage your Docker images? What type of registry setup you need to do before you start looking into the application side of things. When it comes to application, now this artifacts that you create, like the Docker files, YAML files, and the Helm charts, they differ based on the application that you're going to work on. Once you have the app modernized, then you come to the automation, where you have different tools to be integrated, and how you also have to think about how do you automate from code to production, all these pipeline automation, so where you can leverage Azure DevOps. So step by step, let me walk you through some of the important things to consider in each of these phases. So first one on the subscription, resource groups, and resources. I think in this conference itself, there has been a lot of talks around resource groups and subscriptions. So I'll just give you an overview, a brief about what this resource group mean. So these resource groups are nothing but a logical grouping of your resources. You can manage these resources as a single group. Say you can set policies, you can tag them, move them. You can migrate these resources also to another resource group if you need. If you want to kind of delete all of these resources in one shot, like if you group them together, it's very easy to manage. So the grouping would involve all your VNets, your virtual machines, your storage, your web apps, and things like that. And all of these would be managed from a single location. Now, the location is important because that's where the metadata of all these resources will be managed or stored. Right. So as in some cases, your compliances may mandate that you manage them in a single location. So as I mentioned, now resource groups are specific to a location, and these resources like your virtual machines and others will fall into this particular resource group. Once you have these resource groups, then you start provisioning your Kubernetes engine, your Azure Kubernetes engine. So this is how Azure Kubernetes engine looks like. So you have a master set of master nodes and a set of node pools. Now this fits in very well with the the Kubernetes architecture itself, and I hope there has been presentations around the Kubernetes architecture itself. So you have these master nodes, and then you have these node pools. As you see on the left side, you have all these API servers, etcd, and the schedulers, which are used to manage your workloads and your actual virtual machines that are running on your node pools. What is important to note here is that there are two different types of node pools. So when before we get there, so node pools are nothing but your logical grouping of, again, nodes. So you can scale them independently. For example, you can group all these smaller instances as one node pool, and larger instances as a separate node. Based on the resource utilization, you can actually scale these node pools independently. So for each of these node pools, you have these scaling attributes, like it's all managed through virtual machine scale set, which I'll be talking about later. So VMSS stands for virtual machine scale set. And each of these node pools will have a load balancer. And in case of Azure, only the standard load balancer is supported. So now coming to the types of node pools, there are types or modes of node pools. We have two different types of node pools. So one is the system node pool, and other is the user node pool. So the system node pool is nothing but a node pool where some of the core AKS services run. For example, the core DNS, the metric server, and things like that. They are deployed on these system node pools. And these node pools are nodes within these node pools are tagged with the tag which I mentioned here, which is the mode as system. Now it's important to you can use these system node pools to deploy your applications, but it's important to kind of keep them separate because if any of the your workloads throttle the resources, or there are some security vulnerabilities, then it could actually bring down your system workloads as well. So it's better to keep them separate. And you can use the user node pools for deploying your workloads. So system node pools only support Linux type of workloads, whereas the user node pools, you can create them with your Linux types or Windows type nodes. Right. So I've kind of listed some of the basic configurations for these system node pools. you need to have a minimum of 2 virtual CPUs and 4 GB RAM for provisioning a system node pool. And it should at least have one node at any point in time. And there should be at least one system node pool in your EKS cluster. If you want to prevent other user apps from getting provisioned in these system node pools, you can also set some tains which will prevent these or push these workloads, user workloads to the user node pools. So on the right side, you see there are two different ways in which you can make use of the storage. So one is the Azure file, which is like your NFS shared network file system, where you can reuse these persistent volumes or volumes across different VMs and node pools. Whereas the Azure disk is a persistent disk that is attached to a specific VM. It's important to know the difference between these two. But you can actually mount them inside the system or the user nodes, and then you can start using them as a persistent volume. Coming to the access types, once you deploy, you can access your applications using one of these modes. The cluster IP, again, these are very much similar to the standard Kubernetes access modes. So the cluster IP tells you, like, you can access the workloads inside the cluster, but you can have a proxy through which you can connect to your workloads and access them externally as well. Node port is where you have a set of workloads running on the nodes, and you can access your workload through one of the Kubernetes node IPs. In general, when you provision your EKS cluster, it comes with a private IP, but I will show you some steps through which you can access these nodes publicly using the public IP. So there are some steps to be done before you even access them through public IPs. Load balancer, as I mentioned earlier, so node pools come with a load balancer and they have a public IP, and your VMs will still have a private IP, but you can access the workloads using these load balancers public IP addresses. And you can also use a DNS name, so you bring up your workloads with a specific domain name or a subdomain name. So these are the different types of access modes that are available in AKS. Now, the reason why I'm explaining all this is, even though we are doing code to deployment in a few minutes, it's essential to know these attributes and how you would be accessing those applications before you even start moving your applications to AKS. So the VMSS is again important element in this environment, where you can say how you want to scale your virtual machines. I think in yesterday's session, Ilyas talked about horizontal pod autoscaler and the cloud, the cloud autoscaler, where you can at one layer you can scale your pods horizontally within the available number of nodes. Right, you can set the min-max resource limits for your workloads, and based on the utilization of CPU or the memory utilization of those workloads within those deployments, your workloads will scale on these VMs that are available in the node pool. But what is equally important is to scale these virtual machines as well based on the node's capacity utilization. Right, so there are two layers, right? One is at the container or the Kubernetes deployment layer, where you do the horizontal pod autoscaling, and another at the node layer, where the nodes can also can start utilizing more than what it's supposed to, and then you may want to kind of scale your nodes as well. So VMSS helps you with the node auto scaling, and it comes with a load balancer for its within a single VMSS, right? So the load balancer is the one that is going to take your incoming request, and then it's going to distribute the workloads across, the requests across these different virtual machines. And in order to scale, you need to use certain metrics, and based on the metrics, you're going to take certain actions. So you will define a few scaling rules saying, okay, if this particular metric is reached, or a condition is reached, then you take these set of actions, right? So that defines one single scaling rule within VMSs, and I'll be talking more about these in the demo. So for the time being, we need to make a note that VMSs is equally important for our applications to scale in production-like environment. Coming to ACR is the container registry, managed container registry from Azure. So you can associate this with a specific resource group, and you can specify the type of the SKU you want to use. So there are 3 different types of SKUs, like it can be basic, standard, and premium. You can use any of those. Unlike the load balancer, which has to be a standard type, in case of ACR, you can choose any one of this. You can start with the basic type, which gives you a lesser capacity and a lesser throughput. But if you want, more, you can always upgrade to the, the better SKU later. And we make use of the service principle. I think even in the previous session, we looked at the service principle. It's nothing but an entity to which you can assign certain roles and permissions. And we need this in your deployments to pull the Docker images and do certain token rotation to log into those Docker registries. So it's important to know what the service principles are when it comes to maintaining your images in your ACR registry. Now let's come back to the app transformation. Now I'm going to be showing you how all these previous configurations can be seamlessly integrated. But it's important to know those configurations, so you have a fair idea of the environment. Now let's come back to the application side of things. So you start with the code, and you as a developer, you may have to look at, how do I take my code and how do I containerize it? How do I deploy it on Kubernetes? So it may start with identifying a base image on which you will build your application and package your application. So this base image may have other utilities and other libraries. So you need to also consider the dependencies that are there for your application. Right. So once you have this base image, you start writing the Docker file, testing it iteratively, and ensuring that your container is ready. Right. And you will do this typically as a developer. Use the build environment would be your desktop, but then for your continuous integration and for automation, you may still set aside a specific build environment where this whole build process will run. Now, since we are looking at standardizing our DevOps process as a part of your automation, we can also consider setting your AKS environment itself as your build environment. So that way you don't have different types of environments to manage, but your interfaces with your environment becomes more standard when you use the same AKS APIs for your build as well as for your deployment. Now that we have built the Docker container, we have the Docker file, we need to now look at how do I create my Kubernetes deployments. Now, this is where we have too many configurations and moving parts to consider. If it is a single application, then it's fairly straightforward. But if you're looking at a larger deployment with 30, 40 microservices, it can become really, really hard to manage, right? So for a single container, if we look at it for a single microservice, we need to look at config maps. How do I set my the network access controls and the ingress rules? How do I manage my storage? How do I set capacity, which is optimal for this particular microservice? How do I set health checks? What are the security best practices? Or what are the security guardrails for this single microservice? So based on all of these attributes, you would start creating your YAML files, and finally, translate this whole thing into a Helm package. Now, if you look at it, this whole process itself may take even days for a single microservice. And if you're looking at multiple microservices, it can even go for months together. And it doesn't stop there, because it's not like it's not just the day one operations. You take these services, you have to deploy them, and you have to manage them. When I say manage, if something goes wrong, because of all these interdependencies and different levels of versioning that are around, you may really be finding it difficult to track those changes, find out where it is really failing, and then fix those bugs. So I would like to introduce you to GoPaddle. So this is a solution that we've been working on, which is a no-code platform for building, deploying, and maintaining your cloud-native applications. And we have 3 sub-products within this, which is Gear, Deck, and Propeller. Gear is a multi-cloud service which can help you to provision your Kubernetes environments. In this case, I'm going to show you how we can provision AKS cluster. And the Deck is the one that helps you to automate your modernization process, and it gives you a build environment which leverages your AKS cluster itself for building your workloads. And here, in case of Deck, you don't have to worry about writing any Docker files or YAML files. We have a few utilities and a dashboard through which you can seamlessly onboard your application and then get it up and running on AKS. The last one is a Propeller. So this is a deployment service that helps you to manage your workloads after you deploy it, like how you can monitor, how you can scale, and you can put complete DevOps pipeline using Propeller. So I'll be showing you how we can leverage Azure DevOps pipeline along with GoPaddle to have a seamless CI/CD process. So for us to get started, we need a one-time setup within GoPaddle. So the first one is that we need to create a cloud authenticator. So now cloud authenticator is nothing but, it is an OAuth app that you create in your Azure portal, in your Azure subscription. So you have to create a subscription. You need to have a resource group because even your clusters come up within a single resource group. Right, and then as the root user, you have to create another user with the owner role, and this owner is the one who is going to start provisioning your AKS cluster from GoPaddle. As the owner, you have to create an OAuth app, and you have to register the OAuth app within GoPaddle. So this is a one-time setup, and you can find all this information on how to do this in our help document. Okay, give me a moment. So you can actually go to help.gopaddle.io and you can look at registering your Azure account and creating your Azure application. So you can find all this information here on how to go about creating an Azure application and how to create your owner role and how to attach that owner and import that as a as a cloud account within GoPaddle. So once you have the cloud account, cloud authenticator, you will use this cloud authenticator and do a single sign-on to your Azure subscription, and that will register your cloud account with GoPaddle. Right? Once we have the cloud account, we need to create an ACR registry in Azure portal under the same resource group, and you'll have to register the ACR in GoPaddle. So this is a single one-time activity, but once you have this, you can leverage this environment for any number of applications and any number of AKS clusters that you want to provision. So now how this no-code transformation would happen from now on, right? So you can start cloning your source code projects in your local desktop, and then you can download our utility, which is a GPCTL init, which initializes your project and onboards your application onto AKS cluster. So if you see in the previous step, I have provisioned an AKS cluster, and I will show you how this is possible through GoPaddle. Or even if you have an existing cluster, you can register it. So I'm going to show you that as well. But once you have the cluster, we are going to start modernizing your application or start deploying it on your AKS cluster. So this is the whole process. So you start with the source code, you clone the source code, and then you install the command line utility GPCTL on your local desktop. And then you have to feed in 3 different scripts. One is the build script, which tells you how to build the application on your local machine, right? You're not thinking about Docker or Kubernetes here. You're looking at how to build the application on my local machine. The start script says how to run this application on my local machine. And the health check tells you when your application is ready, right? So just these 3 inputs as the inputs to this command line utility, you will start transforming your application. So when you run this, utility, it analyzes the project. It tells you a best fit base image based on which you can start building your container. And then it analyzes the project, and it also creates a container profile. The container profile will look for all its security configurations and network dependency, capacity, and all other attributes. And then it will start creating a container profile, which is nothing but your Docker file. And then then you can actually choose to start creating your Docker image, right? So the creation of the Docker image actually happens on your AKS cluster. So it converts your source code into a Docker image, which then gets pushed into your Docker registry. Now we have the image in the registry. Now we are going to deploy it to the cluster. So you can choose either you want to deploy, or you can add to an existing template, which is nothing but a blueprint. I'm going to show that as well. So you can build larger applications. It's very similar to your helm chart. And you can keep adding your microservices to a larger template, or you can deploy and then have a running application, right? So once you do that, you can also, if you choose to download the Helm chart, you can also download the Helm charts for testing it on a different on-premise or Azure environments. Now this is the whole transformation process. So this takes about a couple of minutes for us to do this, right? Instead of spending so much of time on writing all these files, and then especially with respect to YAML files, I mean, it can be tricky because of all these the syntax and alignments and things like that. Now this is fairly straightforward. If you just start with source code, you get your application up and running. Okay, in our demo, what we are going to do is to show you the GPCTL init, and then we will build an application, a .NET Core application, and then we will deploy it onto AKS. And we'll also show you a DevOps pipeline. We are going to make use of Azure DevOps pipeline. So in this case, we have pre-registered our GitHub repository to Azure DevOps, and we have created a pipeline script for this, which will automatically, get triggered whenever there is a commit in the code, right? And this pipeline is going to, trigger a build on AKS using GoPaddle, and then it's also going to do a rolling update on the application that is already deployed. So before we use Azure DevOps, we need to have an application up and running. So for that, we are going to make use of GPCTL init. Right. So before we get to this demo, I would like you to quickly walk you through what this GoPaddle platform is about. Okay, so this is the GoPaddle platform. So I'm going to be logging into a demo account. So as soon as I log in, I can actually see the dashboard from where I get to see the different metrics of the utilization of different resources and the different activities that happen within this particular account. And in the top navigation panel, you get to see the different projects. This account, nothing but isolated workspaces. You can group the resources and manage them independently. And here you see all these one-time setup of creating the projects, onboarding cloud, onboarding your source code repositories, creating your making use of one of the registries. You can have access controls across teams. You can set alerts and notifications. Now today's focus is going to be on Azure Cloud. So this is where we have actually added one cloud authenticator, and using this authenticator, you can actually see what is there. So this is actually an Azure authenticator, and we have made use of the SaaS Azure. You can also have an on-premise Azure if you prefer to. It's a very similar process of creating the authenticator, and you can register it here. But once you have the Azure authenticator, you will actually do a single sign-on process, and then you would have a cloud account registered. Now I have one cloud account here. Now using this cloud account, I'll be also registering ACR registry. So you can see there is an ACR registry, which is imported from the same Azure cloud account. Now this is the one-time setup. So once we have all this, on the left panel is where you start managing your resources. Under templates is where you see all the metadata. Now these are not running containers, these are metadata, right? So this tells you the attributes of a container, And you also get to group these containers, create services. These are config maps, configurations are config maps, and deployments are nothing but your deployment templates. Here you have two types of deployment templates. One is our marketplace, where you can use ready-built templates, or you can create your own templates. So we are going to create a template for our .NET Core application using GPCTL init. And then Helm charts are nothing but, when you have your deployment templates, you can generate Helm charts out of it. Artifacts are nothing but your builds and releases. So when you build your containers, you get these builds. These are similar to your Docker images, but with additional attributes for tracking, what changes went into a specific build and where it got built and things like that. Now, our focus again is on application and infrastructure. So under infrastructure, you will see, we have an Azure cluster that is already running, and I have provisioned this through GoPaddle. So you get to see the different, attributes again. You see the master endpoint, and you also have a kubeconfig file which you can download. And then if you prefer to connect to this cluster through kubectl, you can use this kubeconfig file. You have different node pools here, and you can add new node pools, and you can manage them from here. So one is a system node pool. So this system node pool, you can actually change the scaling attributes as well from here. But you can also see other VMSS scaling rules. I'm not very sure if we have time to cover this. Based on the other demo, we'll see if we have time. I will walk you through this as well. So you can set granular, scaling rules saying, if this CPU percentage crosses this limit, then you scale up by a count or something like that, right? You can set granular scaling rules as well. Now within this node pool, we also have a node, and we have actually enabled the external IP for this. So if anything gets deployed on this, we can access it externally. And the rules for accessing this external IP is also documented. You can actually check in the help documents. Yeah, so you can see the rules that are and the steps for enabling public IP for your deployments on AKS. So within this node, coming back to this, so we have a node, and we also get to see the different labels that are there. And you can also see the Docker images that are used within this particular node and the different logs for this particular node. So as soon as you provision your cluster, you also get to see the different add-ons that get automatically provisioned. So in our case, we have a few add-ons like Prometheus and Grafana, so which gets automatically created, so we don't have to do anything. So these add-ons get once you provision a cluster, or you bring in an existing cluster through a registration process, which I'll show you in a minute, you automatically get this add-ons installed. So we have a Grafana dashboard, and I think we have preloaded a few templates. So you get to see the metrics for all your utilization of your nodes and your node pools from this. Right, so you get to see the metrics quickly. So as you know, you can see these metrics even through your Azure portal as well. But if you want to customize, I think you can either use Grafana, or you can also use your Azure portal. Now, the builds section shows you all the builds that happen on this particular cluster, and application tells you what application runs on this particular cluster. So when you take these deployment templates and then deploy on one of the clusters, you get to see your applications. So I'm going to see if Gayatri is available, and then she'll show you the GPCTL init demo. So let me see if I'll stop sharing, and Gayatri may take over from here. So Gayatri, would you be able to share your screen?
Yes, Vinodini.
So I hope you're able to see the share option, right?
Vinodini, already sharing my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
I'm not sure. I don't think I can see your screen. Are we able to see the screen? Because I'm not able to see one. Maybe we should check with the organizers. I'm not very sure if you're having some trouble with this. Can we see the screen? Yeah, it's not available, I guess. Okay, so as a fallback, let me see if I have a recorded version of this, so that I can actually show it from my screen sharing itself. Or maybe you can parallelly try, Gayatri. If you are able to get it up and running, that's good.
Sure, Vinodini.
Give us a second, guys. I'm trying to see if I can pull up a recorded edition of this. Okay, I have it. Maybe I'll try with this itself. But meanwhile, Gayatri, would you be able to initiate GPCTL from your end so that application comes to, we get to see the application? I'm going to show, share my screen and show a recorded edition of it. So parallelly, you can bring up the application on your end. Okay, so.
Hello, Vinodini.
Yeah, hi, Satish.
Yeah, sorry. Is there any help required? All okay?
Looks like Gayatri is not able to share her screen.
Mm-hmm.
Or rather, it's not visible.
Hello, Gayatri.
Hello.
Yeah, on the bottom, did you see that share
Yeah,
option?
yeah. It goes 1 minute. Let me share once again. Yeah, now I shared my screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, it's visible now. Awesome. Okay, so the reason why I would like to do it this way is because Gayatri has her setup on her laptop, and she has already, logged into the demo account, and we are going to use this account to initialize the application. So can we switch to the folder where we have cloned the project? Okay, so this is a .NET application, .NET Core application. And as you can see, we have some pipeline scripts. So this is for the Azure pipeline. I'll be walking you through that a little later. And we have all the source in this folder, and you also get to see some Docker Compose files, but you don't have any Kubernetes YAML files, right? So as an initialization process, we are going to create these artifacts. And you see three different scripts here. One is the build script. The build script, as I mentioned, it contains the steps to build this particular application on your local desktop. And then you have your start script, which tells you how to start this application. And your health check tells you how to check for your the availability of your service. So we have these three scripts. As you see, there is nothing Docker or Kubernetes related artifacts in this. Now we are going to onboard this application using gpctl init using these three scripts. But before we do that, we need these two envs to be set even to run this application locally. So we have to export these variables. And once we have that, we can start doing the init process. So when we do the init, what happens in the background is that GoPaddle analyzes the project, and it discovers that this is, again, it's actually analyzing it now. And it has discovered that this is a C# project, and it is searching for a best fit base image based on which you can start building your application. So GoPaddle provides a few best fit base images based on the type of the project, but we also look for images that are officially available in the Docker Hub. Now, if you go ahead with choosing this image, this gets pulled into your local desktop. We do a Docker inspect to tell you the type of the configuration that is there within this base image, because you need to know what you're building on, so you get to see what is there in that Docker image. And we also do a parallel, we analyze the container profile and then see for any conflicts between this base image and your application. So in this case, I see there is some conflict between your envs and in your container profile and in your image configuration. So it's still building the profile, but you will see that there is going to be a conflict. Yeah, so you see there is a conflict for your path variable. So you can choose one of these paths. So we'll go with the second option, which is there in the base image itself. Now, the moment we start with this, creating the container profile, now this is going to create a container in GoPaddle. And as a next step, it is going to start building this container on your Azure cluster. So you can choose option 1. So we are going to use this cluster for creating your Docker image. And once the image is created, we are going to push the image to Azure ACR registry. And this allocation policy tells you how large your build environment is going to be, because it depends upon your application. Sometimes you may need a lot of capacity to build even your application. So you choose the application the allocation policy that you need to build this application. Now this has triggered the build. This is going to take a couple of minutes. So let's go back and review the container build and the container profile that got created. So you see the cluster, under cluster. Okay, that's okay. So under the cluster, you see under builds, you will see that this new build got triggered. So it's in creating state. Let's go to the build page. Here you get to see what is the last commit. And this is very useful and handy when you need to know what is the commit that triggered the CI. But in this case, it's not a CI, it is the init process, but you still get to see the last commit, right? And you also get to see the activities. Can you go back? Okay, here in the build environment again, sorry. The build environment, here you get to see the node on which this is scheduled. So it's actually building on AKS cluster. Okay, let's go to the activities. You get to see the different activities and the build logs, right? And we'll check the container. So this container is the profile is created for this application, and this is the profile. You see all the security context and the network and all other attributes like the route paths and the envs got created automatically. Now let's switch back and see if the container is created or it's still building. So let's switch back to Azure DevOps. Let's make the best use of time we have. So under Azure DevOps, you can see what we have created. So there is one pipeline already available, and this pipeline is created using the starter script. And we edited the script to add our own pipeline. So if we go to the project. This is the GitHub project, corresponding GitHub project. So we have edited this to include the CI/CD process, and we have made use of certain variables to fine tune it based on the application or the runtime attributes. Right. Once the application comes up in our GPCTL init, we can go back to the script and modify these container ID, service ID, and application ID, so that we can start triggering our pipeline. Right. So let's go back to the script. Yeah, this is what exactly happens in the script. Because we can't have multi-line in that GitHub YAML file, we just copied the same thing here in this notepad. So what we do here is that as soon as a commit happens, Azure DevOps will identify that commit, and it will trigger a build in GoPaddle, which will build your container within AKS. And based on the build status, so once, say, if it is completed, can you scroll down, Gayatri? Yeah. So once it is created, then we are going to trigger a rolling update on the application using GoPaddle again. Now this is what exactly the script does, and we will trigger this once the application is available. So now that the container is created, and we are going to create a template and launch this application on an external node port. So it's asking us for an alternate node port. So the moment we give this is going to create a deployment template, okay, and it's going to launch this application on AKS. So if we go back to the GoPaddle portal, we will see a new deployment template is created for this. Let's go back to the GoPaddle dashboard. We can see under deployments, under the user section, you will see that new template is created. Now this has one service with one container, but you can kind of add more containers, more services to this. But for the demo purpose, we have just one container. The application we launched. So we just started from the code and we have an application now. So let's go back and then review this application. Can we click on this URL? So we can see that the .NET application is launched successfully without having to write any Docker or YAML files, and with all the the monitoring and logging capabilities built into the system. Right. So we have this .NET application running. Right. Now we can use this application and then trigger the pipeline. For that, we need the application ID and the other attributes, which you can get it from the session file. So when you trigger the GPCTL init, you would actually see a session ID in the initial status, right? So go scroll a little bit, you will be able to see the yeah, we have this here as well. So we can check the corresponding JSON file. Yeah, it's the same session ID. We can use this session ID to get the resource IDs. So we did a JQ and we got all the session IDs and the project IDs and the release IDs. So we are going to use this in our YAML file, but we also need the access token, which you can get it from the corresponding GoPaddle session, which is available under the temp directory. Okay, so we are going to edit this YAML file, the pipeline file, and feed in all this information. So we are editing the API token. So this API token is required for us to, trigger our build and other. Okay, yeah, this is a long text. So we have to change the whole text here. Sorry, give me a moment. So Gayatri, you can just do a DW and then delete word by word if that works. I don't know. I think you're having some trouble editing it. Yeah, you have to do it one by one or. Okay, so we'll have to feed in the new API token, and we'll have to change the container ID and the service ID. We need container ID, service ID, and the application ID. Okay, so we're all set. Now the YAML file is updated. Now even committing this would be triggering a pipeline because this is anyway, it's a commit within the project. So we'll just make use of this itself and we'll trigger the pipeline now. So she's just adding a comment which says Azure DevOps pipeline, and this is going to Azure DevOps, and then this is going to trigger a build in Verifable. Okay, so this is going to trigger the build. I'm going to switch back to my session. So she's pushing the content, and this should trigger the job. Let me take over from here and show you the remaining things for my system. The application now running, and let me show you that quickly because I think we are just running late. So I'm going to be showing the application. So this is the application that we are operating, and you see that this is what got initialized through GPCTL init, and this is a running application, and you get to see the application.
Vinodini, looks like your screen is not shared, I think.
Okay. Let me try sharing again. Was it visible?
No, Vinodini.
Is it visible now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So
Now it should be.
now I was just talking. Okay, cool. So this is a running application. You get to see the endpoint as well, and you see where it is deployed, and you get to see the services. And when you see the services, you get to see the different replicas which are there in that system. So we have 2 replicas, and for each replica, you'll be able to see different containers and its general attributes, right? So these are the general attributes for this replica, and you also get to see a container running within that. Okay, give me a second. I mean, my network is lagging a little bit. Okay, so you get to see the container, and for each of these containers, you will also get to see other attributes.
Hello, Vinodini.
Okay, so you
Your
see
network is.
Yeah, I know, like it's a little slow, but I finally got it. Okay, so you get to see the container and container logs. Okay, you get to see the container logs, and you can also directly log into the container terminal from here. It may this lag. Okay, so while this is going on, right, let me switch to the pipeline and we'll see whether a job got triggered. And we see that this is actually happening and the pipeline is running now. And we can also see the job and we'll see what state it is in right now. So we get to see all these logs here. So you see that the build is still getting created. So it's going to take a while for the rolling update to happen. Okay, and let me switch back to this. So because of the network delay, I think my connection to the terminal is also taking time. So this is all I had to show for the demo. We have just 5 more minutes left. So if there are any questions, yeah, one last thing before we get there, like one last thing, which is to show you the revisions, right? So if you do a rolling update, you also get to see all the revisions here, right? So for the time being, there are no rolling updates. It's still going on. So once it happens, you will be able to see all the revisions here. Okay, so I'm going to stop here, and then I will take any questions that is there from the community.
Yes, thanks, Vinodini and Gayatri. And let me check. Do we have any questions? So far, we haven't got any of the questions from the audience. But let's wait for a minute so that anyone is having any doubts.
So it looks like there aren't many questions. So if you have any feedback, you can always reach out to us, and you can visit our website at gopaddle.io, and we'll be more than happy to walk you through some more capabilities on AKS.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, Vinodini. Thanks for your time. And one question I have is it a paid subscription?
Okay, so we have a paid SaaS. I mean, for a SaaS, we have 15-day free trial, and we have, yes, for GoPaddle, yes, we have a 15-day free trial for the SaaS, where you can have all these multi-cloud capabilities. We have an enterprise edition that's different, but we also are coming up with a community edition, which can run on your local system. But for that, we don't have the multi-cloud capability. We run only on Minikube. So if you have a Minikube in your local desktop, you can bring up GoPaddle on your local environment, and then you can start initializing your projects.
Okay. Thanks, Vinodini. Thanks, Gayatri.
Thank you so much, Satish, and thanks for giving us this opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hi, Brian.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon.
It's almost good evening.
Yeah, it's I would say, bright and early here. I'm just outside of Boston, but it's dark and dreary, so yeah, so good morning.
It's a very good morning for you, Brian. Yeah, and thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me share my screen here.
Sure. Let me check whether it got properly broadcasted. Yep.
All right, let me know if you can see that.
Yes, it should be.
Okay. Do you want to wait a minute before I begin? Oh, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, Brian, give me a minute. So almost we are on time. Like,
yeah.
We're supposed to start in a minute. Yeah. 1
Okay.
minute. Let me take it to
Yeah,
give a
sure.
small intro. Yeah. Hi
Sounds good.
everyone. Today we have Brian Mullins, and Brian is going to discuss about the future is verifiable, understanding verifiable credentials. The topic itself very interesting, and anything related to security or AWS, serverless, DevOps, Android. These are all the specialities of Brian, and you can ask. You don't need to restrict yourself within the verifiable credentials. You can ask any sort of doubts to
Thanks,
for the
Satish.
next. Sorry.
I said thanks. You can ask me about anything.
Yeah. So for the next 60 minutes, Brian is going to share his knowledge with us. And so Brian is working as a senior principal engineer in RSA Labs. He's based off of Boston, and probably as Brian said, it's early morning for him, and Brian made that for us. Thanks a lot, Brian, and the stage is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Satish. Thanks for the introduction. Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, good morning, depending on where you're coming from. So thank you for having me. Happy to chat about verifiable credentials. So this session is titled "The Future is Verifiable," and it's going to be about exploring and understanding verifiable credentials. As Satish mentioned, my name is Brian Mullins. I'm a developer for RSA. In particular, I work for a group called RSA Labs, and we are responsible for doing some R&D, sort of exploring forward-leaning topics of areas in research and new emerging technologies, and creating and building new products from them. And so me and my team, we've been exploring verifiable credentials for about a year now. So I'm hoping to sort of share what they are and why we think they're so exciting. All right, so the goals for this session today are firstly to help you, the developer, have a high-level understanding of the key concepts around verifiable credentials. So for the most part, we will not be diving too deep into the weeds. It's going to be more about establishing the key concepts, really having a strong foundation. And then secondly, I'm hoping to help you, the audience, start to bridge the gap between understanding this new, I consider it to be a tool, a new developer tool belt, and trying to think about the types of problems that exist with you and your business and how maybe this tool might be able to help. So that's primarily where we're going to be talking about today. Okay, so first up, so what is a verifiable credential? Can sound a little scary, but it's not really. It's a digital credential. So there's an emerging standard around this that's being driven by the W3C, and I'll talk about that towards the end of the presentation as well. But basically, there's a standard coming out for how can we establish digital credentials that can be truly interoperable. And digital credentials, verifiable credentials, they're special. They're sort of differentiated in that they're digitally signed. And that's important because that makes them tamper resistant, but also it makes them instantly verifiable. And that uses primarily public key cryptography to do that. So verifiable credentials, not only can they represent our typical credentials that we have always kept in our wallets. So think things like your work badge or your driver's license. So yes, they can be used to create a modern version of those credentials, but more interestingly, they can represent new things that we've never had credentials for. And so one of the examples I like to discuss is, and we'll get into it again later in the presentation, is you could prove something like ownership over a bank account, things that are purely digital. That today are quite hard or impossible to prove. And lastly, verifiable credentials. I just mentioned that maybe you could have one that represents a bank account, but they can actually be issued by anyone. So in the presentation, you might hear me say, the person who issued, but it doesn't have to be a person. I think typically that's just easier as a means of explaining the topic, but they can be issued by a person, a corporation, or even a device. You could have device creating attestations about your height or your weight or how much you slept if you have a fitness tracker on. So they can be issued by anyone, and they can be about anything, and they can be instantly verified by everyone. And so that is a very powerful sentence. And something I've learned over the past year in working with these and having conversations with customers and developers is that it's this limitless possibility that is actually makes it hard to wrap your head around how do I actually use these and what's a real use case that I could use them for. So that's why one of my goals today is to try to make this a little more discrete, give you a high level understanding, but also bring it down into some real examples and hopefully drive home the key foundational concepts around them. Okay, so let's talk about how verifiable credentials work. So if you do go off and start, you get excited about this topic and you go and want to read more, you will inevitably come across this picture, which I've prettied up a little bit to match the color scheme for the conference, but you'll come across this picture. And this picture actually conveys all the foundational parts that you'll need in order to understand the topic. So starting on the left-hand side is the issuer. Like I mentioned in the previous slide, an issuer is the entity, so it could be a person, company, or device, that's going to issue an attestation about something, right? You have something you want to prove later. So it could issue an attestation about where you went to school, where you currently work. Like I mentioned, maybe it's a device attestation about some health data. Truly, it can be anything. And so the issuer's job is to issue credentials. And you can see in this picture here that there's two arrows. So one is they issue the credential and they hand it to the person, the holder. And again, it's easiest to explain the issuer being a person. So let's talk about if the issuer was your current workplace and they issue you a credential that says, I am an employee at that workplace. They'd issue the credential and pass it to you to hold. And then the second thing they do is, as I alluded, typically verifiable credentials, they're backed by public key cryptography. So the issuer is going to have an underlying public-private key pair. And I mentioned that the credential is digitally signed. So just to refresh, you take the private key and that's going to be used, the issuer keeps that secret, and that's going to be used to sign the credential. But the public key has to be made available. It needs to be made available so that later, eventually, the verifier can verify that credential. And so there's a common fabric that's shared, and here it's labeled as a data registry. And in some pictures, you'll see this labeled as a blockchain, but it doesn't need to be. And I'll talk about more on that topic later too. But basically, the issuer needs to write their public key to some data registry that will allow anyone to verify the credential they issued. So now the holder has this credential and they're going to store it. There are verifiable credential wallets that are being built right now. Microsoft actually has one that they've been working on, and I haven't played with it in a while, but I saw an announcement earlier this year. And so the technology is becoming more mainstream. I'd argue it's not well known yet, but when some entity issues you a credential, you're going to hold it in a digital wallet. And then later, a verifier is going to request a credential in order to do something or prove something about yourself. So in that case, the holder presents their credentials to the verifier. They're going to inspect the credential where they're going to, there's a section, I'll talk about this in the next slide. There's a section that tells the verifier how they can verify the credential and prove that the credential is issued by this issuer and it's about this subject, and it attests to some fact about them or something they did. And then they read the public key from the registry, they verify the signature and verify the credential. And then they decide if they want to accept a credential or not. So in a nutshell, that's the flow. So the issuer issues, hands it off to a holder, who then later can present it to one or many verifiers who can verify that credential. Now, one thing this picture does not discuss is the trust model. So just because the issuer issued it doesn't mean that the verifier should trust it. So as I mentioned, the issuer can be anyone. It could be a bank or your employer. It could also be your best friend. And so just like today, the verifier needs to make a decision about who is this issuer and are they an authority on this topic? Meaning, is it reasonable to expect that, for example, the hospital issued a birth certificate? Okay, that makes sense. But if your best friend issues you a birth certificate, the verifier shouldn't trust it. So I just want to make the distinction here that just because the issuer issues something that's digitally signed doesn't mean that the verifier should trust it. They need to make decisions. So in addition to just verifying the integrity of the credential, there's a trust decision that needs to happen where the verifier needs to understand who is this issuer and is that someone I want to trust. Okay. So next up. So here we're going to deep dive a little bit because for me as a developer, I like to see the data, right? It's on the previous slide, it's abstract. It's just, here's this digital credential. Okay, that makes sense. But what is it really? So here's a snapshot of an actual, it's fabricated, but this is what a real verifiable credential looks like. And you can see I've broken it up into 4 sections. So there's top section, and I'll get into each of these. There's a context, a metadata section, some claims, and a proof. And so it starts with the context. Also, by the way, so on the left-hand side, this is a JSON LD data structure. So JSON linked data. It's like JSON, but it's traversable. And it starts with defining some definitions. So the context establishes the definitions for all these keys, all these terms that are used throughout the rest of the document. And that's done to ensure interoperability so that, like I mentioned, you might have a digital credential issued to you and you present it to lots of different verifiers. Well, they all need to be able to inspect the credential and understand, what is meant by the term degree. And so this context defines precisely what these definitions are. That way, they can be reused across, boundaries and organizational silos and things. So next up is the credential metadata, and this just describes some data about the credential. So you can see what is its type, what is its ID, who is the issuer, and when was it issued. And here, in the issuer, you're actually seeing this example, the term DID. DID stands for decentralized identity. And that's a topic that is typically discussed in the context of verifiable credentials. And I'll talk about why in a couple slides, but this topic of verifiable credentials and decentralized identity, they actually work together very nicely. And it's a pretty powerful paradigm as we move towards decentralization. And I'll talk more about that. But if you see DID, just know that that's a decentralized identifier. So in this case, the issuer is Acme University. Next is the blue section, the claims. So here, what's being claimed is that Acme University is claiming that this subject that has this DID has a bachelor's degree of science. And then lastly is the proof. And in this case, it's a digital signature. Here's the signature. And then the verification method here is the pointer to the public key, where I talked about in this picture here, right? The verifier needs to be able to do a lookup. It needs to know how can I verify this credential? And here it's going to use that data registry to pull the public key, verify the signature, And then, like I mentioned, the verifier would decide, does this seem reasonable, right? Acme University, issuing a degree, okay, that makes sense. And that's it. So that's what they look like. Okay, so let's step back from there. So, well, let's talk about some more use cases, because again, I know when I first learned about this, it seemed pretty abstract. So let's try to make things a little more discrete. So part of the problem is that verifiable credentials can be used for anything, right? They can be used for something you know, or something you have, proof of ownership, proof of something you are, or maybe even proof of an event. And some examples of those would be, so something you know, could be where you went to school, where you got your degree, could be some licensure that you got, or a certification, right? As developers, we get certified all the time for different technologies. It's funny, in this case, I actually like to think about LinkedIn. So here's, I guess I'll talk about this later too, but here's a case where, for the most part, all the information we share, especially as developers, all the information we share, it's possible to verify, but it's probably very expensive to verify at scale. So meaning if you're a startup or you're a company, and every applicant that you're trying to hire, you can go call and verify the degree, and you can verify every single certification and that is, every skill on their skill set, but it'd be very, very costly, probably very time consuming. And so that's an example where verifiable credentials could be really interesting. I can envision a future where, a lot of the things we share have some sort of virtual check mark where the data is verified in real time. So if you had a verifiable credential that represented your degree, that could be instantly verified by LinkedIn on the back end. So it could check the credential that was issued, make sure it's still valid, and is real. So just one example. Some more examples. Something you have. So I alluded to this earlier as well. Ownership of a bank account. It's something that is currently hard to prove. Likewise, something that exists today is proof of citizenship. So we have something. I have a passport, but it's kind of digital, right? It's paper passport, has a QR code inside of it. Not quite there. Could also be used for things you own. Think about property deeds or vehicle deeds. You can make attestations about something you are, like I mentioned. Maybe a device is issuing an attestation about your height or your current weight. Or you have a birth certificate credential that proves your current age. Also, interestingly, you could get these for things that you did. So, for example, proof that you attended this virtual conference, or proof of a certain vaccination, or proof that you slept 8 hours in the last 24. So it's interesting. Like, honestly, your creativity is the limiting factor here. Like, there are use cases that I've thought about where, like, assume you're getting on an airplane. Currently you have an assumption that the pilot had a reasonable amount of sleep. But you could also envision a future where, in order to pilot the aircraft, the pilot would need to present a verifiable credential that attests to the fact that, yes, he actually has slept 8 hours in the last 24. Otherwise, he'd be unauthorized to fly the airplane. So it's interesting. It's exciting, and I'm very interested to see where this technology goes. And then last note, as an example about the attendance. So one thing we're hoping to do, and I don't know if we'll actually get to do this, but I've been having conversations with the AZConf team about hopefully issuing a digital verifiable credential for all the attendees that they attended this event. And that's something that RSA and my team is helping them with. Like I said, I haven't talked to them this week because it's been super crazy getting ready for the conference, but that's something we're hoping to do. So if we do, and you get a message or an email about that, and you're interested in the topic, please check it out. Okay, so a couple more use cases to share. So here's one, proof of employment. And I've alluded to this already, but I think today, if you need to prove that you either currently work for your employer or you used to work for a certain employer, right? Like think about your LinkedIn resume again. It's a manual process today. And I spoke to a few different people that work at different companies to try to understand what their processes are. And it kind of varies. So in some cases, you had to make a phone call. You'd make a phone call, you'd make a request. That request, maybe it would result in a written letter that was actually signed, like with wet signature, and then put in the mail. So there's a case that's manual, that's expensive, that's taking people's time. It's also slow. And then other companies had processes that the request would come in, maybe you made a phone call, maybe they had an email set up, like an email for it. And then it would go into some like complex ticketing system where the message would go to HR, and then from HR it would get routed to your old manager, and then your old manager would have to sign off on it, and then it would go back to HR, and then they'd sign off on it, and then they'd send you either a physical or digital message proof, which probably also wasn't cryptographically verifiable, most assuredly. So that's one example of something that is fairly common but not efficient. And then in contrast, if you think about what that flow could look like with a verifiable credential, so if you're an active employee working for a bank, let's say in this picture, or any company for that matter, when they onboard you, they issue you a verifiable credential that says, yes, Brian works for RSA, and then they sign it. It says he's an active employee, and then they sign it and hand it to me. And now if I would need to present that, maybe as proof at a conference that I actually work for RSA, I could share it and it could be instantly verifiable. Or maybe I bring that to the local museum and my company has a partnership with them to give me a discount, right? Or maybe after I worked for RSA and I went on to work for my next company or start my next startup, I'd want proof that, yeah, I worked at RSA for a certain number of years. So again, on my way out, as I departed the company, they would issue me an attestation that says, yes, Brian worked from 2019 to 2021. I've been at RSA much longer, by the way. But it could be, they could issue that attestation, and then I have proof for the rest of my career that I actually worked for this company when I said I did. Okay, so one more use case. So here in the States, and the slide is a little busy, but here in the States, we have this use case around, and I've already alluded to it, like bank account ownership. And so there's kind of two flavors of this. So one flavor that I've experienced is I go to sign up for some online service, and they want a link to my bank account. So I need to enter in my checking account number. And there's kind of two paths that are chosen by these services. One is they don't verify at all. And I've had that happen where I fat-fingered my account number and then things don't work. And then 30 days later, when I'm trying to pay my bill, you get a message that's not possible. So that's a case of, something was too hard to verify, so they didn't do it. And then the other common approach here in the States is, this is more typical, where so like the other day I was scheduled to go to an event, and in the last 24 hours I wasn't able to go, and so I needed to sell my tickets, and I was trying to use some online service to do that quickly. But in order for them to pay me, if my tickets sold, in order for them to pay me, they wanted my bank account info. And here's how the process works. So typically you enter in your bank account information, and then they basically issue a challenge in the form of they make 2 small deposits into your account. So let's say 2 cents and 7 cents. And mind you, this is not instantaneous. Depending on what day of the week you choose, this process can take a day, 2 days, maybe even 3 days for that deposit to go through and show up in your bank account. So then a couple days later, you need to remember that you're trying to sign up for some service. You need to log into your bank account, get those deposit amounts. You need to log back into the online service. You need to enter in those amounts. And then that's their way of verifying that, yes, Brian has an ownership over this bank account. He was able to prove that it was those two deposit amounts. And then they trust the bank account number. Now, in my case, the event I was trying to sell tickets to was in 24 hours. And I think it was also a Saturday as well. And it didn't work. It couldn't happen fast enough. It's clever, but it's a total hack. It's very inefficient. So that's how it is today. Even still, that like I said, that use case happened to me a couple weeks ago, about a month ago. And then in contrast, consider what that flow could be like with a verifiable credential. So when I sign up for my bank account, they're going to authenticate me. They're going to issue me a bank account number. And then they issue me an attestation, a digital credential, a verifiable credential that says, my name is Brian, this is my bank, and this is my account info. And they sign it. And then next time when I sign up for a service provider, they could ask for that information in the form of a VC. And I'd share it with them. They can instantly verify it. And instead of something that takes on the order of days, not exaggerating, days, it could happen on the order of seconds, maybe even less. So that's the power of transformation that we're talking about. Okay. Okay, so next up, I want to zoom out a little bit more actually and talk about centralized and decentralized use cases. So as I mentioned, if you go off and read about this technology, at least when I started really ramping up and learning about it, a lot of it was primarily focused around the decentralized use case. And the reason for that is because I think that's where a lot of technologies are headed. Is in that direction. It's also because verifiable credentials and decentralized identities. So again, I'm trying not to dive into that world too much, but there's this concept of a decentralized or self-sovereign identity, which is that basically today, most of us in our digital identities, they're tied to some centralized company, for example, Google or Apple or Microsoft or the common ones, right? And so if the company that backs your digital identity should go away, it's going to take your identity with it. And so there's this concept of self-sovereign identity, which is I have an online digital presence that's mine. I own it. And so that combined with this idea around verifiable credentials is this very powerful, like I mentioned, it's this very powerful dynamic. And in use cases where you're trying to share information across organizational boundaries, so like the bank account, right? I have one bank account, or I have several bank accounts, but let's say I have one bank account. But typically I might need to share that bank account with a lot of different service providers, right? So that's an example of sort of crossing that organizational boundary where the attestation about my bank account wants to be shared outside of the bank. And that's definitely where I think verifiable credentials shine and differentiate themselves the most. And that's where things are headed. However, there's a big gap between where we are today and that eventual utopia or goal. And so in contrast, there's also on the other side of the spectrum, there are centralized use cases. So these are use cases that are more self-contained. So you could picture attending university, right? You have an attestation that you are a student. You could get issued a VC. That VC would grant you access to all the resources on campus or online. And that is a more contained, typically centralized use case. And there are solutions for that today that are not VC, right? They'd be proprietary and baked in, and that your campus ID can only be used on campus, and that's that. But what we're seeing is actually these centralized use cases adopting or looking into adopting verifiable credentials in the hope that it can start to bridge these two worlds. So if a university should adopt a VC, yes, it would enable all those on-campus siloed use cases, but it would also start to feed out into maybe the surrounding neighborhood or surrounding area. And maybe you could use that to prove, to get access to, again, like local shop discounts or access to other events happening. And so that's what we're seeing. I think for me, that has been something that's been a little surprising, in that I think there is actually utility and application, even starting in a centralized use case, like even, for example, even inside of a company. Sometimes there are processes between departments that are very, very siloed and very inefficient. And even something like a VC could help make those faster, cheaper, more efficient. So I just wanted to make that note. And also in the decentralized use case, like I had also mentioned, you sometimes, because these use cases are completely decentralized, that they talk about using a blockchain as this underlying data fabric for the verifications to happen. And that can be the case. It doesn't have to be the case. Like the use cases we're seeing so far are typically not that. They're more in the centralized start, because sometimes it's easier to start there. We have more control, but the hope is that it starts to head towards the decentralized direction. Okay. So this is a fun little chart I put together earlier this year. And again, it was a consequence of having lots of conversations with developers and trying to walk them through. Again, because VCs are so limitless, it's kind of hard to narrow down, do I have a use case that I should use a VC or not? So let me walk you through this. So firstly, starting at the top left there, the question to ask yourself is, do you have a process that is slow and expensive or manual? Or do you have a process where you're making assumptions about your users because something is hard or impossible to verify? So in that case, I could think of the online service provider that did not verify bank account ownership. They just accepted whatever value you put. And the reason they did that is because it was hard, or maybe they didn't have the resources to do it. So in cases like this, you should consider using a VC, and most likely you're going to be the verifier. If that's not the case, we can move on to the next item, where maybe you provision credentials about something. Maybe you work for a company that issues exams or certification tests. Or do you know something about your users that they could benefit from being able to prove? So that example could be, for example, your employment or your university, right? You provision a credential. So in that case, you should consider using a VC, and you'd be the issuer. And then next up, do you need to prove something about yourself to multiple service providers? So again, for me, this use case of sharing my bank account information with multiple service providers is something that's both painful and happens a couple times a year minimally. In this case, you should consider using a VC, and you'd be the holder. The caveat here is, if you're the holder, you don't really have a say in influencing the issuer and verifier, right? You're sort of a victim of circumstance there, where you need those. You both need the issuer to issue the attestation, and you need verifiers to request them. And if none of those situations apply, then a VC probably isn't the right choice. Okay, so let's talk about challenges. So this technology it's new, it's emerging, it's exciting. I think, has tremendous potential. But there are some challenges that lie ahead that, as a developer, you should be aware of. So thus far, adoption of the technology has a chicken and egg problem, because as an issuer, it doesn't make sense to issue these credentials unless people are asking for them. And as a verifier, or you can ask for these all you want, but if the other institutions and organizations and things aren't issuing them, it's not going to work. And so it's a challenge. And again, I think some of that challenge ties into my observation about things starting within a centralized place, because sometimes an entity or a company can be both the issuer and the verifier to start, and then later maybe other verifiers come into the ecosystem, come into the picture. So that has been a challenge. The second challenge is around usability, and something we affectionately call the mom test. And obviously we love all the moms out there. But if I were to call my mom and start talking about public key cryptography and, hey, do you have your private key? Or, how are you managing keys, or how are you managing your verifiable credentials? Today, it probably doesn't pass the test. It's probably a little bit too complex. The usability is not quite good enough. And that said, I haven't used the latest and greatest wallets in the past few months. So things are getting better, but that is usability, depending on who your audience is. It's a current challenge. So for example, even if all the banks here in the States were to issue verifiable credentials for all of my bank accounts, I think a vast majority of the population wouldn't know what that is. And today you probably need to know a little bit more about how it works than is ideal. It reminds me of operating a car, actually. So like today, I think a lot of people that operate cars, you don't need to know how it works. You just get in, right? You have your user interface of the wheel, and off you go. You don't need to worry about the engine, but that probably wasn't the case 50 or 70 years ago. So things are new. There's still a challenge there. And then next is regarding easy storage of these credentials. Again, I'd say it's not quite there. So I think eventually all of our smartphones and OSs, probably even the browsers, will have this digital wallet technology completely baked in. And that plus an improvement in usability might be sort of what's needed to get us over the adoption hump. But it's not quite there. And then lastly, a note around interoperability. So yes, there are standards out there being driven by the W3C, which is great. But we still, as an industry, we still need to make the right choices and foster that interoperability. It's possible that the technology gets siloed off ever so slightly in different directions, and that could make this even harder to gain adoption. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but there's a chance it could happen. There's also a chance we get it right, and we huddle around these standards and recognize that in order for this technology to make it, it's really important that we get the interoperability right. Okay, we're almost through, just a couple more slides. So how can you get started? So I think I would kindly request that if you're interested in the technology, firstly, you can check out what we call the VC playground. So as part of our research into the area, we've had conversations trying to help developers ramp up on this technology pretty often. And we recognize that it's not easy, and there's a pretty big gap between where developers are and being able to leverage this tool effectively. And so we built this new site called Verifiable Credential.io. So please check that out. You can go, and a lot of the content I presented today is actually also available there. There's also this interactive playground where you can see a bunch of different examples and the real underlying data of the VC. So you can play with it. There's also a feedback mechanism on that page. So if you are poking around and you have questions, something's not clear, or you want to see the site improved, please let me know. That would be wonderful. And then secondly, if you think you have a use case that you want to pursue, what we're building on my team is a new product at RSA called RSA Mercury. And what we're trying to do is much like companies like Microsoft and AWS built a set of services to enable cloud development. On a much smaller scale, we're trying to build a set of cloud-hosted services around making verifiable credentials easy to use. We recognize that a lot of organizations aren't going to have the time, resources, or skill set to go and implement all of this for themselves. So the goal is to make it much easier, allow developers to focus on their business problem, but use this new and exciting tool of a VC. So if you think you have an interesting use case, there's a contact form on the mercury.rsalabs.com page. Just briefly fill it out, talk about what your use case is, and if we think it's a good fit, we can provision you a trial access to our set of services. And then lastly, if you want to learn more, please check out the W3C. I think that's where I go to really deep dive on this topic and understand the latest happenings in the space. And thank you to our partners and our communities. And let's open it up for some Q&A.
Hi, Brian.
Hi.
Yep. So let's wait for a minute so that let's see any questions will be posted. But as of now, I have not seen any of the questions, Brian.
Okay.
One general question from a student, I guess. How to get into Microsoft Azure? That's a generic one.
Okay.
Okay.
To get into Azure, I think you can probably check out online. I'm guessing they have some free access and some free accounts you could sign up and play with.
Yeah. I think we have a lot of resources for that. To start with Azure, we have everything on our website itself, so they should be able to see that, or I will take it up in person after this session. Okay. So I request the audience to fill the feedback form. I'm posting the feedback form and the session code with the session title on the comments. Let's see. Okay, and Brian, thanks a lot, Brian. I don't think we will be receiving any questions after this, and thanks a lot for here, and thanks.
You're welcome. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Hopefully I hear from some people out there. Hopefully I was able to pique their interest in the technology, and get them to go and explore it. So thank you very much.
Definitely. Thanks a lot.
Okay, take care.
Hi, Sam.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Sam. I'm doing good. How are you?
Very good, thank you. At least it's morning here, so I know it's evening there, correct?
Yes, this is evening and the second day of the event. It's a whole pack. I think this should be 191st session
Oh, wow.
from yesterday. So the total sessions planned are 200 sessions. Like among that, this is the first track's last session. So that's
A lot of
something special.
sessions. Yeah, I
That's
do.
something
Thank you.
special.
Absolutely.
Okay. Sam, we are so happy to host you here. And hi, everyone. Sam is going to talk about or going to walk us through about language understanding intelligence service. That is basically Lewis. All of us might have heard of it. Sam is going to walk us in detail about introduction to Lewis and to give a brief intro about Sam. Sam works as a senior software engineer in NIS Technologies, focused on Microsoft stack of technologies like .NET, SQL Server, and Azure. So, Sam, it's all over to you.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
Sure.
And I assume you can see my screen okay?
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
Very good.
Hope everyone in the broadcast studio able to see that. Yep.
Yeah, I think
Sam,
so.
I would may I request you to give a small intro about yourself so that it'll helpful for the audience?
Absolutely, would be happy to. So, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on which part of the world you're joining us from. My name is Sam Nasser, and this is Introduction to Lewis, or the Language Understanding Intelligence Service. A little bit about me. If needed, you can always find me on Twitter at Sam Nasser, and I will make my contact information available later. I've been a software developer since 1995, and I'm a senior software engineer for NIS Technologies, where I do consulting as well as teaching courses, one of which is Lewis and other AI courses. I've also been certified with a few certifications from Microsoft, and I run the Cleveland C# VB.NET user group. In addition, I also run the .NET study group, which meets online, and you can find meeting information on meetup.com for both of those groups. I've also authored approximately 17 or so articles for Visual Studio Magazine, and I've been a 5-time Microsoft MVP. So that should give you a little bit of background info about myself. Now let's get into today's presentation. So if you look at computer input and how we've interacted with machines in the past, we've started with the punch card, as you see in the lower left-hand corner, evolved into the keyboard, which we still continue to use today. And then we got the pinch and zoom and swipe left, swipe right type of interface. And now we're taking it to the next level where we can actually speak to our applications in natural spoken language. And when I say natural spoken language, in the same way that you would talk to another fellow human being. You don't necessarily have to structure a sentence in a specific way whenever you're looking for a specific request, but you can ask it in a variety of ways, and the other person should be able to understand you. So what is Lewis? As I mentioned, it is the Language Understanding Intelligence Service. It is built on interactive machine learning provided by Microsoft Research, and it's part of the Azure Cognitive Services available in the cloud. It uses a language model and training examples to be able to decipher natural spoken language and be able to parse it. So once we train our model and we publish it, it is then published as a REST API endpoint where we can access it in the same way that we would any web service. And then we essentially submit a text string of what it is that the user wants to say. And again, it could be natural spoken language. And then the result that we get back is basically a JSON result set that tells us the important pieces of what the user is trying to get across to us, meaning what is their bottom line intent. So to reiterate on this, think of, for example, when you walk into a car dealership, you can say, I want to buy a car. Will you sell me a vehicle? I am looking to invest money into or to buy a new vehicle. All three are different sentence structures, but all three essentially have the same intent to your listener, meaning that you want to buy a car. And so that's what Lewis is going to return, is the fact that you are interested in buying a car, plain and simple, regardless of how you phrased it. So the way this works is essentially we have a sample utterance that we submit to Lewis. And again, it's going to be using an API endpoint. The processing happens over in the cloud. And then we get the JSON result set, as you see over on the right-hand side. So with the language model, they are specific to your Lewis application. And essentially, it forms the basis of what the user means. So if I'm looking to buy a car or service my vehicle or looking to trade it in or maybe get my car washed at the dealership, these all essentially are the intents, and I can phrase them in a variety of different ways. But I train the model so that it looks at what the user's intent is. So the core parts of the language model are essentially the same as we have in spoken language. And I'm, of course, going to focus on English, being that that's my native language. So if you look at an utterance, it's essentially a sentence. And that sentence contains a noun and a verb. So an example sentence that you see at the bottom of the slide, I want to buy a Mustang. A Mustang is a type of car. The intent of someone saying I want to buy a Mustang is that they want to buy a car, right? So what are the nouns or entities that are specified within that sentence? We have Mustang. I could have also said I want to buy an Explorer. I want to buy a Camaro, or what other vehicle. So we have the sentence structure, also known as an utterance in Lewis, the verb, which is known as the intent, and then entities, which is the noun in the sentence. Once I specify that to Lewis, now I get the result set back in JSON, and so it will look something like this. It returns the query string that was submitted, and then it gives me the highest scoring intent of what it is it thinks the user is after, and then it lists that intent, and then along with a confidence score. In addition, it displays the types of entities that are available within that utterance. So as you see, reading from the top down, we have the query string, we have the top scoring intent, which is buy car, and we'll walk through that in the demo. It shows me a confidence score of 0.9995. Well, a lot of nines there, but essentially the score will always be between 0 and 1. Obviously, 0.9995 or 99 is 99.99%. That's a lot of nines there. And then it shows me the various specific intents, and then the score assigned to all those intents. So the highest intent was buy car, as we see listed there. But I may have also trained it on other intents, and it will return those intents, but it will be a lower score within that result set. And then the entities that are listed, it shows them what the entity is, what the type of the entity is, the start index and ending index, and then a confidence score of how confident it is that that is the entity that it picked out of the utterance. So in this case, we have a 97.16% confidence that Mustang is a car. So it is correct. So I want to pause here for just a second and see if there's any questions. I don't see any questions in chat. Satish, do you see any questions?
Sam, so far, there's no question yet.
Okay. I should have also mentioned at the beginning, feel free to jump in at any point in time with any questions. Would be happy to pause and answer them for you. So if not, we can continue on.
Yes, Sam, I think we can.
Very good. Thank you. So looking at machine learning, this is a phrase from Tom Mitchell, who wrote a book on machine learning in 1997. And he says a computer program is set to learn to perform a task T from experience E if its performance at task T, as measured by a performance metric P, improves with experience E over time. Obviously, Tom is a mathematician, and so to break it down into simple everyday terms, what he's trying to say here is that with a machine learning model, it gets better over time as you train it. As you submit a specific task and it responds, then you can retrain it to, if it's off, you can retrain it to get it back in alignment again of where you want it to be. So it's a reiterative process where essentially submit a task, and then through experience, and then you get a performance metric, and then retrain and over again. So for building a Lewis application, what is involved in that? First and foremost, you need to create an Azure account, and those are readily available if you want to experiment with it. They're free of charge, obviously with some specific parameters around it. But you would create the Azure account, and then that will give you a set of keys that then you could use in your Lewis application. Then you would simply go over to the lewis.ai portal. So this is another website. And what you would do is you're going to take those keys that you've retrieved from the Azure account that you've set up, and then you're going to plug it into the AI model, create an application, and then the fun part begins where you actually have to train it and test it. So you're going to enter in and specify the entities and the intents, and then provide a sample utterance. And then, like we've seen, as Tom Mitchell had said, you train it, see what the score is, and retrain, and then keep submitting various phrases until you're confident that it can accommodate a variety of different phrases. After you've trained it and tested it, the most important and critical part, pardon me, is to publish the application. So training and testing will occur on the cloud, but it will not be visible to your end user or even yourself for testing until you can actually publish it. So let's expand on that and actually dive into an actual demo. And what you see is I created a sample application. There we go. It's a Windows Form application, and it's very simplistic for demo purposes. And while that's loading, there we go. Actually, before I get into this is going to be the application that's going to be using the Lewis model. So in order for us to be able to use the Lewis model, the first thing that we have to do, as I mentioned earlier, is that we have to go over into our Azure portal and set up an account. So I already have an account. I'm logged in. Now I have to have a resource group, and then I would add that resource to it. So I would click Create Resource, and then I could search for it under AI and machine learning, or I can just simply go up to the search and type in language. And there is language understanding. And then simply click Create. And it will walk you through the standard items that you'd have to specify, the resource group that you have to indicate. So once all that's specified, you click Create, and then you're off and running. Once that's created, and let me backtrack. Once that's created, you're going to have a set of keys. And let's go into RG1. And there is my Test Lewis application. Then you see over on the left-hand side, there is the key and endpoint. So this is the key that you would use. Obviously, it's hidden because you don't want to share this with everybody. This is something that's going to be kept private for your own application. But you would utilize the keys that are listed here into your Lewis.ai. What does Lewis.ai look like? It is a separate portal, and you'll notice that I went to a separate tab altogether. I logged into Lewis.ai using the same credentials that I used to log into my Azure account. And now I can create a new application. So I'll go ahead and create a new application, and then we'll call it AZ Demo. Culture, we'll maintain it as English. Description, we'll say Demo App. And then the prediction resource, we'll talk about that in just a little bit. But I will select the Test Lewis that I've already created. Click Done, and now we have a splash screen that's essentially going to describe all the things that I have to do as far as building a model. So I have to specify an utterance, the entities, and then the intents. All things which I've discussed before, but we'll step through it one more time. So we'll close that splash screen. Now, first thing it's going to take me to is the intent. So the demo that I'm building is going off of a car dealership. Recently in the US, we've seen an example of Carvana, where basically it's less interaction with salespeople, and you can essentially purchase a vehicle just through the website with no interaction with anyone else. And so building off of that, if we were to have a car dealership that just had a kiosk, so you could walk up to it, enter in whatever it is that you need it to do, this is the demo that's revolving around that. So let's assume we have a car dealership, we're building a kiosk for it. And so what are some of the phrases that a user could enter in when they enter a dealership? Obviously, I want to buy a car, right? So we'll specify a sample utterance. I want to buy a Mustang. Hit enter. So this is my sample utterance. Now it's asking me essentially to define two things. First of all, I need to specify what is the entity here. And I'm going to specify Mustang, and I'm going to say that this is a car. Create new entity and call it car. And now it's asking me, is this entity type, is it machine learned or is it a list? The difference between the two is a machine learned is something where I have to train it on, whereas opposed to a list where it's a finite set of known items such as cities, airport codes, countries, days of the week, things of that sort, things that are already predefined, as opposed to car names, which, number one, they change from one manufacturer to the other, and there's always new cars that are being introduced. So since it's machine learned, I'm going to select that radio button and then click create. And now it created the entity, and we have a sample utterance. And now what is the intent? So the intent, whoops, somehow I lost that. Okay, so here's entities. Let's go back to intents. So one intent is to buy car. And this is a text token. And if you notice, there's no spacing between buy and car. So I'm using this just as a text token, so my application will know what the user's intent is. So we'll click done. And now I'm going to specify my phrase again. I want to buy a Mustang. And there I'll identify Mustang as car. So I've identified my intent, my entity, and now I gave it a sample utterance. Now you'll notice that there's a train button up in the upper right-hand corner, and it is enabled. So I will go ahead and click train. Since this is only one utterance, it's going to be relatively quick, and it's going to train the model, and now I should get a successful message back. Training completed, and the prediction is loaded. Now you'll see over on the right-hand side, underscore, for that specific intent, or excuse me, for that specific utterance, it's giving me a 93% success rate that this phrase is in alignment with a user wanting to buy a car, or the buy car intent. So as I mentioned, after we trained it, now you'll notice the training button is no longer enabled. I can go ahead and test it some more. And then I can say, I want to purchase a Mustang. So it's coming back with saying that this user's intent is to buy a car, and it's 81% confident that that is the intent. I can also say, I want to get a Corvette. Coming back with a 53% because Corvette is not identified as an entity, but I can change that. So if I go over into my intents, and I can add in, into my entities rather, and under car, forgive me, let me backtrack for a second. Okay. So if I go back and I say that I want to get a Corvette, I can click inspect, and it's giving me the top scoring intent, that it's 53% for that phrase. And if I'm happy with it, then what I could do is essentially be able to publish it. So again, it's only 2 quick phrases just for demo purposes, but let's say that I'm satisfied with the score that I got. I will go ahead and click publish, and I can select either a staging slot or a production slot. The difference between the two is a staging slot, just like we in anything in Azure. It's essentially something that I can use for my own testing, as opposed to production, where it's something that's being used by my end users. So if I want to test it before I put it out into production, staging slot is where it would go. So I'll click done. And now it's telling me the published app AZ demo is completed. I can access my endpoint URLs. I click on that, and then you'll see that there's a URL that's provided here for me that I could then use in my application. So I will copy this URL, and then we'll go over to my application. However, before I do, let me pause and see if there's any questions. And there is still no questions in chat. All right. So we'll go over to my application. How can I use this in an application? I've already trained my model. How can I actually interact with it? So here you see a sample demo app, and it's a Windows form app. And all it is, we're simply asking the user, what can I do for you? And then they would click search, and then we display the results down here in the bottom. Looking at that application, let's view code. So once the user clicks the search button, essentially we're going to call a method called Lewis parse, and then we're going to pass in the text that the user entered in. And you see that I have a variety of breakpoints here because we're going to step through the demo and see it. However, I wanted to give you a brief explanation beforehand. So once we click the search button, this is going to call the Lewis parse method, which is down here. And you'll notice that Lewis parse is an asynchronous method. Because we're making a web API call, it should be asynchronous because we don't know when we're going to get the reply back. So we have 2 strings that we're setting, the top intent and top entity. And then we instantiate our HTTP client object. And then you see that there's a string URI here. This is the URI that I extracted from the Lewis portal. And if we go back to the Lewis portal, this is the long URI that I mentioned that we're going to be using. Now we make the call, and we just simply await the message. Once we get the message back, we check to see that it's a successful message. And then we're going to be having a set of JSON coming back. So looking at that result set, the first thing that we need to do is be able to deserialize the JSON result set. Once that's deserialized, it's going to contain the intents and the entities, as we had seen in the previous slide. But we're concerned with the highest intent, meaning it always returns everything back in order of the highest intent to the lowest intent. So we're concerned with the highest one. In this case, it's the one in element 0 of that array. And then once we figure out what it is the user's intent is, dependent on what we had defined. So there is by car. This is the token that I defined over in lewis.ai. Once I have identified that that's what the user wants, now I can act accordingly. And in this specific application, what I'm doing here is I specified that there's a car inventory, and car is an object, and we can jump to that real quick. So this is an object that I created in memory. It's static, and basically it's an array of the vehicles that I have in stock. Obviously, in a production application, I would go out to the database, query it, but for a demo app, this is sufficient. So I have my inventory of 3 vehicles, and they all contain the ID, the year, make, model, and color for each vehicle. And so I'll go back to my method where I make the call, and that was in form main. Once I identify that the user wants to buy a car, now I'm starting the dialogue with my user, and I say, we have 3 cars in stock. And so we can continue on, and maybe they would say, well, I'm looking for a Corvette, I'm looking for a Mustang. But essentially, this is just starting the dialogue at this stage. So to see the basics or the essence of it, I get the text string back, I pull it out of the JSON result set, and then I can act accordingly and then respond to my user. So let's see it in action. We'll go ahead and click the start button, and I'll take a drink while that's starting. All right, so there's my UI. It comes up with a pre-coded phrase of, I want to buy a car. I'm going to go ahead and click the search button. And then there you see the first breakpoint in Lewis parse. The text string that I'm passing to Lewis parse is the text string that the user submitted, which is, I want to buy a car. We'll go a little bit further. Now we're going to make the call. And now we should have a status code of successful and set to true. Now we get the JSON response and then deserialize that. And then we check to see how many intents are in there, because before we start reading the one at the element 0, we want to make sure that we have some elements in there. And so the count here, not showing. Oh, we already passed it. Okay, so now we have the highest scoring intent. We instantiate our car object so we can see how much we have in stock. And now we're checking to see what is the top intent that came back using our switch statement. And so in this case, it was buy car. So top intent is buy car. Now it continues on, excuse me, to check for the top entity. And top entity was blank. And so we're going to respond back and we're going to say we have X number of cars in stock. And in our case, we have 3 cars, and that's what we display to the user. Okay. So although it's a brief example with only 2 utterances, I hope this helped to get the point across. Let me pause here for any questions. And go ahead, Satish.
Hi, Sam. So I think just because this is the last session, people didn't turn up with any of the questions, but there are certain comments around that. But all those things are regarding the feedback, and yeah, that's what.
Okay. We still have more to cover, but
Yes.
I just want to pause for any questions. So we can continue on then.
Yeah.
All right. So now we got the highest scoring intents, and we're able to decipher it. Now let's take a look at some additional things that we can do. Let's go back into our slides. So as I mentioned earlier, entity types. There's a variety of different types. There's machine learned, there's list, as I mentioned, which is a fixed or closed set of related words. Machine learned are the ones that I have to train it on. And then there's regex, which essentially I'm extracting an entity based on a regular expression pattern that would have to be provided. And then there's pattern.any, which is essentially variable length placeholders used in pattern templates. And those essentially mark the beginning and the end of the entity within the utterance. When it comes to language, there's a variety of languages that are supported by Lewis. And as you see, languages and cultures here, obviously this is a brief list, but to get the most up-to-date and thorough list, you'd want to check the Microsoft Docs. In addition, there are pre-built models. So we built a model around a car dealership relating to cars, but let's say that you had other models that utilize temperature or currency or geography. So you can use pre-built models already provided by Microsoft And again, it will vary depending on the language and the culture and the model. So this is a chart that helps to break it down. And of course, the most recent is on Microsoft Docs. So once we have our application published and we're using it, now we want to be able to manage it long term. So to monitor your application, you can use the dashboard, and that will show you samples of usages, the intents targeted, and it will also give you the ability to manage keys. So as you had seen earlier, I went to my Azure application, and I have the set of keys that I used in my Lewis.ai model. But let's say going forward, I want to change that. I would do that through the dashboard as well. In addition, there's batch testing. And what batch testing is that it allows a variety of arrays of utterances to be entered in as one big batch file. So essentially you have arrays of utterances, and they're going to be in JSON format, and you would upload the entire file to train it. Part of that file will have the entity indices should be supplied using the character count. So as we had seen when we get the result set back from JSON, when we get the JSON result set back from Lewis, then we are able to identify where the entity is located because it gives us the start and the stop index. So entities are not allowed to start or end in the middle of words. And then last but not least, you have a maximum of 1,000 utterances allowed in each file. Keep in mind, this is going to be in JSON format. So let's take a look at what that's going to look like, and we'll go over into our portal. And so here at the very top, we have 3 tabs: the dashboard, build, and manage. So looking at the dashboard, this should provide some metrics. It is a little bit delayed as far as the endpoints, but in addition, you can see predictions per intent and how well we trained it, and then any errors or predictions that were made incorrectly. I can go over to my build tab and see everything that I have set regarding intents, entities, if I want to utilize any of the pre-built domains, improving app performance. This essentially is going to involve training and retraining the model. And then features. Features is something we didn't talk about, but essentially what a feature is basically if you were to say, I want to have a red Mustang or a blue Mustang convertible. These are all different features around the vehicle that I was after. And then, of course, if I'm going to be using any patterns within my utterances, so if I'm looking for, as we had mentioned earlier, pattern.any or regex, I would specify that here. And then for managing it, so I have the application settings. I can change the application name. I have my application ID, and then whether I want to make the endpoints public or not. If I go over to my test tab, you'll see that here I can enter in a sample utterance. So I can say I want to buy a Mustang. And again, that comes back with a 93% confidence score. Now, if I want to do batch testing, I click on the batch testing in that panel, click on import, and then this allows me to be able to upload a file in JSON format. What does that format look like? Essentially, it looks something like this. So you specify the text, the intent, and the entities. Or in this case, let's go over here, and we have a sample file. So I can specify the intent, the utterance in the text, the intent, and then the entity, and of course the start and stop positions of where it lies within that sample text. So this is a sample JSON file that I can upload. And if I ever forget what that format is supposed to look like, I can just simply click on the link that's listed here, and it will show me a sample of JSON. Once I've done testing it and I'm ready to publish it, I have my staging slot and my production slot. So staging is where I'm still working things out and testing it. Production is where my end users are going to be using it. So for your first version, the production really isn't going to have anything in it because you're still working in the staging slot, and then you'll publish it to production afterwards. But then for version 2, you're going to be working in the staging slot while still maintaining that production for your current users to be able to access that application. So now I can go over into my PowerPoint again, and we'll continue on. So publishing slots, essentially the staging is the safe environment where you can do your testing. And like production, like I said, that contains the stable version of the app for your end users. You have two publishing options. You have the sentiment analysis, which allows the Lewis application to integrate with text. So you can check to see what is if the user's intent is toxic or not incorrect or improper, then it will give you a score of 0 to 1, 1 being toxic, 0 being safe. And then you have speech priming, which is essentially the process of sending Lewis sending the Lewis model to speech services. And this is useful whenever you're doing conversion of text to speech. Because keep in mind, right now we're interacting by sending in a text string. But if we actually want to have spoken language, we can take that text, convert it into speech, or vice versa, take speech, convert it to text, and submit it to Lewis. And then the text we get back from Lewis, the intent, we can also convert that into speech and be able to communicate with our user. Lastly, costs. So what's the cost involved? If I go over into my Azure portal, and pardon me while I click over into that. You have the cost and analysis, which will give you the cost of where you're at and how much usage you've used. But in relation to your Lewis or your specific application, you can select either the free tier, which is you get 5 calls per second and up to 10,000 calls per month, which is plenty for testing and getting acclimated with it. Or you can use standard, which has a higher 50 calls per second available at $1.50 for every 1,000 calls after that. And let me check. Again, no questions in chat. So we'll continue. So some gotchas. First, you must have an Azure subscription prior to logging into the Lewis AI. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the top navigation bar. So typically what I do is I log into my Azure portal, and I do that in a private window. And then immediately in another tab, as you had seen here, I open up the lewis.ai. And if I go over into another tab, I'm going to type in lewis.ai. And because I'm logged into my Azure portal, immediately it logs me in and uses the same credentials that I have with my Azure portal. The second gotcha, don't forget to publish the application after training it. So I published it, I trained it, but all that training is incorporated in the model, and it remains over on the cloud until I publish it as an endpoint to be accessible. Also, right now I'm in version 7 of Lewis, but the culture, if you're using version 3, or prior to version 3, you cannot change the culture once the application is created. Version 3 and later, you're able to change the culture. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a delay in the dashboard metrics for refreshes. And then lastly, if you're using the speech API, you have to use a WebRTC compatible browser. So this last point was valid only for older browsers. Obviously, newer browsers, most of them are WebRTC compatible, so it's not much of an issue, but still something to watch out for and to be careful of. So as a recap, some of the things that we covered today is what is LUIS, Language Understanding Intelligence Service. We're able to create the model over in the LUIS.ai after we created an Azure account. And then some of the gotchas that we mentioned is that we need to have the keys first in my Azure account, be able to retrieve those, go over into my LUIS.ai, be able to enter them in, and then train my model, test it, and then more importantly, publish it. If you're interested in learning more, there's a lot of great write-ups over on Microsoft Docs, and you can check them out. In addition, with NIS Technologies, not only do we provide consulting, but we also provide training. And if you're ever considering using AI in your organization or any of your applications, feel free to contact someone there. In addition, we offer a variety of courses related to AI and other development topics. And I'm hearing some static in the mic. Still no questions in chat, huh?
Yes.
No problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You were going to say?
No, Sam, I was like, can we wait for a couple of minutes so that at least someone will be typing?
Sure. So let me know if you want me to proceed or if I should wait a little bit longer.
I think we can close, Sam. By this time, people, if they want to ask, definitely they would have typed it here by this time. So thanks a lot, Sam. Thanks for accepting our invitation, and thanks for sharing your knowledge
My pleasure.
here.
Actually, if I may, there's just a couple items I wanted to mention. So as I had specified earlier, the Cleveland C# VB.NET user group. So we meet monthly. Meetings are free of charge and open to the public and covers all topics related to .NET. In addition, you can find meeting information over on meetup.com at the link listed there. And then more importantly, my contact information, snasser@nistechnologies.com. You can also reach out to me on Twitter at Sam Nasser, and I invite you to connect with me on LinkedIn. I also publish several articles on my blog at samnasser.blogspot.com. And
Great.
With that, I thank you all for attending. And again, if there's any questions, feel free to email me or reach out to me on Twitter.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Sam.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for the whole day, not just today, yesterday included. We hope that you would have enjoyed the overall content and the learning that you received throughout the conference. It is a huge effort, and you've seen a lot of the speakers globally came together to share their experiences and learnings with all of us. And it's a great effort from the speakers, right? Because they have to spend their time, putting together the content, come up with the source code to demonstrate, the technology and the learning that they shared. And we should appreciate all of them for all of their effort. And if you have any questions that you would like to, discuss with people who've joined on this call, I would highly appreciate that you would, put the questions on the chat window wherever you're watching this content from. And people on the screen are the few people who were on the backstage, but there are a lot more faces that we could not bring on this, meeting. But I would like to certainly take a moment here and appreciate everybody who was involved right from the day one. Because organizing a community conference, right? So when we say community conference, it's all by people, and that was one of the tagline of the conference. By developers and for the developers, and that has been our tagline, and that's exactly what we are. Yeah, we are a bunch of developers, and we are coming together to do this. And these are some more faces that we are able to show. Thanks, everybody. Unfortunately, we could not be together to say hi and thank each other. But I would like to congratulate each one of you for your support to pull off this massive event. Any words from anybody?
Yes, Elias, it was very pleasure, and it was very enjoyable moment after a long time. We all met together. We came to a single office, and it's all because of Karthik, and he provided his office workspace for us. And for the last 2 days, we feel that we are in an office back.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
And
so that's exactly we miss. Go ahead. No, so that's exactly we miss in a virtual conference, right? So virtual conference, allow us to reach the time zone or the location that we cannot reach with the physical conference, but virtual allows that. But there is a barrier, right? Right. So have fun. So Satish, if you could put yourself on mute, probably we'll hear something from Amal.
All right. Okay. So myself and Ilyas and Swami may be the odd ones here, sitting in our rooms and seeing you all through in a group, enjoying it. It was very highly appreciated, all your contributions. I know maybe the outside world knows only about these couple of days, right? But we know what we are been doing for the last 4 months or so to put a show with these many sessions, international speakers coming from different time zones, different geographies, different culture, and exclusive track for DNI. That was a really good thing which we had done this session in this year's conference. Really appreciate Liji and her Dinesh and her effort to bring that in, which give another dimension for our conference. Being techies, we are not only confined into the technology space, right? We are not like that. We were added a exclusive track for capturing all these and sharing all their information, which will help bring in more inclusivity and diversity to this technology land space. And once again, good luck. Thank you from bottom of our hearts for making this event a very successful one. And let's do more for the next year. And hopefully that will be an in-person event.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amal. That is very true because in my opinion, I think the D&I effort that we put in this year is a great value add, as well as the unique thing that we did our best this year, right? So let's hear something from Swami. And in the meantime, like I said in the beginning, we would certainly like to see your questions. If you have any questions, please put in that in the chat. Go, Swami.
Sure, yes. Thank you so much. I think everyone would have seen or heard all of us in the last couple of days as moderators. Now, a few of us are able to show our faces as well. So yeah, so it's always good to have a lot of people doing these events. So that's a part of community. So one thing what I would like to ask from my side is, yeah, we need more people to do more things in the future, right? So yeah, if you're interested in organizing things, please feel free to join us. I think we have all of our handles now, AZConfDev. So please join us, and then we can put together a better show and a bigger show in the coming years as well, right? That's what I would like to just say. Otherwise, yeah, pretty much we have covered all the other things, Elias, like what have been the journey we've been going through until now. It was fantastic to put together a conference like this, and hopefully, next year we should do an in-person event. Let's see.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Yeah,
Yeah.
because although there are a lot of positive aspects about the virtual conference, and watching from the comfort of our home through YouTube or Facebook, but it can still not replace the in-person capabilities and possibilities that allow us to network and say hi, meet face to face and have lunches and dinners. Yeah, so that's a real fun of going to the conferences plus a learning activity and engagement. So with that, I think we have Liji also joined us. Liji, we would like to hear a few words from you about your participation, as well as the key aspects, that's diversity and inclusion. You are not, yeah, you're muted.
I think she is listening to the chat thing.
Perfect. Okay, so until she unmutes herself, I would like to quickly talk about the hackathon, which is still going on, and we have workshops, that's tomorrow. And then we have a certification drive, and we have a good number of giveaways that we have planned. You must have seen it in all of our banners and brochures. Please do participate in those hackathons. You could build anything on Azure, so there's no restriction. Of course, if you go through the hackathon, there are a few set of requirements that we have highlighted, but it is all about creating an impact. Build something on Azure, and please stand a chance to win Surface and Xboxes. That'll be on your way. And the second thing that I'd like to highlight is about Azure certification vouchers. There are a lot of vouchers to be won. All that you need to do is do a quick LinkedIn Azure assessment. So if you go to LinkedIn, you would find a skill assessment, search for Azure. There are about 10 to 15 set of questions. That's fairly easy for you to crack. If you are already preparing for any Azure certification, it would be fairly easy. So get the skill assessment done, and you will find the link to submit your details so that we can reach out to you to hand over the certification vouchers for you to get certified. And last but not least, the hackathon, not the hackathon, sorry. The other one is about a workshop tomorrow. So that's also a great opportunity for you to learn from the experts. It's going to be, most of the sessions today and yesterday was about 30 to 60 minutes long, but workshop is going to be very hands-on. That'll be organized through Teams. You will have a lot of opportunity to work with the trainers and get yourself hands-on. Liji, can you talk now?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much, Liji, for your active participation and actually pulling out the diversity and inclusion track, which received massive appreciation from many of the attendees, as well as people who are observing the conference and the overall initiative. So I'd like to hear a bit about the challenges as well as the learnings that you had in pulling out this.
Oh boy. Are we live? I guess we're live. Okay. Um, I maybe write a book on this. It's been a fabulous learning for the last 2.5 months, and for the last 2 days, it's been unlike anything that I have personally or professionally encountered. Very gratifying, very satisfying in terms of the kind of impact that we were able to create, the reach, and the sort of touch that we've been able to make, the conversations that we've had to have. It's very small, very baby steps as far as we are concerned. We haven't done anything big, but a great conversation starter for AZConf. Thank you for the support of all the audience who's made this possible. A lot of you reached back and appreciated the subtitles and the sign language interpreters. We were not quite sure as to how you would receive an exclusive DNI track, which is quite unprecedented for tech conferences in India. So thank you for your support, and it means a lot to us, and we hope to be able to stay true to our vision, and we hope to do better next year as well. Let us know how we can help you. Thanks, Elias.
Elias, you're on mute. You're doing the classical mistake, Elias.
So I'm joining this from the Microsoft office just to avoid the background noises and all of that. But yeah, so the crux of the overall conference is about enabling the fellow developers and educating the community, right? Given the pandemic that we are, given the overall hiring and massive adoption of Azure in the overall enterprises as well as in the SMB and startup space is now skyrocketing. You must have seen that quarter on quarter, all the cloud vendors are, sharing the numbers that shows how much the cloud is being adopted in a variety of industries. And now there's a massive shortage of skills in the industry. And companies are looking for talented people with the relevant skills on every area on the cloud, on every area from the application development, databases, big data, AI, machine learning, and companies are looking for talented workforce to build new solutions or extend existing applications or modernize their workloads right on cloud. And this requires a continuous upskilling of new technologies, contributing to open source, adopting new technologies for our enterprises. And this requires certifying ourselves, picking new technology and becoming an expert, as well as, of course, both deep dive into one technology as well as having a broader knowledge on multiple services on cloud is a huge value add, right? Because when you go to interviews, especially if you are a DevOps guy, of course you're going to be asked about questions around CI/CD pipeline, but it is equally important you having a awareness towards the application landscape, the hosting aspects of it, testing, how secure the applications are. And hence the point is make your knowledge breadth and pick good amount of skills in each of the areas, so you could participate in a customer conversation. You could value add by bringing in new technology and make your system efficient, right? So from that point of view, let me pull in somebody else to talk a few words about his experience. Dinesh, you are live.
Yeah, yes, yes. First of all, thanks everybody for providing this opportunity. Too, when I was having the chance to contribute to the DNA track, that was totally a different experience, and it was mind blowing. We having everything proper, we do complain many things. My manager told that thing. My manager told this thing. I have this problem. I have that problem. But just listening or just hosting the sessions of different able people, I have a mouth set really. For most of the speakers, we were doing the next slide. They were not able to do, right? It is a very simple thing, but we are doing. But that's a big inspiration, and really we are blessed. And of course, this is a very good karma to all of us for doing this. The whole.
Okay, so a bit of context for what Dinesh is talking about. So Dinesh was, assisting and supporting the DNA track where we had speakers from different parts of life. Dr. Alim was there. He's a differently able person, and we have under 10, kids who are extremely passionate about technology. So there were a different set of people, and the core idea about that of the DNI track is about including differently abled people, and Dinesh was able to first-hand experience about the challenges that they were facing and how, and he's comparing with us. Yeah, so moving to Vijay, we'd like to hear a few words from you. So you're live, and you can. Yeah,
Yes. So everyone said about thank you. Like it's been a more beautiful experience. So I'm just handling the track file. So I just not monitoring that. I have to understand each and every person. Means whoever spoke. If any question, relevant question or irrelevant question happened from the chat window, I have to figure out whether it's a relevant or irrelevant. So like it's a bit a different experience to learn everything and try to digest. I'm preparing the notes that what can I ask this speaker about what type of question it's relevant or irrelevant, and whether it will be suited for like audience, or if anyone from the audience, so what question will be given by the audience that they can reach. So it's very beautiful experience and journey with me, and I'm just thank you for the opportunity for everyone in our organized committee. That's it, Elias.
Thank you so much. So the journey is not going to end here. We are in the second year of AZConf, and when we started this last year, we did it in a bit of a smaller scale, and this year we were able to scale it to 10 tracks, 10 parallel tracks, and each track hosting about 7 to 8 speakers concurrently talking on different parts of cloud. Yeah, starting from app dev to data, and a lot of I couldn't really count on the number of session and different types of technology or categories of area that we have touched. But this is a huge opportunity for us to learn, of course, and as well as we are able to add some value to you in whatever way that we were able to do, right? And you have the same opportunity. You may be watching us from different parts of India. If you're really passionate about educating yourself as well as others, there are plenty of ways to do that. Yeah. And what we did is at a massive scale, but you could start something small, starting a local meetup or doing a YouTube. So YouTube gives you the platform for you to share what you learned with others, and there's a huge followership possibilities there with YouTube. So do whatever little that you could do could be useful for somebody else watching somewhere. Yeah, so just like the way most of the developer do when we are stuck, we go to Stack Overflow to find a solution. But some gentleman has taken a time to, I'm sure he has gone through the same, or he is stuck and he was able to do a R&D and spend at least 5 to 10 minutes to put that somewhere so that others can benefit out of it. Yeah. So just like that, if you have the passion, I'm sure everybody has the passion. It takes a conscious effort and time to share with the rest of the community. So let me invite Swami to add some notes. We just got 10 minutes left. If there's something that we'd like to add here, Swami.
I think, yeah, you perfectly summed it up, Elias, right? So like I said before, it's all a community effort. So community is not about a bunch of people. So community can always evolve and then thrive, right? So for us to have a vibrant community, we need to have more people. So yeah, please join us in AZConf Dev in the Discord group, and we can have more conversations around how we can do community contributions and things like that. Right? Yeah. So with that, I would like to have a small celebratory note for our AZConf, right? For all the efforts what we've been done. So can we just do a small hip hip hooray? Since we're all virtual now, I think it'll be good to do that. Hip hip. Please unmute yourself first. Don't put me on spot, okay? Hip hip. Hooray. Hip hip. Hip hip. Cool.
So,
Let's do more of these in the upcoming years, and looking forward for another great experience in AZConf in 2022. So meanwhile, if you have more people, we can do more events, and yeah, looking forward to staying connected with you all together. Yeah.
Perfect. So we are here to help in case if you are if you need any support in starting a similar community for your region, we could help you. Or if you'd like to join us for the next year, or the local meetups that we do, or the community events that we do write a note to us, and we'll be very happy to collaborate with you and do this in much bigger way. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to all the attendees and audience of this conference. And I look forward, and we look forward to host another great conference the next year. Until then, keep safe, and bye from me. And let's everybody say bye for.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.